a second debate against Vice President Harris. Both campaigns have been seeking to temper expectations for their candidates, with the Harris campaign saying their plan is to let Governor Walz be himself against a more experienced debater in Senator Vance. And the Trump campaign describing Walz as a veteran politician who is, quote, very good in debates. But when former President Trump was asked by our own Garrett Haake about why he hasn't given his running mate any direct debate advice, Mr. Trump said, quote, he doesn't need a lot of advice. He's a pro. It comes as our latest NBC News poll shows Governor Tim Walz is viewed more positively among voters than any candidate on either ticket, with Senator JD Vance at the bottom. Joining me now from the spin room is NBC's Garrett Haake covering the Trump campaign and NBC's senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell, who has the very latest from the Harris campaign. Garrett, let me start with you. You spoke to Donald Trump about what he wants to see from Vance tonight. What were your key takeaways?
Well, Kristen, I don't think it should be much of a surprise. He wants J.D. Vance to be aggressive, and he wants him to be aggressive, particularly on the issue of immigration, which has been the animating issue for Donald Trump throughout his political career, and also on inflation. I think, ironically, probably both of these men have the same person they want to talk about the most tonight, and that's Kamala Harris. I think we're going to see J.D. Vance on the attack tonight. And, you know, as with all things with Trump, I'm sure Donald Trump wants to hear some positivity from Vance about him. But I think really we're going to see Vance in that traditional attack dog role tonight.
And Kelly O, let me go to you. What is the Harris campaign's strategy for Governor Tim Walz heading into tonight? The stakes, quite frankly, could not be higher for him.
Well, it's an opportunity, they believe, to tell the story of the Harris-Walz ticket, the plan for the country, and to try to focus on voters and not on any skirmishes between the two candidates. They really want him to stay on point. They expect that J.D. Vance will try to get under his skin, will try to provoke him, will challenge him directly. And the plan, according to the prep they've been working on, is to be able to kind of wall that off and be able to speak to voters about the things they think matter most to them. And certainly this is one of those, they call it a data point in the campaign, not one of the marquee events, although we would all argue it's one of the big events, trying to tamp down expectations. And Governor Walz has done debates during his campaigns for governor and to some extent in his time in Congress, but they like to focus on the fact that a Yale-educated lawyer like J.D. Vance, even though he's newer to the national political scene, is a very skilled debater. And so they're trying to present Governor Walz as the likable coach, dad, and father who will be speaking in a way that connects to voters. So they're going to try to position him that way tonight. Kristen.
Garrett, you know, it's interesting because if you look back at past Vance debates, he does not shy away from being combative. I've spoken to some Trump allies. They say, OK, fine, be combative, but also he's got to walk that fine line. He's got to try to win over some of those undecided, those moderate voters who don't find him to be likable and who, quite frankly, are turned off by things like conspiracy theories. What are you hearing in that regard? Are we going to get a combative Senator J.D. Vance tonight, Garrett?
That's my expectation. I mean, likability has never been Vance's political strength, and I don't mean that to sound particularly derogatory. That's just not his style. He wants to go out and be a fighter. He wants to be someone who can kind of translate the whole MAGA movement to a broader audience, but he's not going to go out there to try to make himself the most popular person on that debate stage. That's never been the Trump strategy overall. They believe that when this is all said and done, none of these four candidates are going to be popular. So I do think it's going to be mostly attack from Vance. He has experience not really on the debate stage, having only run for office once, but he's pretty skilled at parrying with reporters. He did it in the halls of Congress quite often when I was just starting to cover him, and he does it still on the campaign trail. Now, he uses the audience as a prop sometimes, but he does it at almost every single event. So I think he'll be good on his feet on that sort of thing. That's right, exactly. A lot of reps with sometimes hostile questions. But in terms of selling himself and raising his own favorability, I'd be surprised.
Not sure he cares about that. That isn't the thing that drives him. Whereas Walz has this dad energy that they say, that cuts both ways, I suppose, and that he has been able to use humor and to have sort of an online presence that has been sort of additive, that the Harris team thinks. And they really hope that he can try to reach voters who haven't decided yet. And one of the things the Walz and Harris side say about J.D. Vance is they think he is going to be playing, at least to a part, to the audience of Donald Trump.
Another safe bet.
Yeah, an audience of one for Senator Senator JD Vance. But Kelly, let me follow up with you, because when I talk to allies of Vice President Harris and Governor Walz, their big concern is, quite frankly, this is one of his big, if not only, unscripted events that we will have seen him in since he got into this campaign. Is he ready to counterpunch if Senator Vance goes on the attack?
Well, one of the things they have told me is that their preparation with Pete Buttigieg playing Senator Vance was focused on not being pulled into that kind of a back and forth, but trying to stick to his own message. One of the curious things about this is that Tim Walz really propelled himself to the running mate shortlist by his ability to be good on television as a surrogate for Kamala Harris and the Democrats broadly, even President Biden when he was still in the race. And we have not seen a lot of that. He's been doing what they say are constituent media, which can be podcasters and local groups and that kind of thing. He's not done a lot on the national stage since he's been a candidate, out on the campaign trail all the time, but not as much on the interview and maybe the back and forth of the unscripted moments. So that could be a test for him tonight.
Certainly will be. Kelly O and Garrett, great 1-2 punch from the spin room. Really appreciate both of you joining me. And we are going to speak to representatives from both campaigns in just a moment. But first, I want to turn to the ongoing devastation across the Southeast. Of course, this is following Hurricane Helene. The White House now says that President Biden will travel to North and South Carolina tomorrow to survey the historic levels of damage in places like Asheville. Parts of North Carolina remain without power still and running water. The state's governor says communities, quote, were wiped off the map. At least 134 people have died as a result of Helene, and many are still unaccounted for. FEMA officials said today that the Red Cross has received 3,000 new requests from people looking for loved ones in the past 24 hours. And with just 5 weeks to go until Election Day, the hurricane is causing significant disruptions to election activities in North Carolina. A dozen election offices are closed, and mail service is suspended to many areas of the state, where 190,000 ballots were mailed last week. Some of those ballots are likely delayed or even destroyed. Election officials today urging patience as they work to evaluate what needs to be done to fix the problem.
This storm is like nothing we've seen in our lifetimes in Western North Carolina. The destruction is unprecedented, and this level of uncertainty this close to Election Day is daunting. This will be an ongoing process now until Election Day and even after Election Day. We do not have all the answers right now, but we are diligently working to figure them out.
Now, early in-person voting is scheduled to begin in North Carolina 3 weeks from now. Coming up next, we'll get the view from inside the campaigns. Heading into debate night, RNC co-chair Lara Trump and Harris-Walz communications director Michael Tyler will both be here next. But first, a look back to 1988 and one of the most memorable VP debate moments ever, a smackdown of Senator Dan Quayle by Senator Lloyd Bentsen. Here it is.
I have as much experience in the Congress as Jack Kennedy did when he sought the presidency.
Senator, I served with Jack Kennedy. I knew Jack Kennedy. Jack Kennedy was a friend of mine. Senator, you're no Jack Kennedy.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I can go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
And welcome back. We are just hours away from what is likely one of the last unscripted events of the 2024 election calendar, the vice presidential debate. Joining me now is Lara Trump. She is a co-chair of the Republican National Committee and a surrogate for the Trump campaign. Thank you so much for joining me on a busy night for you. I really appreciate it.
Oh, you got it. Thanks, Kristen.
So let's start off with the stakes tonight. Couldn't be any higher. What does Senator Vance need to do in order to walk away from tonight and say that was a success?
Yeah, well, listen, I think that you've been able to see Donald Trump out on the campaign trail quite a bit. You've been able to see JD Vance out on the campaign trail quite a bit, but we really haven't, Kristen, seen Tim Walz out there quite as much as you have his counterpart in JD Vance. And so I think that there are a lot of questions that people want to have answered from Governor Walz this evening. And I think that if the moderators don't pose those questions, I think JD Vance probably will. He probably will ask, if there are so many things that you and Kamala Harris say you want to get done, why is it that in 3.5 years while she's been in the White House, she hasn't been able to do those things? You look at things like the economy, immigration, those are the top 2 issues for the American people. I suspect that you are going to hear Tim Walz press quite a bit on that. Again, if not by the moderators, certainly by JD Vance. But JD Vance, on the other side of things, has the 4 years of Donald Trump to tout while he was in the White House. People remember how much better the economy was, how much more money they had in their pocket, how much safer they felt in their communities, how much more secure our southern border was. And look at what's going on in the Middle East right now. We had the Abraham Accords peace agreement signed in the Middle East with Donald J. Trump in the White House. I'm sure you'll hear that tonight from JD Vance.
Well, we should say that new FBI statistics actually show that crime is down. But I want to turn to the Middle East, actually, since you bring it up. And as you say, former President Trump has a record on the Middle East. And of course, the Biden-Harris administration has a record on the Middle East. Part of the criticism of former President Trump's record on the Middle East is that he tore up the Iran nuclear deal. Of course, there were contours there to try to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. He said it didn't go far enough. He said he was going to get a better deal, but he never did that. Why should Americans, Lara, have confidence he will be able to get a better deal in a second term when he wasn't able to do it in the first 4 years he was in office?
Well, first of all, let me just reference the FBI statistics that you point out actually are slightly inaccurate. They don't fully reflect what's going on in every community around the country. But when it comes to Iran, look at where Iran was with Donald Trump in the White House. Let's talk about the fact that because we were energy independent, Iran didn't have the amount of funding and money that it currently has right now. Because we are dependent now on foreign, oil, whether it's from Venezuela, Russia, or places like the Middle East, Iran has been able to enrich itself. And that has allowed them to fund Hamas, Hezbollah, their proxies across the region, which is causing the issue, Kristen, that we're seeing right now. It is peace through strength. That's what you saw with Donald Trump in the White House. And you don't even have to take my word for it. Look at how things were going around the world when Donald Trump was president. You didn't have any new wars breaking out. You actually, again, had those peace agreements. And so people can actually go back to a time when he was in the White House and look at what he did. The proof was in the pudding.
Well, and some of the funding that you mentioned is actually frozen. And the criticism is that after the Iran nuclear deal was ripped up, Iran got closer to developing a nuclear weapon and became emboldened. But let me ask you about this moment, if I could, Lara, because I wonder what, if former President Trump were to be elected, what would he do in this moment? What does he think the response should look like from Israel?
Well, look, I think the sad thing is, Kristen, we didn't even have to see a moment like this. And Donald Trump himself constantly talks about the fact that you wouldn't have the war between Russia and Ukraine that you have right now, and you wouldn't see this disaster breaking out in the Middle East. It's literally on fire right now. And what would he do in this situation? He would make sure that you take funding away from Iran so it stops having the ability to fund these terrorist organizations. He would actually go in and make sure that they know that the Americans back with 100% certainty our closest Middle Eastern ally in Israel. There is a wavering from the current administration when it comes to Israel. They want to play things both ways, and I think that's been very detrimental to the entire region. The reality of this situation is the weakness and ineffectiveness of the foreign policy of the Biden-Harris administration has led us down this path. It started with the withdrawal from Afghanistan. It started whenever we cut off the Keystone XL pipeline and took away so much strength that we had around the world and made ourselves weaker as a country and destabilized the entire world, including the Middle East.
And again, the administration would argue that they are absolutely not funding terrorism. And we did just hear President Biden state the administration does firmly stand by Israel and has dispatched more U.S. military assets to the region than has been in the region in some years. But let me turn to something else that we heard from the former president this week. He said individuals were being denied aid in North Carolina because they voted for him. My colleague Garrett Haake pressed him, asked him where he was getting that information from yesterday. He didn't answer. Do you have evidence? Do you know where those claims are coming from?
I actually do not, but what I will tell you is that North Carolina is my home state. What has happened in the western part of the state is absolutely devastating. And I know people are hurting there right now. You saw Donald Trump yesterday in Valdosta, Georgia. He was there to survey the damage and talk to officials on the ground. I'm very happy to hear that President Biden is going to go tour some of the disaster zone himself. And I hope that they can get to people in North Carolina, Georgia, and the entire region everything they need. This is a vital situation. And unfortunately, we have seen a lot more death, I think, than predicted. So I'm not sure about any of those statistics.
And you're right. It is absolutely devastating. And I think we can all say our thoughts are with the folks in North Carolina, Georgia, all of the areas that have been impacted by the hurricane. I want to play you something that the former president said about, and he seemed to sharpen his tone a little bit as it relates to the vice president. Obviously, we know he's a self-proclaimed counterpuncher, but this is something that he said about the vice president in recent weeks. Take a listen.
Kamala is mentally impaired. Joe Biden became mentally impaired. Kamala was born that way. Okay? She was born that way. She is a very dumb person, and we can't do that. We can't do that. I don't want to be rude. I don't want to be rude. I don't want to be rude.
Lara, he also called Governor Tim Walz a, quote, moron. And I ask you this in the context of having spoken to some of his allies who say, look, they are locked in tough races for re-election. They're worried that kind of rhetoric could not only hurt him, but their chances in down ballot races. What do you say to that and to their concerns?
Yeah, I think a lot of people, Kristen, wonder what kind of a very intelligent individual, as borders are, would leave our border wide open. You would see tens of millions of people illegally come here. We've had 300,000 Americans die from fentanyl overdoses and poisoning across this country. That's coming up through our southern border. I recently went to Yuma, Arizona, and the statistic that 30% of the women who are coming up through our southern border are sexually assaulted or raped, they actually believe the people who live there, it's much higher than that. It's more like 50 or 50+%. This has been a horrific thing for our country, a horrific thing for the people who are actually making that journey. And that was Kamala Harris's number one charge. That was her number one thing that she was supposed to be doing. She was given that task by Joe Biden. And although she's trying to distance herself from that, that is pretty hard for Americans to swallow. It's hurting our educational system. It's hurting our healthcare system across this country. Ask the people of Aurora, Colorado, who've had an entire apartment complex taken over by a Venezuelan gang. It's very problematic. Officials in
that community say that's not the case. Just to be very clear.
Well, I'll tell you, whether you're looking at the southern border open, Kristen,
just very quickly,
or
border
the economy
crossings
that's hurting people, it is a disaster right now in this country. And I'll tell you who's in the White House right now. It's it's Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
You know, it's important just to point out border crossings are at their lowest level since 2019 after President Biden passed those executive actions. Fentanyl, the vast majority brought in by U.S. citizens through legal ports of entry. But let me get back to the crux of the question, because I understand the arguments you want to make. I understand we're probably going to hear that from Senator Vance tonight on the debate stage, too. But I want your take, Lara, on this language, calling Kamala Harris saying she was born mentally incompetent, saying that Tim Walz is a moron. Is that language that you think best represents your father-in-law and the Republican Party? Just the language.
Well, I'll tell you, this is Donald Trump, and he has never tried to make himself out to be anyone other than who he is. And obviously, he's kind of joking around there with the crowd at a Trump rally when he says those things. But the reality stands as to what I just said, and it does beg the question as to what the heck has been going on in that White House. What I'll tell you as it relates to the down ballot races is that Donald Trump has a history of helping all of the people, all the candidates on the Republican side of the ticket in down ballot races. He traditionally polls higher than all of the down ballot candidates, and he traditionally lifts them up. So any concerns anyone has about Donald Trump being on the ticket with them on the Republican side, I really don't buy. I think the Democrats are probably worried about losing the Senate and possibly not being able to gain any ground in the House because Donald Trump is on the ticket.
Let me ask you about a very different story out of North Carolina. The embattled gubernatorial candidate Mark Robinson, of course, recently reported that he made very controversial comments online. Your father-in-law said he, quote, didn't know the situation. But let me ask you, would you vote for Mark Robinson this November? Are you comfortable with what he posted online?
Well, unfortunately, I think it's been up to Mark Robinson to clarify anything if there's been a mistake in the reporting. And I think we'll all have to wait to hear directly from him on that. Obviously, we really haven't yet. He hasn't had the opportunity, as far as I know, to clear his name on anything. I'm not a voting citizen of the state of North Carolina. I vote in the state of Florida. And obviously, that will be up to the citizens of the state. What I can tell you is what has been alleged against him does not represent in any way the Republican Party in any way, shape, or form. And it's very disappointing to see that has come out, if indeed it is true.
Lara, you raise actually a good point, which is that we haven't, he says it's not true. And a lot of Republicans have said, okay, if it's not true, show us the evidence. Convince us that it's not true. You have just made the point he hasn't done that yet. Do you believe his denials, Lara?
I don't know that that's up to me. Again, I think it's up to him to show us, as you're just saying. And so I think we'll have to wait and see what ultimately he comes up with.
All right, Lara Trump, I know it is a very busy night for you. I appreciate your preview of the debate, a lot of what we're probably going to hear tonight on that stage, and great to see you as always.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we want to note that Michael Tyler from the Harris-Walz campaign was scheduled to join us. He had to cancel last minute, but we look forward to having him back on the show very soon. And we do have much more ahead as we count down to the debate. But first, a look back to 1992, when third-party VP candidate brought a bit of unintended comedic relief to debate night. Take a listen.
Admiral Stockdale, your opening statement, please, sir.
Who am I? Why am I here?
Can we give Admiral Stockdale a chance to jump in here if he wants to, or if
I
he
would
dares
like to get in. I feel like I'm an observer at a ping pong game.
Admiral Stockdale, it's your turn to go.
No, I didn't have my hearing aid turned on. Tell me again.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
And welcome back. The vice presidential debate will kick off in just over 4 hours. At the same time, we're watching breaking news, of course, out of the Middle East and the ongoing hurricane recovery and a U.S. port strike that could potentially strain the economy. At midnight, tens of thousands of longshoremen went on strike, shutting down major ports along the East and Gulf coasts. The union is seeking pay raises and limits on automation at ports. Experts say the work stoppage could rattle supply chains and raise prices for consumers, and it could cost the economy up to $4.5 billion a day. And of course, this is coming as voters say the economy is their top issue. Joining me now to look ahead to tonight's debate is we will have Simone Sanders Townsend coming up, who's co-host of The Weekend on MSNBC and former senior advisor to Vice President Harris. And we do have Republican strategist Matt Gorman. Matt,
how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good.
You are going to carry us until Simone joins us in motion. Yes. Let's start right there. And this really what can only be described as an extraordinary backdrop.
Yeah.
The escalations and tensions that we're seeing in the Middle East today, the port strike, and of course, the hurricane response, which both sides are using to make political.
Slow news day, absolutely,
right.
yeah. And look, on a very tactical level, the Vance and Walz teams are huddling, I can almost guarantee you, because what they thought was going to be the first question, or first maybe two questions 2 days ago, I'm sure they're going to be very different now. They need to have answers to all of those things. So I think they're certainly doing some last-minute debate prep there. But you're right, this longshoreman strike is very concerning if they don't get this fixed in time. You're seeing anecdotal reports online of, things not being able to be found in stores even this quickly.
Yeah. What did you make of what we heard from Lara Trump? One of the things I found fascinating, it was a clear preview.
Yes.
I think of what we're going to hear from Senator JD Vance. You heard her lean into the economy. You heard her arguments on foreign policy. And I anticipate that's a little bit of a blueprint for exactly what Vance is going to say tonight. And Governor Tim Walz is going to have to be ready to parry those attacks that are going to come his way.
Yeah, absolutely. Just in the last, say 4 to 6 hours, you've seen the Trump campaign take a very proactive stance on attacking the Harris campaign on Iran and really making that very clear contrast. Now, look, the Vance foreign policy might be a little different than a lot of Republicans, but he will have no kind of trouble lining up on this. And I thought you're right, whether it was Lara Trump and then Kelly and Garrett earlier in the show, you're seeing a lot of previews of where this is hopefully to go. I thought it was very interesting that when Kelly was talking about how Walz is going to try and stay in a silo and almost in a way ignore the attacks.
Yeah.
We'll see if that can happen.
That will be fascinating because as you and I have actually been talking about, Vance is pretty good at parrying attacks and he's good at flipping the switch. We saw that in one very notable moment from one of his debates with Tim Ryan, in which Tim Ryan tried to accuse him basically of supporting replacement theory. Senator Vance, or he wasn't senator at the time, candidate Vance at the time, revealed he had biracial children. He flipped the entire conversation around on its head. He is known for being a pretty skilled debater, even though he's trying to lower expectations.
I'm so glad you brought that circumstance up because that was a scenario where they didn't preview that attack in advance. It wasn't something that Vance had really rebutted any of those criticisms before in the campaign trail. They saved that for the stage on the night of the debate. I'm really curious, and what I'm looking for, kind of talking to some of the Vance team, do they do something similar? And again, in talking with some of the folks that are close to Vance, he's very aware of some of the vulnerabilities. He's very aware of the challenge he has when it comes to, his image and favorabilities. And so he's not going to shy away from that. I also understand that what I kind of hear the word is disarm. He's going to try and disarm some of the critiques and make that contrast, as you heard a little bit with Garrett, contrast 4 years of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and the 4 years of Donald Trump.
Well, you know, it's interesting, Matt, because if you look at the polls, one of Senator Vance's biggest challenges heading into tonight is that of all of these 4 candidates, he has the lowest favorability ratings. In fact, the highest negative ratings of our NBC poll for a vice presidential candidate in our poll's history. What does he need to do to try to reverse that? Does he need to try to reverse that? Garrett says that's not really his focus.
You know, I was on Meet the Press right before JD was picked, and I talked about what he needed to do was really remind the world that he was, a veteran, and he was before Walz was going to be the only veteran of the 4. Back then, Biden was on the ticket, and he needs to kind of go back to basics a little bit. You know, his announcement, by just nature of the fact that Biden was struggling at the time, it got sandwiched in between Joe Biden's struggles and the convention. So he needs to, in a way, as best as he can, reintroduce him to the American people, but more importantly, the casual political observer, the person who doesn't obsess over it, but might tune in tonight.
Well, since you're so good at having your political analyst hat on, keep it on for Governor Walz, because in talking to Democrats, they say, quite frankly, their big concern, and you referenced this, is the fact that he hasn't really been in unscripted moments. This is going to be his biggest stage yet. It's going to be an unscripted moment. The stakes could not be higher, in part, Matt, because this is effectively like the start of the closing arguments for both of these campaigns.
If I were the Tim Walz folks, I would go back and look at the Joe Biden and Paul Ryan debate as a template, where in 2012, nobody thought that Paul Ryan was less than smart or wasn't as articulate than Joe Biden. They all thought he had an advantage there. But Joe Biden, frankly, just Irished him. And and I think just like Joe Biden and Tim Walz, they have high emotional intelligence. I would, if I was Tim Walz, lean into that.
Well, we have
hello.
A special guest. Simone Sanders Townsend. Hello. Thank you for being here, Simone.
Absolutely.
Can you pick up on where Matt just left off? Because we were talking about the fact that the challenge tonight for Governor Walz is that he hasn't been seen in a lot of unscripted events. He's got high favorability ratings. But again, it's that test of, is he going to be nimble, especially against a Senator Vance, who quite frankly is pretty good at throwing a punch?
I mean, he's a good debater, Senator Vance is. I would also argue, though, that while Governor Walz doesn't have a lot of national debate experience, I mean, the man was a high school teacher and a football coach. And so one could argue he built his oratorial skills in the Lions Den. But, I think that the biggest challenge for Governor Walz and frankly, JD Vance tonight are, in fact, a lot of focus is going to be unusually on the people standing on the stage. Usually, vice presidential debates are what they say. They're inconsequential. They're not statistically significant. This one is. And he's going to have to do the really important job, because a lot of voters still say they want to know more about Vice President Harris's policy, not getting mucked down in the back and forth, and still finding ways to pivot and talk about her policy, bringing it back to her, while also ensuring he has good answers on things like military service. And then what I'm seeing now about his trips to China and Hong Kong and Tiananmen Square is like, what is going on prior to the debate?
Matt, pick up on that point. I mean, Simone, I think, raises a key thing that we all need to be thinking about tonight, which is that this vice presidential debate takes on a whole new meaning. How much impact do you think it could have on the top of the ticket?
In the era of I'd say the last 10 years, when candidates really rely more on friendly media and really talk to their bases, debates have become bigger because they're one of the few times where, if you think of the campaigns as parallel train tracks, it's where the train tracks converge, right? And that is, I think, why it's not just you're talking to your bases or the hardcore political junkies, you're talking to the casual person. I think that is very interesting. And to go back to the point you made before, why JD and his team were very careful about going and doing Sunday shows with people who they thought could moderate tonight. Obviously, Margaret Brennan will be part of the moderator.
He's familiar with them now.
Very familiar. It gives you a little bit of prep.
That's a really fascinating point. Simone, look, one of the things that remains unanswered about a Harris administration is, how is she different from President Biden? She says, I'm not President Biden. Also, what is she going to do on day one? Do you think that Governor Walz needs to come ready to fill in some of those blanks that folks say they still have when they think about Vice President Harris?
Look, I don't think you're going to hear anything new from Governor Walz tonight, because the vice presidential debates are not where you break the news.
That's true.
There are some rules when you're the VP and you're going into, or the running man, you're going into a debate. One of the rules is carry the top of the ticket's message, contrast that is anchored in that message, and do no harm. And so that is Governor Walz's job tonight. But on top of that, he's got a little extra to do. Again, he's going to have to give some good answers on his own. He might be asked about why he hasn't done a lot of media interviews. And then obviously, given what is happening with Iran and Israel and Iran's missile strikes, I think the foreign policy questions might bubble up to the top in this debate just because of the climate that we're all in. And so I have no doubt that he is ready to maybe answer those questions. But will the answers be forceful? How you deliver the answer, debates are part policy, part performance. And the performance piece is key.
Now we have about 30 seconds left. On the point of do no harm, we know Senator Vance has at times gotten ahead of Donald Trump. He even said to me in my last interview with him, I've learned my lesson. I'm not going to speak for him.
Yeah.
Do you think he has to be careful about that tonight?
I don't think it's in the forefront of his mind. I think it goes back to his economy, immigration. If those are the takeaways from Vance coming out of the night, it's a good night for him.
All right, you guys. Great conversation. Thank you, Matt and Simone. Appreciate it. Well, before we go, today we are wishing former President Jimmy Carter a very happy 100th birthday. The White House is celebrating the milestone with this birthday display on the North Lawn, and celebrations and tributes are also underway in Carter's hometown of Plains, Georgia. The 39th president is not only America's longest living president, he's also the first president to ever reach the age of 100. Happy birthday. We're back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. And of course, tonight, you can watch our special continuing coverage of the debate right here on NBC News Now. The news continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are just a few hours away from what could be the last major primetime moment of the 2024 presidential campaign against the backdrop of three big crises hitting all at once, both here and abroad. Here in New York, you've got the two running mates deep in debate prep right now, and boy, do they have plenty to talk about. A new escalation of hostility in the Middle East, with Iran firing hundreds of missiles at Israel in just the last couple of hours. You've got the fallout from a devastating hurricane that's killed more than 130 people and isolated thousands in Appalachia. And you've also got the impact of a longshoreman strike starting today that could paralyze East Coast ports and mean a very messy holiday shopping season. All three of these crises come with some serious political questions, like on the Middle East. Who can pitch their candidate as the rightful commander-in-chief? We are already seeing former President Trump, who's been a commander-in-chief, out with an ad blitz now against Vice President Kamala Harris, attacking her foreign policy credentials. You've got the hurricane, too. Who's the one who voters should trust in a domestic disaster? President Biden is pushing back on Mr. Trump for not telling the truth about the administration's response. And on the economy, that is the issue American voters say they care about the most. Which candidate can keep folks even-keeled during economic upheaval like this port strike? We're talking through all of these big stories and how they could play a part in tonight's debate. And let's start in the Middle East with Matt Bradley in Beirut. So, Matt, here we are now, several hours, of course, after we saw those missiles from Iran rain down on Israel. Bring us up to speed on what's happening now.
Yeah, well, now we're hearing the fallout from what was a paradigm shift in this fighting that has been going on now for 2 weeks, mostly confined to here in Lebanon. Remember, Hezbollah, which has been battered by the Israelis for the past 2 weeks, is really the main cat's paw of the Iranians when it comes to fighting against Israel. And we've seen Israel concentrating its fire here. More than 1,000 people killed, many of them civilians here in Lebanon. A huge exodus of people brought forth because of all that fighting in the south to here in Beirut and to points north. Fighting now over the border as Israel has moved in, and what they said was the first time that they had moved in over the border into Lebanon. Now it turns out, we've been hearing from the Israelis that they had actually moved over the border 70 times in the past year, none of which, it sounds like, involved actual fighting with Hezbollah. But this is, a situation that we're seeing, as we've been warning time and time again for the last year when I've been here in Beirut, that risks internationalizing, risks regionalizing this conflict. And now, Hallie, we're really getting a taste of what that looks like. We saw back in April when the Iranians and the Israelis were fighting back and forth and that unprecedented exchange of missile fire. Now we're really seeing something that goes beyond a symbolic exchange of fire. The Israelis say that they're going to be retaliating. The Iranians said that this is something that, they have a legitimate reason for doing. But this looks like we have not, by far, heard the end of this tonight.
When you bring it back to what's happening here at home, Matt, we have now some new reaction from Vice President Harris making comments about this literally in the last couple of minutes, saying that she condemns this attack unequivocally. We've also heard from President Biden on the issue of what's happening between Iran and Israel in the last little bit here. Let me play that.
Based on what we know now, the attack appears to have been defeated and ineffective. And this is testament to Israeli military capability and U.S. military. It's also a testament to intensive planning between the United States and Israel to anticipate and defend against the brazen attack we expected.
Talk through, Matt, that nexus between what's happening where you are and what's happening back here at home in D.C. and in New York.
Yeah, I mean, this is a situation that the Biden administration has been trying time and time again to avoid. All of the headlines have been talking about all of the negotiations about the Israelis and Hamas in the Gaza Strip, which has been taking place in different parts of the Middle East. But at the same time, the administration has really been trying through other diplomatic tracks, namely this man, Amos Hochstein, who is a top diplomat of the Biden administration. He's been trying, moving between Tel Aviv and Jerusalem and here in Beirut, to tamp down this kind of low-level fighting that's been going on for a year between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. Now it looks like those diplomatic efforts have failed. And, one of the things that has really shown through here is that Washington no longer has the traction on Jerusalem and on the Netanyahu administration that it might have had maybe a couple of months ago, maybe at the beginning of this on October 7th when, Joe Biden gave Netanyahu a bear hug and said that he was getting our full support. Now it looks like Washington's urging to step back from the brink is falling on deaf ears here in the Middle East.
Matt Bradley live for us in Beirut tonight. Matt, thank you very much. We talked about those three major crises that are right now impacting this race for the presidency. I want to bring in George Solis in Asheville, North Carolina, because you, George, are at the epicenter of one of them. It is a staggering number of people who have been killed by this storm across multiple states, at least 130 people, 40 of them in the county where you're standing right now, and the water is still a big concern.
Yeah, Hallie, I would say it is the largest concern here in Asheville and the surrounding region. It is still off in a lot of places and no real direct timeline on when services will be restored. Behind me, you might be wondering what you're looking at. That is a 6,000-gallon water tank there for residents that are in dire need of water. They've been filling with these items called bladders for people to take with them for whatever they might need. Some people looking to volunteer here to help and give their time. Others looking to take some of these water to some of those hardest hit regions where people don't have any access. Yesterday, we pressed the FEMA administrator about the resources that a lot of people have said aren't here on the ground. The FEMA administrator telling me, look, we're not going to sugarcoat it. This is a really big task, but we are trying to get to as many communities as possible. I pressed her about her commitment to stay here through the duration. She said, look, we're going to be here until the job is done. But on the other side of that, Hallie, I mean, there's still a lot of roads that are closed, areas that a lot of first responders haven't been able to reach. It is really just a catastrophe. Aside from that, we are starting to see some of the humanity here. Not long ago, we spoke to the owner of a Mellow Mushroom Pizza shop here in downtown. His name was Jerry Mahon. Lines around the building, people looking for free food. And so that is what he is doing. He is spending $5,000 out of his own pocket every day to give out pizza, saying, look, I'm going to be here because this is so much bigger than about this catastrophe. We're not going to let it defeat us, and I'm going to feed as many people as possible as long as I can, because that is what this community is about. So again, these little pockets of resiliency that are starting to pop up amidst all this travesty, all of this destruction. And again, just hearing some of the stories from some of the people that we're hearing, Hallie, are truly remarkable.
And George, you know it because you've been on the ground really since the start. I know speaking with you even in the last 48 hours, there was some frustration about getting the help that people needed. What are they saying now? Here we are heading into Tuesday night. Are they getting what they need from the feds, from the state, from local officials?
Yeah, and one thing I do want to highlight, it's not just the federal response. Local and state agencies have been on the ground. People coming from outside of the Asheville area. We've seen first responders from Florida, New Jersey, just to name a few, that are all coming in. Granted, it is not perfect. I mean, this was an area that while they did anticipate some destruction, some flooding from this, obviously this has become, as they say, unprecedented. But nevertheless, those resources slow to move in some cases, but they are here on the ground. And so every day, Hallie, we are seeing more choppers in the air. We're seeing more fire trucks, more first responders just mobilizing across this region. But again, the devastation here is so rampant. I honestly believe that we have only scratched the surface of some of these stories and some of these neighborhoods that are going to continue unraveling here for the weeks ahead. Hallie?
George Solis. George, it is just difficult to hear about this, and I know many weeks ahead of recovery and rebuilding, if not months or years. Thank you. Let me bring in Christine Romans now, because if all that weren't enough, you also have the sports strike that has begun now officially today. You and I talked yesterday. We thought it was going to happen. There were no negotiations set. Here it is, the potential to paralyze ports up and down the East Coast and the Gulf Coast right before an election and right before the holiday shopping season. Talk us through it.
So retailers have seen this coming, and big importers have seen this coming. So they've tried to front load as much as they can, but that can only help them for a certain amount of time, because every day that you're shut down here, you're talking about half of American imports go through these East Coast Gulf ports. I mean, it's a remarkable amount of stuff. Cars, different kinds of food, electronics. I mean, just so many different things. And we talked to a lot of small business owners who aren't like the big retailers who've been able to warehouse things for the past 3 months. They're looking for their box of goods that's on a boat right now that they need for orders that are right now they've got to fill. So there's anxiety about how long this lasts, Hallie.
How far? So when you talk about the longshoremen, right, the union, when you talk about management, you have President Biden in a statement who says, listen, the dock workers are watching for price gouging activity. Seems to be standing by them. How far apart are these two sides? Like, are we talking this could be resolved in a week and we're done? Or like, could this stretch into December?
There was a big impasse. Then they started talking last night, and then they got a 50% pay raise offer that they rejected. And now they both are sort of pretty polar opposites again here.
Regrouping, if you will.
And it's interesting. The White House position is really interesting here for me. So the White House is saying, look, we believe in collective bargaining, and we think that we've done a lot with the supply chain resiliency, that we're going to be able to get through this. We want the collective bargaining to work. And by the way, we want these shippers to understand they've made a lot of money, and these are essential workers who deserve to be compensated. So the White House is not sort of stepping in and breaking the strike, but seems to be, at least verbally, sort of on the side of the workers.
Christine Romans, we're glad to have you watching all of this. I'm surprised. I know you're heading to Bayonne, I'm sure, any minute. So thank you so much, Christine. Appreciate it. That is the figurative backdrop for you, Kelly O'Donnell, in New York City. Not far from the literal backdrop, of course, of that debate tonight between JD Vance and Tim Walz. And here they are, right? It is just after 5 o'clock Eastern. They've got T-minus 4 hours and counting before they hit the stage. What are these last few hours like, Kelly? What are you hearing from sources?
Well, the hallways here are crowded with campaign officials and Secret Service, and we know that the candidates have been preparing, and they have been doing the homework to get ready for what will be their highest profile night of this campaign, apart from their convention speeches. And that feels like a lifetime ago in terms of the political news cycle we've all been living in. So for Governor Walz and for Senator Vance, this is a chance to try to argue the case for why they were on the ticket to begin with, what they expect to do if their side wins the White House, and to try to set the terms for the remaining weeks of this campaign. It is unusual that at this point, what we know is they will get the last word, and quite literally, it'll be Senator Vance getting the last word based on the coin toss. But we hold open the possibility that things could still change yet again with maybe some other debate opportunity between Trump and Harris. But if that does not happen, tonight takes on extra importance. For the Walz side, they have been preparing not so much to talk about who Tim Walz is, but to talk about the plans Kamala Harris has if she's elected. On the Vance side, wanting to challenge Walz on some of the things that he has said over his history that they think have been less than accurate, less than truthful, trying to call him out on that, and on policies where they disagree. So there could be a chance to see some of the sparks fly between the candidates. On the Walz side, they're saying they hope to not do much of that, to not fact check from Walz to Vance, but Vance intending to try to mix it up a bit. In terms of the expectations, they have said, well, Governor Walz is not as comfortable in a debate environment. That's about trying to lower expectations questions. They say a Yale-educated lawyer like JD Vance, who's in the Senate, the place where debating is part of the job description, that he is well suited for tonight. So we'll see how it plays out. We've seen Vance on the campaign trail taking questions from reporters with an audience of supporters around him. One of the ways he's prepped, he's also had Representative Emmer playing Walz. Walz has had Pete Buttigieg playing Vance. Kelly
O'Donnell live for us there from Spin. Kelly, we'll check back in with you as we get closer and closer to this thing kicking off. Thank you. Let me go to Steve Kornacki, who's standing by for us at the big board. All right, Steve, so interesting to me when you look at sort of vice presidential debates overall and vice presidential candidates, and specifically these two, one of whom is the least popular vice presidential candidate since we started polling back in the 90s.
Yeah, I mean, pretty close to it. You're talking about JD Vance there. Let's put in perspective the image of each candidate tonight historically. You're looking back here at the last 10 elections. So that starts us in 1988. We move forward from there. And what you're seeing, you can see at the top of this list, in the 2000 election, and remember, it was a really close one. Joe Lieberman was the Democratic vice presidential candidate, Dick Cheney for the Republicans. And look at this, Lieberman 47 positive, 15 negative. That's a net 32-point positive. Cheney 49-17, net 32 positive. Together, the two most widely liked vice presidential candidates that we've seen running at the same time. Now, you get down here and you get to Tim Walz. We're doing these in sort of reverse order here. And you get to Tim Walz tonight, and he is 40% positive and 33% negative. This is our most recent NBC poll. So that is a net positive rating for Tim Walz of 7 points. Now, we couldn't fit these all on one screen, so go with me here as we work our way back.
All right, page
and you
2.
get here, there's 2004, there's Kamala Harris in 2020 when she was Biden's running mate. There's Biden when he was Barack Obama's running mate. You see, he starts the ones Biden does in 2012 who are underwater, more negative than positive, 42 negative, 40 positive. And then that takes us to our final screen. These are the lowest numbers you're going to see, and you're going to find JD Vance right here, 32 positive, 54 negative, that is a 45 negative, excuse me. That's a 13-point negative net rating there for him. The only ones that are lower here, there's James Stockdale, see the eye, Perot's running mate, 1992. Now, the thing with Stockdale is most people just didn't have an opinion of him, but those who did, there it was. That's
moment from that
one of the most famous all time. And then there's Quayle. This was when he was the incumbent vice president, Dan Quayle, in 1992. If you remember, he had the incident where he couldn't spell potato. He'd been lampooned during the 1988 campaign a lot. The Murphy Brown controversy in 1992. So he was Quayle, 26 positive, 56 negative, 30 points underwater. In terms of major party nominees in the modern times, that's the only one lower than Vance is right now.
Steve Kornacki, lots to follow there. Steve, thank you very much. Let me bring in a couple people to talk about all of this here. Let me sort of hit pause on what Steve just laid out, because I'm going to come back to you, both of you, on that. But let me go back to where we started this program, and that is on these crises. I mean, 3 huge issues that are going to impact, in all likelihood, this vice presidential debate tonight. And none of these issues, maybe save for the economy, are really in the wheelhouse of either of these candidates. Foreign policy, for example, a hurricane response, for example. Let me start with you, Jen, and how you think Tim Walz is going to handle the likely inevitable questions he's going to face on some of these issues.
Well, they're obviously different, to state the obvious. I mean, he has been a governor. He is a governor. So handling questions about hurricane and emergency response, I think he's very well equipped to do that. I think the Middle East as a backdrop right now and what we're all watching is not ideal for Tim Walz.
What's so interesting, too, is there was going to be a moment when perhaps Tim Walz was going to have the first word on this campaign publicly about the missile strike from Iran and Israel, until Vice President Harris came out just moments ago and made her statement publicly about that, too.
I bet that was planned. Because, one, it's important for her she's running to be the commander-in-chief. It's important for her to be out there and being the commander-in-chief, or being the commander-in-chief in training. I will say for Walz, what's challenging is that his superpower is his folksy relatability. That's not, he shouldn't be, nor is it easy to be that folksy and relatable around a crisis in the Middle East. Yeah. Also, the national security positions, national security issues are quite nuanced. It's challenging to describe what should be happening right now in a 2-minute answer. But I think if you're Walz, or if I were advising Walz, I'm giving you advice now, Tim Walz, I would say this. You got to turn it around. You got to turn it back on Trump and on Vance on leadership. and remind people that many of his members of his national security team do not feel he's prepared to be or should be equipped to be commander-in-chief. It's ultimately about leadership. Don't get into a debate up there about the nuances of Middle East policy, which is quite complicated and complex. That's my take.
Does JD Vance even want to have that debate, Hogan? Because the Middle East, regional issues there and in these conflicts, they're not a common part of his speech when he's out on the stump talking with voters here. He's not necessarily a foreign policy forward senator where he is.
Right, but a lot of the conversation that JD Vance has is talking about the failed, the radical, the weak leadership of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. He can point around the world and say, listen, we didn't have these wars breaking out all over the place when Donald Trump was in office. And while there are plenty of people that Donald Trump worked with who don't want to support him now, the fact remains we were a more peaceful world when he was the president of the United States. What's fascinating to me is as both of these people try and, put the ire or put the focus back on the other person and the other person's person at the top of the ticket, rather, it could ultimately be, with the entrenched political beliefs of both the right and the left, an outside force that really tips the scale in favor of either one of these candidates. You're talking about the Middle East. You're talking about the flooding going on after the hurricane.
You've got the
so these
truck,
outside, this outside force could really tip the scales in this election.
But that's why they call it an October surprise, right, Jen? I mean, in various different contexts. It's the unknown, if you will.
But that's right, and it's about how you were equipped and how you project to the American public you're equipped to deal with it. Now, remember back in 2008, I don't think anybody would have characterized Barack Obama as the person who was the economic expert, right, in the race. He was new to the Senate. He was described and attacked as being inexperienced. But people who were voting felt he was connecting with them about what they were experiencing, what they were living, right? And that was how he won that election, because the economy became the number one issue. So part of it is about Tim Walz also not losing the core of who he is and how he connects with people, which again is his superpower. It's just how do you do that when you're describing very complex, big global issues.
So then for two people who have been on campaigns, for two people who have been in the White House, what are you watching for tonight? What do you think the key to success is for the Republican candidate here, JD Vance?
I think JD has to point out the fact that the people out there in this country who feel pain right now, it's been caused by Kamala Harris and ultimately Tim Walz. Because look, Tim has put policies in place in Minnesota that Kamala Harris wishes she could put in place from the federal level. So he's the embodiment of her radical policy. Pointing that out to the American people is important. You also talked about his popularity. I think it's a good opportunity for him to kind of reintroduce himself to the American people because he got slapped so hard coming out of the gate with the cat lady comment and other things. So he has an opportunity to do that as well. But he needs to criticize Tim Walz, too. Again, linking them together as best he can, making the spotlight be on them and their failed policies, and they're the reason you're hurting out there is key for both of them.
So, Jen, you just saw those three keys to success as per Hogan Gidley. What are the Jen Psaki keys to success for Tim Walz?
Well, I think for Tim Walz, they've reportedly been calling debate prep
Camp North Star.
Camp North Star, which feels like it's out of the West Wing, but it is very smart because the thing is, Tim Walz.
Explain that. They're calling it that because they feel like he's going to follow his moral compass.
That he should follow his moral compass. Don't try to be something you're not. Try to be exactly who you are. He propelled himself onto this ticket by being great on TV, being relatable, and making the term weird happen, as he described the Republican ticket. That's who he needs to be on the stage. He also needs to remember they're proxies for the people who are their running mates. Ultimately, people vote by who's on the top.
Right.
So it is about tying Vance to Trump. And specifically what I think they're going to do, and we'll see, is Project 2025, which they've tied Vance much closer to than even Trump, is to remind people, this is a little bit of a flipping the script from what they were doing for months, that Trump is nearly 80. Vance is a person who is very smart. He's Ivy League educated. He wrote the forward for Project 2025. He's going to pull the strings. That's what's going to happen here. We'll see if they do that, but that's what I'm hearing they're going to try to do.
Jen Psaki, Hogan Gidley, thank you both very much. We'll be talking again throughout the night as we get closer and closer to this showdown. Appreciate it. We're going to talk to some folks close to the candidates. In fact, one of them who played the role of the opponent in debate prep will be joining us live in just a second. Plus, what we're learning about Americans now trying to get out of Lebanon as we're continuing to follow this breaking story out of the Middle East. Don't go anywhere. We got a lot more coming up in just a sec.
have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We are back now with more live coverage here on NBC News Now as the first and only scheduled vice presidential debate gets set to kick off in, just looking at my clock, the next 3.5 hours or so. I'm joined now by Democratic Congresswoman from Virginia, Jennifer McClellan, a member of the Harris campaign's National Advisory Board. Congresswoman, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
All right, give me a sense. Take us inside Governor Walz's head here, how he's feeling. Have you spoken with him recently? What's he up to?
He's been a little busy with debate prep, so I haven't spoken with him, but he is focused on building on the excellent job that Vice President Harris did, showing the stark contrast between a Harris-Walz administration that would be a new path forward, focusing on fighting for the American people, building an economy that leaves no one behind, no matter where they are, compared to Donald Trump and JD Vance, who would focus on putting Project 2025 in place, which is not what any of the American people want, who would focus on retribution against political enemies, and who have been given carte blanche by the Supreme Court to do whatever they want to implement that plan, even if it violates the criminal law.
Well, there's a potential vulnerability for the governor, which is his support, at least in the eyes of Republicans, his support for more progressive policies as governor here, his position on abortion, LGBTQ plus rights, guns, for example. How should the governor field those kinds of attacks, assuming they come up, and it is likely that they will, from Senator Vance?
Well, the governor's position on many of those issues are directly in line with those of the American people. Let's take abortion, for example. The overwhelming majority of American people supported Roe versus Wade. Donald Trump is responsible for its demise, as he brags about. The vast majority of American people want health care decisions between patients and their providers, and don't want women who are suffering from miscarriages to have to sit in parking lots until they are septic and on the verge of death before they can get the health care that they need. And that's what's happened under Donald Trump. He says it's a beautiful thing. On gun rights, the vast majority of the American people support efforts to address gun violence, which is a public health epidemic in this country. Both the governor and the vice president are gun owners, but like the vast majority of gun owners, they support common sense policies for gun safety and addressing the root causes of crime. So I don't think he's too liberal. I think he's right in line with the majority of the American people.
One of the things that you're bringing up is the issue, of course, of reproductive rights, and I know you were part of that so-called Reproductive Freedom Bus Tour, I think it was called, from the Harris-Walz campaign here. That is an issue that I would not be surprised to see Governor Walz bring up to try to make a political liability for Senator Vance. Is that your expectation here? How should he do that effectively?
Well, I think all he needs to do is talk about the fact that, as Donald Trump brags, he is responsible for the fall of Roe versus Wade. And as a result, reproductive freedom has been under attack across the country. And over 1 in 3 women live in a state that has either a ban or an extreme restriction on access to them making the best decision about when, whether, and how to become a parent, including, as we saw in Alabama, the most extreme version of these bans, preventing and banning in vitro fertilization or other fertility treatments that many Americans want to support. When given the opportunity to vote to protect in vitro fertilization, JD Vance chose not to.
Let me ask you this. One of the things that the Republicans will talk about is how much JD Vance gets out there and mixes it up, essentially, with members of the media in interview settings, on the road with reporters, et cetera. Governor Walz has done less of that, objectively, just since he has gotten named to the ticket with Vice President Harris, though. Our count is that JD Vance, you see it here, has done about 50 media appearances, Governor Walz about 8. Do you believe that hampers his ability to prepare for a critical moment like tonight when he's on a big stage with a lot of eyeballs?
I don't, because Governor Walz has been talking to the American people, meeting them where they are, not just through the mainstream media, but through social media, in their communities, and recognizing that more Americans get their information from a wider variety of sources than ever before. But he has done media interviews as a governor, as a member of Congress, and so he's up to the task. But he is going to meet the American people where they are to introduce himself and talk about what's at stake in this election.
Congresswoman McClellan, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let me bring in now somebody from the other side of the aisle, and that is Republican Congressman Tom Emmer from Minnesota. Congressman, thanks for being back on. Good to see you.
Glad to be with you, Hallie.
You have been playing Governor Walz in debate prep with JD Vance there in that final stretch. So give us a sense. How'd that prep go? What was it like? And how's he feeling now?
Well, it was an honor to play such a small role, but my job was to be the best version of Tim Walz that JD might expect to debate. We spent about a month, myself and our team, going through every single debate Tim Walz has done in his 20 years. This guy, Hallie, is really good at debating. He's short on substance, but he has this great folksy, friendly, deflection, and then he'll randomly throw some numbers and statistics together loosely and sound extremely convincing and move right on. JD Vance, I expect, is going to wipe the floor with Tim Walz because JD Vance is all about substance. And by the way, he's going to be able to tout the success on the economy, the border and crime, world peace under Donald Trump. And Tim Walz has got the tough job of having to defend the failures of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden.
I don't know if you heard, Congressman, we were just talking with one of your colleagues from the other side of the aisle who supports the Harris-Walz team about sort of media interviews as debate prep in a way. Obviously, JD Vance has done a lot of them. That is, from my understanding, one of the reasons why he was picked to join former President Trump on the ticket, that he can get out there. The former president likes that he mixes it up with, anchors, with interviewers, et cetera. Did you do, all that said, that is still different from like a formal debate setting. Did you do full mock debate sessions as part of your prep? Is that something that JD Vance, do you think, is comfortable with?
I will let your viewers connect the dots, and I'll answer it this way because I don't want to get in front of JD Vance and his team. I actually had the entire costume on, the blue suit with the blue tie, the glasses. We literally did Tim Walz for JD Vance. And that's why JD Vance is going to be well prepared. He's wicked smart. Again, he's going to talk about the economy. Donald Trump created 7 million jobs, lowest unemployment rate in half a century. Families were making $6,000 more on average, taking home $6,000 more a year. And under this administration, 20% inflation that Kamala Harris has been at the wheel for. The average family is paying $1,200 more a month right now for the same basket of goods, and you've got a border that's wide open and crime that's rampant across this country. It's a pretty easy choice. JD's going to do a great job.
Let me bring it back to the prep piece of it, just noting, too, that inflation, as you know, is at its lowest rate in something like 3 years here. When you talk about wanting to prep, though, Senator Vance, was there one thing that you worried about? Like, was there one thing? Because you obviously took this role seriously. Honestly, Congressman, you prepped for it like it was the Super Bowl based on what you're describing here, looking at all that tape, getting into the actual, uniform, if you will. Was there one thing that you really wanted to drill Senator Vance on that you were worried about that Tim Walz is perhaps you think excels at?
First off, you can say that about inflation all you want, Hallie. The people that I represent are going to the grocery store every week. The prices
I was
have
just
not come
out doing
down.
a whole battleground piece. I get it. People don't feel like the economy is good. I get it. I'm just laying down the baseline for people.
The journalists don't want to talk about it. The people see it. What I wanted to do for JD Vance is make sure that JD Vance sees that Tim Walz is really good at this. I wanted to make sure that nobody underestimates Tim Walz, and I can guarantee you JD won't, and he's going to do a great job.
One of the things that Steve Kornacki laid out a couple of minutes ago is that Vance is among the vice presidential candidates over the course of the last several decades who has the lowest favorability rating, the lowest approval rating, if you will. I know that you like JD Vance. What does he need to do tonight to show the rest of America what you see in him, to flip those numbers around?
Well, You got to understand first, Hallie, that the more people get to know Tim Walz, the less they like him. In his last gubernatorial race in Minnesota, he barely won with just over 52%. He lost 74 of 87 counties. He got 37% in those counties. And in his own former congressional district, he lost it by almost 10 points. So the more people get to know Tim Walz and his policies, the less they like him. And I'm going to suggest to you, the more they get to know JD tonight and his substance, they're going to like JD.
Of course, on the issue of substance, we have seen in the past, and I'm thinking, for example, specifically on the issue of abortion access and reproductive rights, JD Vance says one thing, Donald Trump undercuts him, sometimes as soon as the next day on that topic. Are you confident that when Senator Vance speaks tonight, he is speaking for the campaign, the whole campaign?
The number 1 and 2 issues for the American public right now are the economy and the border. That is where the issues should be focused. Quite frankly,
you believe that
that's
he's
where
in
the
lockstep
media
with Donald Trump?
This is what people are concerned about, and JD's going to do a great job tonight talking about the success that we had when Donald Trump was in office. They broke it, and guess what? Donald Trump and JD can fix it very quickly.
All right. You talked to him today, Congressman? How's he feeling?
JD's going to do a great job tonight.
Okay. Congressman Tom Emmer, again, playing that part of Governor Walz in debate prep for JD Vance. Congressman, thank you very much for being with us. I'm sure we'll talk again soon. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Let's take you back overseas now, because as you know, we are following breaking news with the Israeli prime minister now saying Iran will pay for that barrage of missile strikes that we saw just a few hours ago. All of it as Vice President Harris, in just the last half hour or so, is throwing her full support behind Israel. This is some new sound just into us. We've just turned it around. I want to play it.
I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself against Iran and Iran-backed terrorist militias. My commitment to the security of Israel is unwavering. And let us be clear, Iran is not only a threat to Israel, Iran is also a threat to American personnel in the region, American interests, and innocent civilians across the region who suffer at the hands of Iran-based and backed terrorist proxies.
Vice President Harris there, after you see her here sitting in the Situation Room with President Biden earlier today. All of it, as we're just learning that more than 6,000 Americans in Lebanon right now are reaching out to the State Department to try to find a way to get out, with the world watching and waiting to see how Israel may respond. I want to go to Keir Simmons, who is in the region for us tonight in Doha. Keir, the U.S. State Department is also now saying that Iran's got to face some consequences for what happened today, saying that the U.S. is not ruling out the targeting, perhaps, of Iranian nuclear programs. So help us understand the possibilities. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what are the possibilities of what could come next here?
Yeah, you don't want to predict the future in this uncertain region, in these uncertain times, Hallie, but you're right. We already know now that there will be a response, or at least that's what we're being told by the Israelis, and as you mentioned, by the US. Let's just go back to what happened last time Iran targeted Israel. This direct targeting of Israel by Iran, that's one of the aspects of this that is making it, history making, is making this so unusual, and many would say so dangerous. Now, back then in April when that happened, Israel targeted Isfahan, and it targeted the surface-to-air missile batteries of Iran. Israel targeted Iran, their missile batteries. Now, those Israeli weapons, those Israeli missiles got through and they hit their target. And I think that is a really crucial aspect of this, because effectively what Israel was doing in what was really quite a limited strike was signaling to Iran, we actually have the capability to knock out your capability. We can hit you in the way that you could strike, just to make it harder for you to strike us. And when it comes to that nuclear program, we know from Prime Minister Netanyahu that he has been taking aim at that nuclear program for a long time. Will Israel at this stage conclude that it has the momentum and it has the opportunity to try to hit that program? Can Israel do it on its own? That is a very real question. It very likely would need the US to help. So you're right, we're not there yet. We may never get there, but it is something that people are talking about, and it shows you, on the one hand, what a dramatic moment we're in, on the other hand, why many talk about the dangers of escalation, because it's a big deal.
And so all eyes are going to be on, obviously, the key players here, including, of course, the president of Iran, who is going to be where you are there in Doha tomorrow, right?
Yeah, that's right. And President Pezeshkian, who is a new president in Iran, considered to be more liberal. He is more liberal. He's been indicating since he was elected that he would like to negotiate. And it's interesting, just the statement that he is making tonight, compared with, say, for example, the Revolutionary Guard, which people will know is the military side of the Iranian regime. They are the hardliners. They are talking about, well, if Israel responds, we will carry out a crushing defeat. The president of Iran is saying something similar, but he is calibrating a little bit and being a little less aggressive in his language. And I think that shows you, and it's an important point to keep in mind as all of this plays out, that there are divisions within Iran. There are different views about how to handle this. And there are real concerns about what happens from the Iranian point of view if they end up in a confrontation with the US, because they know they would not do well in that situation.
Keir Simmons live for us there in Doha. Keir, thank you very much. When we come back, we're following all of those developments from the Middle East, and we're following what's about to happen right here in New York City from the location you're looking at, of course, that vice presidential debate, with our look at some of the most memorable moments from past debates and how those have or have not shaped the race.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Mideast Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Emmer, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
So tonight's vice presidential debate doesn't have the marquee names on the ticket, right? That would be Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. But still, vice presidential debates have taken the spotlight in years past. Some of those famous or infamous clips that have stolen the show and stuck in voters' heads. We're looking back at some of them from years past. Watch. The supporting roles stepping into center stage tonight, with vice presidential debates only becoming a thing in the last 50 years. The first in 1976, when Walter Mondale faced off against Bob Dole in attack mode.
The pardon of Richard Nixon is behind us. Watergate's behind us.
I think Senator Dole has richly earned his reputation as a hatchet man tonight.
That phrase, hatchet man, tied to Nixon, with the country still reeling from Watergate.
Two candidates now coming on stage.
In 1984, more drama on the VP stage when Congresswoman Geraldine Ferraro dressed down then VP George H.W. Bush.
Let me help you with the difference, Ms. Ferraro, between Iran and the embassy in Lebanon.
Let me just say, first of all, that I almost resent, Vice President Bush, your patronizing attitude that you have to teach me about foreign policy.
Ferraro, the first woman to appear on a VP debate stage, but not the last. Vice President Harris, for example, in 2020, facing off against Mike Pence.
And I want to add, Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking.
But of all the issues raised, few landed like the fly on Pence's head.
You know vice presidential debates are boring when a fly shows up and the entire internet loses its mind.
The most watched VP debate ever, that belongs to former Alaska Governor Sarah Palin.
Nice to meet you. Hey, can I call you Joe? Okay, good. Thanks.
Alongside then Senator Joe Biden.
Oh, man, it's so obvious that I'm a Washington outsider and someone just not used to the way you guys operate.
That face-off pulling in more viewers, nearly 70 million, than the presidential showdowns that year between Barack Obama and John McCain. But maybe no debate moment is more memorable than Senator Lloyd Bentsen pouncing on Dan Quayle's youth as the 41-year-old Indiana senator compared himself to John F. Kennedy.
I have as much experience in the Congress as Jack Kennedy did when he sought the presidency.
I served with Jack Kennedy. I knew Jack Kennedy. Jack Kennedy was a friend of mine. Senator, you're no Jack Kennedy.
Aligned with such lasting power, Mr. Biden pulled it out 24 years later against another young up-and-comer, Paul Ryan.
Jack Kennedy lowered tax rates, increased growth. Ronald Reagan.
Now you're Jack Kennedy.
Ronald Reagan.
Tonight, the biggest goal may be an introduction to America, with both probably hoping for a better one than independent James Stockdale's in 1992's one-of-a-kind three-way race.
Your opening statement, please, sir.
Who am I? Why am I here?
And that introduction is probably pretty important to a couple of candidates, with recent polling showing that about 1 in 5 or 1 in 4 voters still do not know enough about them to make a decision on whether or not they like them. Keep in mind, this is likely their last chance to make an impression in front of the biggest audience they'll have before Election Day. Coming up here on the show, what the closing arguments could look like in what may be that final debate.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We are back with our special vice presidential debate coverage right here on NBC News Now, live from New York City, where that debate will kick off just a few blocks from here, a few hours from now. All of it as the candidates are getting ready to lay out their closing arguments. Here we are, October 1st. We got a month and 4 days to go. Molly Ball and Tara Palmieri are here. Not that we're counting, guys. No biggie. Molly is a senior political correspondent for the Wall Street Journal. Tara, senior political correspondent with Puck News. So if this is, in fact, the last big primetime moment, what are you looking for? What do these candidates need to do? We don't know that it is. We know Donald Trump has said he doesn't really want to debate. Kamala Harris has said I kind of do. But let's see.
I think both of the candidates are going to aim to fill the void around Kamala Harris, right? A lot of voters, those swing voters, whatever the 6% in the battleground states that will define this election, a lot of them say they still don't know who she is. I mean, she's run a very short campaign. Walz will try to fill in the in the gap in his folksy Midwestern way. He'll try to tell her life story through his frame, and JD Vance will try to tell the story as if she's a dangerous extreme liberal, right? And this isn't about if this debate goes right for either party, Kamala Harris's campaign and Trump's campaign. It shouldn't be about the two on stage. It should be about their bosses. And if they get in a tit for tat, it's kind of a waste of time for both of them, because Trump is going to want JD to hit Kamala, and Harris's team is going to want them to hit, Trump. So, and the big gap right now is the view on Kamala, right? She was the change agent, and she successfully proved that after the first debate. That was her goal, was to prove that she was change. But what kind of change? And this debate is all about showing what kind of change.
Then it's always said, right, Molly, like, do no harm for a VP debate, protect the principle. Like, that is sort of goal 1, 2, and 3, beyond maybe like an introduction, as we just talked about for Tim Walz and for JD Vance to America on the biggest stage that either of them have ever had.
I think that's right. I do think that both of them have, on the most basic level, as Tara was saying, they're trying to move those last few undecided voters off the fence in whichever direction. And I think as well, the stakes are a bit higher for this than a normal VP debate. Number one, because the race is so close that any bit of information that moves those voters in any direction is meaningful. And number two, I think they both have a mission of sort of reassurance, right? Voters do have a lot of questions about Kamala Harris, about who she is and how she would govern and whether they can trust her. They have a lot of questions about Donald Trump as well. They view his temperament, they view him as erratic. So to the extent that either, Vance can reassure voters that in much the way I think Mike Pence did when he was on the ticket, that there was a sort of steady hand who would be in the White House with Trump, and with Walz as well. I mean, the fact that these men are both Midwesterners, both speaking for a ticket that comes from the respective coasts, they are trying to give some reassurance from the heartland that they can be, to coin a phrase, normal and not weird, and that they to give voters something that they can relate to. You
also have on this point sort of this dueling ad blitz. We see it a lot. We're seeing it again. You've got Vice President Harris out now in her campaign with an ad going after the sort of now infamous concepts of a plan as it relates to Healthcare with former President Trump. Former President Trump is going after her on foreign policy. And as Molly points out, we had this moment here where that is really front and center here. How do you think that plays into the closing arguments over the next 4 or 5 weeks?
Well, foreign policy is really like a metaphor for leadership, right? Because I think a lot of Americans generally don't go out and vote based on foreign policy. They vote on domestic policy. But the feeling is that the person who's in the White House, if they can't keep the problems abroad at bay, how are they supposed to, impact your paycheck, your pocketbook, your ability to protect your family, your healthcare costs, all of that. And so I think that is front and center. And if you have, and I think JD Vance will probably attack Tim Walz on this because essentially he'll try to say that his boss is the incumbent, right? She's in office right now, and he'll claim that Trump had a more muscular position on Iran, and that'll be their position. But again, this is all about leadership and competency. And Tim Walz will, in a folksy way, try to beat that back. It's going to be like the battle of who's like a bake-off or something like that in the Midwest, like a backyard bake-off. But obviously,
like big dad energy debate.
Exactly. What type of masculinity do you like more? Do you like the coach more or the bro? So it's kind of an interesting game because they as much as it's not about them, it is about them. They are on the stage. Who do you like more? And JD has likability issues right now.
I do think there's a sense that any kind of chaos in the world helps Trump, fairly or not. Certainly, those of us who were conscious when he was president remember his term as rather chaotic. But he has used this, and he did this.
What are you, tamale? No, I don't know. Yeah.
A bit tumultuous, just a tad.
Sure.
But he did this in 2016 as well. When you remember, there were terrorist attacks on the eve of the election, and that was part of his argument to say the world is on fire, the world is out of control. I alone can fix it. I am the agent, ironically, of stability. responsibility. And so I think that is going to be part of the Vance argument as well. We hear Trump say over and over again, and it's impossible to disprove, that none of this would have happened if he was still president. And so I think it's going to be on Tim Walz to try to articulate the case for this administration's foreign policy that may not be as intuitive to people when they look at what's going on in the world and are frankly quite alarmed.
Just really quickly before I let you go, obviously these presidential debates, when we see the actual top of the ticket come on, are usually followed by a fundraising boost for both of the candidates. The fundraising piece of it is kind of interesting here. Candidates have raised money. Now they've got to spend it, right? They're trying to direct their funds where it can be most useful. Talk us through some of that, because that is always someplace, I think, to look. Like, where are they spending money? Where are they not spending money?
Well, the Trump campaign is certainly spending a lot of money in North Carolina right now. They've got a problem. Some polls shows them up just by 2 points. Democrats haven't won North Carolina, as we know, since 2008, but they've got a big problem in Mark Robinson, right? They've got to hope that these split ticket voters come out. The demographics have changed in North Carolina. Got a lot of moderates from New York, New Jersey coming down, and the research triangle might impact them. So they're spending money in states they wouldn't normally have to spend money, and they're blitzing it, targeting men there. And the Harris campaign has a huge cash advantage, which, you know.
We just showed some of the numbers, Molly, too, there on that front.
Yeah, I mean, that has been the defining dynamic since Kamala Harris took over the ticket, is just the flood of money that has come to the Democratic ticket and all of the Democratic operations. And that means that they can spend everywhere, and that the Trump campaign may have to make decisions about where they want to spend versus just being able to blanket the airwaves. But at this point, you want that cash on hand number to be going down. You don't want money in the bank when you get to November 5th.
November 6th, it really doesn't matter as much. Molly, Tara, thank you both very much. Appreciate it. Coming up here, what people in one of the key swing states are telling our team about what they would like to see from both of the candidates you're looking at now. That's coming up in just a sec. We are live tonight inside the CBS Broadcast Center, where in just a couple of hours, looking at the clock, maybe 3 hours from now, we are going to see a lot going down. A lot of people from those key battlegrounds likely will be watching to see what happens. Will it move the needle? That's the big question. Let's go to one of our reporters in the field now, as former President Trump is in the swing state of Wisconsin. Shaq Brewster is traveling with him. Shaq, talk us through it. What are you hearing from folks? Because we know how high the stakes are in Wisconsin. You've got Vice President Harris at something like 49% to Donald Trump's 47%. This is all margin of error stuff, right? I mean, this is going to be a real competitive race in a lot of battlegrounds, including where you're standing now.
Yeah, and Hallie, we heard just earlier today, Donald Trump definitely addressed that Iran attack on Israel. We heard him talk about immigration fairly extensively, but he also talked about the economy. But, I think the key thing about today's visit to Wisconsin is almost where he's going. Right now, he's in Milwaukee. He'll be having a press conference there, but he started his day here in Dane County. And Hallie, just so you understand, this is the fastest growing county in Wisconsin. It's one where you have increased voter turnout, about 90% back in 2020. And those margins are usually overwhelmingly for the Democratic candidate. So he's one of the first Republican presidential candidates to come here since the 1990s. But of course, inside of that event, it was full of his supporters, full of people who wanted to hear his message. Again, today, the focus was supposed to be mainly manufacturing and the economy. But a lot of them said that they will be watching what you were talking about, tonight's vice presidential debate. I want you to listen to a little bit of what they told me they hope to hear.
I don't know much about the VP, but I hope he does well. I think he shares the same views as Trump, and I'm all for him.
I want to hear what Governor Walz is going to talk about security. I mean, his main city in Minnesota got destroyed.
I expect them to do well and have a lot of points that they want to make.
You hear so many folks there putting that debate in the context of how they view the presidential candidates, giving a sense of who they will be focused on in the end. By the way, earlier this week, we talked about NBC News reported that Donald Trump is ramping up his campaign schedule. Donald Trump reflecting that on stage, saying that he plans to have no days off between now and Election Day. And just look at the stops that he's going to be going to just this week alone. Just leaving Georgia yesterday, you see on there Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. It's definitely the intensity picking up as we get closer to Election Day, as it's now October 1st, right before, of course, the big day in November.
We're doing it. We're in October. Shaq Brewster, I know it's a month you've been waiting for like 3 years and 11 months. So Shaq Brewster, thank you very much. Appreciate it, friend, out in the field for us. That does it for us for this hour. We've got a lot more coverage picking up right now. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are just a few hours away from what could be the last major primetime moment of the 2024 presidential campaign against the backdrop of three big crises hitting all at once, both here and abroad. Here in New York, the running mates are very deep in debate prep right now. They're just a couple of hours away with plenty to talk about. A new escalation of hostility in the Middle East, with Iran firing hundreds of missiles at Israel in just the last few hours. You've got the fallout from a devastating hurricane that's killed more than 150 people and isolated thousands in Appalachia. And you've also got the impact of a longshoremen's strike starting today that could paralyze ports up and down the East Coast and mean a messy holiday shopping season. All three of these crises come with some serious political questions, like on the Middle East. Who can pitch their candidate as the rightful commander-in-chief? We're seeing former President Trump, who has been a commander-in-chief, of course, already out with an ad blitz against Vice President Kamala Harris, going after her foreign policy credentials. On the hurricane, who's the one who voters should trust in a domestic disaster? President Biden is pushing back on Mr. Trump for not telling the truth about the administration's response. And on the economy, that is the issue Americans say they care about the most. Which candidate can keep folks even keel during economic upheaval like this port strike? We're talking through all of these big stories and how they could play a role in tonight's debate, starting in the Middle East with Matt Bradley live for us in Beirut. Okay, Matt, bring us up to speed on where things stand in the region now and the bigger context of these strikes for example, U.S. influence in the region and what this means for world leaders here.
Yeah, I mean, well, we're going to talk I'm going to mention the second question or the second part first, because you're about to hear these two men in this debate trying to lay blame on each other, saying that they're the ones who could be leading the world out of this, really massive conflagration here that really has just become so much worse in just the past 24 hours. And what we're talking about right now is the end of that Iranian huge missile silo that came crashing down on Israel. And astonishingly, when you saw that footage, the Israelis say no one was killed or injured, despite what looked like raining down of these ballistic missiles all over Israel, especially targeting, major military sites. Now, the Israelis are intent on responding, and this means that the entire region, not just Israel and Lebanon, as we've been seeing for the last 2 weeks, but the entire Middle East, is hanging on the edge of what could become a region-wide war. This is the sum of all fears that I've been talking to you about for the past year, ever since October 7th, when I was here in Beirut. And we've been talking about this a lot. And, you're about to hear these two men trying to tell each other that, they would be the ones to lead this out, but the world out of this problem. The fact is that this has now become somewhat decoupled from American interests and American diplomacy. We've been hearing this from our own reporting at NBC News. On the website, we had a great story a week or two ago about this. American diplomats no longer have the traction in Jerusalem that they had a couple of months ago. And it's unclear whether or not that would be different under any other administration. This situation, it is increasingly becoming clear, may have a life of its own. And that's because this sparring match has now become so much more worse, so much, it's metastasized beyond just Lebanon and Israel. It's taken on a life of its own, and it's hard to see how any American, politician could possibly rein it in. The Biden administration has been trying so hard. The fact that this hasn't happened months before is probably because they tried and they stopped it. Now it looks as though they have no traction at all.
Well, to your point here, Matt, if people are looking at the images on the left side of their screens here and go, well, wait a second, I remember when the Iranians were raining down missiles on Israel 6 months ago. That's because that happened back in April as well. Talk through whether there are any lessons that can be learned from the aftermath of that to what's happening now.
Yeah, that's a great question, Hallie. There wasn't World War III, and we thought that there would be, right? And there wasn't. So, and a lot of that was because of the Biden administration's diplomacy. We know from the diplomats, and we know from some of the reporting, especially from, I believe it was the Washington Post was writing about this, that, they were the ones, the Biden administration, who convinced Benjamin Netanyahu not to go full hog on the Hezbollah and move into Lebanon. They were the ones who convinced Netanyahu to step back from the brink. Now, it's really hard to see how the Biden administration or any administration would be able to do that, because now we're talking about, Israel and Iran, both of them are in full-on vengeance mode. This is not the same as what we saw in April. That was really kind of symbolic. You saw those missiles getting swatted from the sky very easily, and then the Israelis responded with a kind of symbolic attack back. This one looks like there isn't going to be symbolism. This is the real deal.
Matt Bradley, live for us in Beirut. Matt, we're glad to have you there, and lots to follow, of course, over the coming days and weeks. Appreciate it. Let's take you down to North Carolina, because we talked about that trifecta of crises. Sam, you're standing in the middle of one of them, and that is the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. More than 130 people killed across 6 states. Just horrific, and the stories that you're hearing are horrific, too.
Hallie, I'm in Swannanoa right now. This is one of those outer reaches of Buncombe County where we had heard how bad and disconnected those communities were, but no one was able to reach them. Authorities just opened up Interstate 40 earlier today, so now we can get back here. This is one tiny snapshot, Hallie, as you see the water that's still standing, cars that are flipped upside down, homes that are crumbled. We saw roads buckled where chunks of them had been pulled out as if there was some sort of earthquake here. Entire parking lots just covered in feet of mud on our drive down here, which was kind of white knuckle. This is the reality right now. It helps to explain why the death toll where I am right now in Buncombe went from 40 to 57. That's the most material update that we've received so far as fatalities related to Helene. And man, Hallie, you can just expect and imagine a situation in which those numbers continue to climb. In terms of the harrowing stories that I heard from today, right now the top priorities for people, obviously electricity, but water is number one. I can't tell you how many folks I've talked to who've said I was so worried about getting my power back, but when you can't turn the faucet on to be able to brush your teeth or to wash your hands or to try to get a drink of water, it changes everything. I talked to parents who wanted water just to get their kids oatmeal. I talked to one woman whose father is on dialysis. She was plugging his oxygen machine into her car for electricity, knowing that she could take days to find another place to get him treatment. Ultimately, she did find it after 3 days. But that's just like a window into the different portraits of what people are dealing with at the moment. FEMA obviously coming under a lot of heat right now. FEMA's come out and said for the region, all of these states that are impacted, some 3,500 federal personnel that are on the ground, 1,200 urban search and rescue. But what the people want to know here is, why did it take until Monday, Hallie, to get water flowing in this area out to people, bottled water, whether you see the water tanker trucks, like these weren't there for 48 to 72 hours. That's part of the biggest crisis point that I'm hearing on the ground right now at this hour.
And this is one of those crises that is not going to be fixed, solved, recovered from anytime soon. Sam Brock, we're glad to have you there. Thanks for being on the ground. Let me bring it back to Washington here for the fallout from the other big issue we're talking about tonight, that potential economic crisis with that port workers strike. What is the deal, Monica? How much is the White House stepping in to try to get negotiations moving here as those workers are now on day one of a strike that could last for who knows how long?
Yeah, there are severe implications here, Hallie, for the supply chain, for disruption, for potential inflation going back up, for the jobs report that we'll know about a month from now. All of that is something that the White House and the Biden administration is keenly aware of, but they are really saying here that the president wants to allow for the process to play out in terms of collective bargaining. He wants the parties to be able to come back to the table and get to some kind of a solution here, because he could technically, with the stroke of a pen, interfere through some kind of legislation that exists to basically force the dock workers back to their jobs. But he's saying he's not going to do that. He's saying essentially that he, again, wants to see if they can try to carve something out here. He's saying also that this is really an important time for ocean carriers to be sure not to refuse to negotiate a fair wage for these essential workers. And he is also trying to make sure there's not going to be any price gouging that comes out of this as a result of people trying to take advantage. So that's something very important that they're tracking, as well as a major potential economic impact here, depending on the length, Hallie.
And obviously happening, just about 5 weeks before Election Day. You're getting some exclusive new reporting now as we look ahead to the vice presidential debate tonight, Monica, on a new Harris-Walz campaign ad that may give us some clues about Tim Walz's strategy tonight.
Yeah, Hallie, you and I talked about the issue of age in this campaign so often back when Joe Biden was at the top of the ticket. Now that it's Kamala Harris, for the first time, their campaign is launching an ad that's criticizing JD Vance on his record, but raising the question of Donald Trump's own age and saying that if he were to win in November, JD Vance would be the one that would be, quote, only a heartbeat away from the presidency. And they're arguing that that is something voters need to be aware of. They're criticizing who JD Vance is, which is certainly something we know that Governor Walz has been taking into account during his preparations. But it's interesting because this was something that back when it was the Biden campaign, they were shying away from this issue at times. Other times they were trying to dismiss it, even though voters had real concerns. So now they're trying to flip the script on that and say that Republicans, when it comes to Donald Trump's own age, and in this digital ad that they're unveiling tonight, you see clips of him appearing to slur his words. They're trying to raise that with some perhaps voters who are a little bit more independent or moderate who might pay attention to something like that. That's something that they're going to be trying to target Battleground voters with specifically tonight. And it may be something that you see Governor Walz talk about as well.
Yeah, and you look at the polling on that, Monica, with our new NBC poll, more than half of voters say that Kamala Harris has the better necessary physical and mental health to be president over Donald Trump. Mon, thank you. Speaking of the debate, let's bring it to where it's all happening. New York City, not exactly a battleground, Kelly, but certainly the potential for a battle, at least rhetorically and verbally tonight. Talk us through this, because you're in the spin room here. These are the last couple of hours as the candidates are presumably prepped and ready to go. I spoke with Congressman Tom Emmer, who, as you know, played Governor Tim Walz in debate prep for JD Vance. He says he's feeling good. He's ready for whatever may come, sort of talked through some of the dynamics at play. How do you see it unfolding, and what are you watching for?
Well, the best part of debate prep is being the one playing the opposing candidate, because that's nothing but fun if you love politics. So for Congressman Emmer or Pete Buttigieg, those are important responsibilities. And from what we know, both of them took it very seriously, studying tapes, looking at the predictable answers, even the syntax and the physicality of the candidates to try to help Governor Walz and Senator Vance prepare for tonight and the unpredictable of what may come. In New York, because CBS is the host and this is one of their studio locations, this is Spin Alley more than Spin Room, kind of a tight space tonight. And in a studio just around the corner from here, we've seen campaign folks already in, the Secret Services everywhere, and certainly the candidates had a chance to do a walkthrough as well. In terms of the content, JD Vance will, we expect, try to be rather on offense and maybe a bit of aggressive, pugilistic would be how the Walz side would call it, Whereas they say Governor Walz, who they portray as being less comfortable in a debate setting, even though he's done debates as a gubernatorial candidate and a member of Congress, that he will be trying to not engage so much with JD Vance, but to speak to voters. They want to be sure that he is able to connect with those voters, because they say ultimately this is a key data point, and being able to try to deal with getting the message out. They want to focus on the message and not on a confrontation. From the JD Vance side, certainly looking to impress the boss, meaning President Trump, and that will be one metric that will be able to measure, because he will be live blogging or live posting during
social media
the event tonight.
Yes, indeed. Kelly O'Donnell, live truthing, perhaps you should call it, on his Truth Social platform. Thank you very much. Let me bring in somebody who knows, of course, what the former president's response is going to be. That is Caroline Levitt, a senior advisor to the Trump campaign. Thanks for being on the show, Caroline.
Thanks so much for having me, Hallie. Great to see you.
You too. So listen, you just heard Kelly lay out, Senator Vance perhaps looking to impress the boss, quote unquote. What is Donald Trump looking for in his running mate tonight? Does he want to see an attack dog here on the debate stage going after Governor Walz?
Well, first of all, Senator Vance is focused on impressing the American people at home tonight. That's his utmost goal, and we know that he's going to achieve that goal. And President Trump knows that, too. In fact, yesterday, President Trump said he has the utmost confidence in Senator Vance. He has proven to be a fantastic running mate, and he is one of the best promoters and defenders that we have on this campaign of President Trump's vision to make this country safe, wealthy, prosperous, and secure again. There's a lot of turmoil in this country right now, an inflation crisis, an open border crisis. We had Iran launching missiles at Israel just today. I hope that will come up at the top of the debate. It certainly needs to be addressed. The American people are living in fear right now. Senator Vance will be there to assure them that he and President Trump have real plans to end the problems that Kamala Harris has created over the past 4 years.
I'm hearing from you one of the things that I've heard behind the scenes from folks close to Senator Vance, which is that he would like to focus on policy and make that pivot to policy to talk about substance as much as possible. But here's the question. He's got a running mate in former President Trump who has in the past turned around and then in some ways undercut his running mate on policy. And I'm thinking of, for example, some questions on abortion access that have come up. So let me ask you this. Are you confident that when Senator Vance speaks tonight on stage, he is speaking for the whole campaign, including his running mate?
Oh, absolutely. There is no question about it. Senator Vance and President Trump agree on the things that are most important, the principles, the values that are most important, such as, again, securing our southern border, implementing a peace through strength foreign policy approach that deters our adversaries and strengthens our relationships with our allies, and an economic plan that will put more money back into the pockets of the American people to bring down inflation and cut taxes.
Is he prepared then, the senator? You mentioned, obviously, the developing news that we have been following out of the Middle East today, which, of course, are those Iranian missile attacks against Israel. Is he prepared to address that in a fulsome way if this comes up? That is not an issue that we hear him talk about much, of course, when he's out on the stump.
Of course he will. As you know, Senator Vance served in the United States Marine Corps. He's a Marine at heart, and he deployed to the Middle East during his time of service to our country. So he fully understands the foreign policy crisis that this country is currently facing. He also understands that Iran would not be launching these missiles at Israel right now if President Trump were still in office. I think you'll hear Senator Vance talk about the deterrence policies of the Trump administration, the fact that President Trump put very tough and effective sanctions on the Iranian regime that made them broke, made them weak. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, with the support of Governor Tim Walz, lifted those sanctions, and Iran has profited nearly $90 million in oil sales since Kamala Harris has come into the White House. And so Senator Vance will talk about President Trump's success in deterring the Iranian terrorist regime and Kamala Harris's weakness, which has, of course, emboldened them, as we unfortunately saw again today.
It is a big primetime moment for both of them. It is likely to be the biggest primetime audience that either of these candidates will see this campaign. That is what happens on a debate night. Those are big nights. It comes as Vice President Harris has suggested she is ready to do another debate with your boss, with former President Trump. He has really brushed that off. Is this going to be the last time that we see any representatives from this campaign on the debate stage? In other words, is there going to be another debate, Caroline, or is this it?
Well, President Trump has said there will be no third debate. I'll let him speak on it after tonight's debate. What I will tell you is it is a big night for our campaign, and it's a big night for the country.
Okay.
And there's a lot of excitement here at Trump headquarters, and we look forward to this matchup. And I will just add one thing. Governor Walz has been in politics for 2 decades. Senator Vance has been in politics for 2 years. Tim Walz might be a little bit goofy out there on the campaign trail, but we expect him to show up tonight, and we know Senator Vance is going to show up as well. It's going to be much-watched TV, and everyone should tune in.
Just very quickly before I let you go, while we're on the topic of things that happened on television, 60 Minutes has just tweeted out literally a couple of seconds ago that apparently after initially accepting the program's request for an interview with Scott Pelley, they're interviewing both candidates, or they had hoped to, 60 Minutes says that former President Trump's campaign has decided not to participate, something that Scott Pelley will address Monday. Why, Caroline? Why did Mr. Trump pull out of that interview?
I'm sure President Trump will speak on his decision not to participate in 60 Minutes interview very soon. Hallie, I don't want to leave your audience on a cliff here, but they should stay tuned for President Trump's comments on that, but can confirm he won't be participating.
Okay, and we'll look for that. Caroline Levitt, thank you very much. Let me bring in Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell, who is joining us tonight in his capacity as a surrogate for the other side of the debate stage tonight, and that, of course, is the Harris-Walz campaign. Congressman, first of all, let's start with something that we addressed with Caroline Levitt, a spokesperson for the Trump campaign there, and that is what we've seen develop in the region, in the Middle East. What do you want to hear from Governor Walz on that debate stage tonight when it comes to this foreign policy moment that the world is watching?
Well, Governor Walz is a community servant as a teacher and a football coach, a public servant as a former congressman, but really, he has served his country from his service in the military. And so he's going to reiterate that a President Harris and Vice President Walz administration will stand with our ally Israel. We will not tolerate Iran's escalating aggression against Israel or in the region, and that, the best path forward for security in the Middle East and all over the globe is to have alliances, something that Donald Trump took a wrecking ball to when he was president for 4 years. So we need stability right now. We don't need an ill-tempered approach that Donald Trump will bring. We need someone who's going to make it clear where we stand and what we can do.
And so I wonder how much you expect or anticipate Governor Walz to make that case tonight. Do you think that he will be more of that attack dog, quote unquote, as sometimes these vice presidential candidates are, going after, for example, some of the controversies from Senator Vance, the of course, false claims about Springfield, Ohio, and the cats and dogs thing, the issues over some of the other things that Senator Vance has talked about, childless cat ladies, for example?
Yeah. Well, once Senator Vance admitted 2 weeks ago that he created the story in Springfield to try and animate the issue of immigration, he essentially has set up for Governor Walz to point out that nothing should be believed tonight that JD Vance says. But JD Vance is frankly irrelevant, other than that if an almost 80-year-old president, who'll be the oldest person elected president if Donald Trump is elected, that this person, JD Vance, could be the president, and we should look at him that way. But Tim Walz is going to paint the picture as to the consequences of getting this wrong with Donald Trump. Somebody who looks up to dictators rather than to our allies. Somebody who would put a Trump tax of 60% on the goods you consume at Walmart. So 80% of Walmart's goods come from China. So that means 4 out of 5 of the items in your shopping cart would have a 60% Trump tax if the tariffs he wants to impose are put in place. That's real talk to the American people and has real consequences if Donald Trump's elected.
Do you expect Project 2025 to be a talking point?
Well, Project 2025, JD Vance has heralded it in the past and its policies. Donald Trump is trying to run away from it, but it's his people, his supporters, who are advocating it. But it's really not about, Trump's Project 2025 as much as it is the policies in it, which would force you into a marriage that you don't want to stay in because they're going to get rid of no-fault divorces, that would get rid of the abortion pill or create abortion monitoring where pregnant women would have a tough time crossing state lines to go to a state to have an abortion. That's the freedom that's under attack here if Donald Trump is again president. And that's why Project 2025 is one of the most unpopular policies any presidential candidate has ever been affiliated with, ever.
We've talked about the prep for both of these candidates, and both of them have done the prep to get ready for what is going to be a very big stage for each of them tonight. One of the things that I've heard from folks on the other side of the aisle is that JD Vance often gets out there and does media interviews. He is, in some instances, they believe, sparring with people, whether it's reporters on the campaign trail, whether it's, people in a studio, whatever. Tim Walz has done less of that since he got onto the ticket. Do you believe that hurts his ability to be able to perform in a debate like tonight, where there will be those impromptu moments?
Leaders rise to the occasion, and this is a moment tonight, and you're going to see the Tim Walz that I've known as a colleague in Congress, somebody who's what you see is what you get. I can tell you, Hallie, as someone whose locker was next to Tim's at the gym for many years, that he's a man of principle. I remember one day as we were leaving the locker room at the gym, we had a tough vote where some of the Democrats in Congress who were in Republican districts were worried about their vote and whether they're going to have to vote for a Republican bill. And I asked him whether he was sweating this vote or not, and he looked at me and he said, Eric, if I just vote the way that I think Republican constituents want me to vote so I get reelected, then they'll figure out they can just elect a Republican. He said, I'm going to vote my principles, and I think they trust me to do the right thing. That is revealing in Washington, and it's also quite unique. And that's why I think he was picked, is because he is a man of character and a man of principles, and he's going to be a terrific partner for Kamala Harris.
We'll all be watching tonight. Congressman Eric Swalwell, thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate you coming on the show.
My pleasure.
Coming up, we've got a lot more coverage of what could be the last big primetime moment of this 2024 presidential campaign, as you are taking a look now where it's all going down right here in New York City, not too far from where I'm sitting. We'll be right back with much more in just a sec. We are back now with continuing coverage, of course, as we get closer and closer to that vice presidential debate coming up now. Looking at my clock, in just about 2.5 hours, Steve Kornacki. Hi, friend.
How you doing?
I feel like we're going to get used to these positions quite a bit. You at the big board, me asking you to explain everything. Give us a sense as we head into this night. It is October 1st. Here we are, right? Closing stretch, final month. Where does the race stand right now? Give us the state of play.
Yeah, I guess a couple ways to look at this first, Hallie. We'll show you the national polling average, all the major national polls that are out right now. Kamala Harris with a 49-46 advantage over Donald Trump. Now, put this in some perspective. The two previous times that Trump ran, in 2016, on this same day against Hillary Clinton, he trailed in the national poll average by 3 points. And on this same day in 2020, running against Joe Biden, Trump trailed in the national average by 7 points. And remember, he lost the year he trailed by 7. He won in 2016, a 3-point gap in the polling and a 3-point gap close to that on Election Day. And the popular vote was not enough, was enough for him to win through the Electoral College. So this looks like to him a lot like 2016 looked.
And then talk me through tonight as we look ahead to the relative popularity or perhaps unpopularity of both of these vice presidential candidates, Steve.
Yeah, and I forgot we did have the state averages in between here, but let's take a look here at the popularity. That's the story for Walz. Excuse me, I'm all over the place here. I apologize.
Can I just be honest with you? I threw this question at Steve with like 1 second. I'm sorry. I know you got to get the board ready.
And we got it.
Okay, it's here.
It was a little delayed, but here we go. We appreciate everybody knowing exactly what went down there. So Tim Walz right now has a 40% positive and a 33% negative rating. And what you're seeing here, these are obviously Kamala Harris right now, Joe Biden, Trump, Vance. And look at the bottom. Vance at 32% favorable, 45 unfavorable. What that means is he has a negative 13-point favorable rating, 13 points underwater. Walz is positive 7. This 13-point negative net rating, that's the second worst in modern times for a major party vice presidential candidate in our polling. So between these two, the one who has more image repair to do tonight is JD Vance.
That's super interesting. Steve Kornacki, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. Let me bring in some folks to talk about some of this here. Former Senator Claire McCaskill and Republican strategist Joe Pinion, who is with us as well. Senator, you're at the Spin Room, right?
I am.
How is it?
I would call it a spin. I would call it a spin coffee shop.
Spin closet. Got it. Well, I'm going to
very small.
Let me put you on pause for a second. I just want to make sure I knew where you were because I'm like, there she is. Where's she coming from? Joseph, let me start with you here because Steve just teed it up, right? The idea that JD Vance does not have a lot of goodwill right now from the American people. What does he need to do to flip those numbers around that Steve just talked through?
I think he needs to tell the American people the truth, which is that I don't need you to like me, and I don't need you to like Donald J. Trump. But the reality is that when President Trump left office, we were not looking at an expansive war in Europe for the first time since World War II. We were not looking at Iran firing rockets into Israel. We certainly weren't looking at the leader of Haiti being assassinated while the U.S. intelligence had no idea. And we weren't looking at what we have seen all across our southern border, which is a complete and unmitigated disaster. And so I think those are the issues. Do you want a country that is going to function? Do you want a country where we will not have American sons and daughters being sent off to a new war? Or do you want to be embraced with this kind of joy that is devoid of the actual substance of things that the American people are struggling with right now the most?
Well, Senator McCaskill, question to you then, right? What does Governor Walz need to do tonight, do you think, to walk out of here feeling like he has accomplished what he needs to?
Yeah, listen, I just think Tim Walz needs to be Tim Walz. He's pretty darn authentic. He comes across as very relatable. He doesn't use fancy words. He communicates very clearly. He isn't a Yaley. He isn't a hedge fund guy. He didn't get to the Senate on the back of a billionaire who gave him $20 or $30 million. He's somebody that I think most Americans will relate to. I think that's really important. And I think the policy stuff is important, too, because it's the Harris-Walz campaign that's talking about how they can help people in America, not how they can promote Donald Trump. And this is a guy who went from saying horrible things about Donald Trump to saying he's my guy. So you question whether or not there's really a core there.
That's an interesting point, Joseph, because Senator Vance has that has been very litigated, right? I mean, ever since he came onto the ticket, ever since he was on the short list. But it has not been litigated in this kind of setting, right? On a national stage, 5 networks all carrying it in prime time, right? I mean, this is going to be an opportunity in some instances for some Americans to hear for the first time his response to some of the controversies that Senator McCaskill brought up. The fact that he was not a Donald Trump fan, his false claims about Springfield, Ohio, and Haitian migrants there, for example.
Look, I think the hard truth is that the world has changed in fundamental ways since Donald Trump came down that elevator in 2015. Namely, that if you look at the state of the economy, if you look at the fact that there is a perceived belief that the rural parts of this country have been neglected, not because of a lack of priorities, but because of a certain contempt that people on the political left hold for them. I think those are things that led many counties all across this country that voted for Barack Obama not once but twice to flip to President Trump in that 2016 election. Some of that eroded in the 2016, some of that eroded in 2020. But as you see with those numbers that we just saw on the big board, there are people that voted against President Trump that are coming back because of this belief that the stakes are too high, that the needs of an impatient world can no longer be confined because there are people who do not actually care about President Trump's personal comportment.
Senator McCaskill, to you here, because one of the issues, and I was just in North Carolina last week talking to voters about this, the economy. We know people care deeply about that. And it is coming, as we laid out at the top of the show, against the backdrop of a number of crises, including this port strike, which could have a major economic impact. What do you think that the Harris-Walz campaigns needs to do to show Americans that they're the ones better equipped to handle the economy moving forward?
And the economy is moving the right direction. Yes, there was inflation, but you know where the inflation was, Hallie? It was all over the globe. Everywhere in the world had serious inflation after the pandemic. But unlike the rest of the world, the American economy is thriving right now in terms of GDP, in terms of job creation, in terms of unemployment numbers. So there is a story to tell there. That doesn't mean people aren't hurting, but that's why she's got some specific ideas about how to help people with housing, how to help people with the child tax credit. And at the end of the day, you got to remember, I don't know how Vance avoids this. He actually said that women in violent marriages should stay in them. And he's also said a woman who's been raped should have to bring that baby to term. That is not the way to get American women to vote for a candidate. The gender gap is so large, partially because childless cat lady's JD Vance.
Senator Claire McCaskill, Joseph Pinion, thank you both very much for being with us. Lots to watch in the next couple of hours. Appreciate it. When we come back, also lots to watch, of course, in the Middle East, as thousands of Americans tonight are trying to get out of Lebanon, hours, of course, after those Iranian missile strikes against Israel. We're live in the region. Stay with us. More to come as our coverage continues of all things politics and beyond, right here on NBC News Now.
Democracy is happening now. We have a lot to get to on this historic night.
Things are happening here in Chicago.
Now never stops.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
Now is where it counts.
How confident are you that Donald Trump wins in November?
Are younger people excited about this new Democratic ticket?
The moment is now.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Israel's prime minister now saying Iran will pay for the barrage today of ballistic missile strikes, against Israel. All of it, as we've now heard from Vice President Kamala Harris in about the last 90 minutes, throwing her support behind Israel. Watch.
I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself against Iran and Iran-backed terrorist militias. My commitment to the security of Israel is unwavering. And let us be clear, Iran is not only a threat to Israel, Iran is also a threat to American personnel in the region, American interests, and innocent civilians across the region who suffer at the hands of Iran-based and backed terrorist proxies.
You can see the vice president in the Situation Room there earlier today with President Biden. All, as we're just learning, more than 6,000 Americans in Lebanon right now are reaching out to the State Department, trying to find a way to get out. as, of course, the world watches and waits to see what Israel may do next. I want to go to Keir Simmons now, who's live for us in Doha. And Iran is just saying this is only a look at what it can do. Without making predictions here, talk us through how you see the next few days unfolding, especially with the president of Iran set to come to where you are there in Doha tomorrow.
That's right. Yeah, President Pezeshkian is expected here in Qatar, Hali, just across the water, of course, from Iran, where these missiles were fired from and then intercepted in the air on their way to Israel and intercepted really effectively. Listen, Iran is in a tricky position from Iran's perspective right now, and here's why. Because on the one hand, if it does not, if you like, and putting it from the Iranian perspective, stand up to Israel, then effectively Israel is going to view that as meaning that it can continue to operate, can continue its campaign. If it does stand up strongly to Israel, then it risks bringing the US into that fight. It risks getting a bigger response from Israel. Now, exactly what has happened tonight, we will see. 200 ballistic missiles are not a small number. We're going to see how Israel responds and the size of that response. It was calibrated last time. How will it be different this time? Will it be different? Will the Biden administration try to hold Israel back, if you like? But Iran, it looks as if Iran is trying to send a message very forcefully to say, if you respond, we will crush you. That's what the words that the Revolutionary Guard is using. And on the other hand, is trying still to use diplomatic language, as the president of Iran has been using, who's coming here.
Can I ask you, one of the things that you talk about the climate right now, and from home in Washington, you've got the U.S. threatening, potentially targeting the nuclear program of Iran. What does that actually look like? What does it actually mean in a really practical way?
Well, that's a long way, really, although things seem to move fast in this region right now. But that is a long way down the escalatory path, if you like. But in principle, it goes back to what I was saying at the beginning there, Hallie, which is effectively Israel. Just see it from Israel's perspective. As long as Iran is indicating that it will limit its response, then Israel may think that it can keep pushing. And down the line, it may get to the conclusion that it can even target Iran's nuclear program, which is something that Israel, and particularly Prime Minister Netanyahu, have been talking about for a very long time. You'll also remember there was a deal over that program. President Trump left that program in part because it was criticized here in this region because Iran had so many of the kind of ballistic missiles it's now fired. So look, it is complex, but that escalatory path you can see it. And then there are those who are saying, but you can't control it. The more you escalate, the harder it is to control, and there are real dangers.
Keir Simmons, thank you very much. I'm glad to have you there with lots to watch for you, I know, in the days to come. Let me bring in our chief foreign affairs correspondent, Andrea Mitchell, who has covered the Mideast. She also happens to wear the chief Washington correspondent hat. You've covered a lot of presidential debates too, Andrea. So interesting moment here. And let's pick up where Keir left off, because listen, it is likely that if this is not the first question at the debate, it's one of the first questions at the debate, of course. This moment in the Mideast, this escalation regionally here. And it's not really in either of these candidates' wheelhouse. Both campaigns have suggested that the candidates are prepared to talk about it, of course, that they have responses ready to go. What does that look like?
Well, first of all, Donald Trump has come out and said this wouldn't be happening if I were president. He's saying that he could have prevented all of the crises, the war in Ukraine. He could settle that in a day. He could settle this. So he is already putting the White House on the defensive. And frankly, the administration has been kind of all over the lot. They've been saying, we want a ceasefire. They've been pushing Israel for a ceasefire, even after the strike that got Nasrallah which was confirmed on Saturday. They were still talking about a ceasefire at the State Department. Now today, the State Department is saying they won't rule out going after the nuclear program. Right. Now, they've been saying that they're worried about the nuclear program, that they're a week or two away from having enough nuclear fuel for one weapon, which is dangerously close to break out. Not that they've weaponized it, but that they could, have a bomb. Not that they could deliver it. But still, for them now to be saying that they would go after the nuclear programs, which are, hidden deep underground and would require, that would be creating a war. This is the same administration that's saying we've got to de-escalate. So they're trying to put, the bear hug again around Netanyahu, and the politics of this are terrible for the administration right now.
It comes as we are dealing with the crisis from Hurricane Helene, of course, in North Carolina and Tennessee and Florida and beyond, dealing with the impact economically, as we just talked about a bit, of that port strike that is now on day one of who knows how many here. These are all issues that these candidates are going to have to manage and juggle tonight, and that the candidates at the top of the ticket are going to have to juggle for the next 5 weeks.
And we've always said that you don't know what's around the corner. No campaign has had as many surprises as this, but even the past campaigns where you had, Access Hollywood and the WikiLeaks and a lot of things happening in October. But here you've got not only a change in the top of the ticket on the Democratic side, but with just 5 weeks to go and the likely final debate tonight, you've got all of these other things happening. The economy, which has been really percolating, wonderfully for the administration, a soft landing, even though it's not yet translating into the way people feel at their kitchen tables. But at least there was the chance of having better economic news, lower oil prices. Between the Middle East and the ports, that's not going to happen.
Which sets up this conversation around vice presidential debates, right? Because I think we talk about it when there's presidential debates. Does even a presidential debate move the needle? Does a vice presidential debate move the needle, right? Nobody's using the word game changer to talk about tonight, especially when one of the key sort of adages around VP debates is do no harm, protect the principle, right? You know some of these moments. We showed them last hour, the famous one that people remember, you, sir, are no Jack Kennedy. That was actually a VP debate. That wasn't a presidential debate. So there are moments people remember, but how much could tonight move the needle?
I think more than usual, because you have, now that Biden's out of the race, you've got the oldest candidate on the Republican side is Donald Trump. And so people don't really know JD Vance, and a lot of those who know him don't like him. He's got the lowest favorability of any of the four candidates in this race, the bottom of the ticket. So this is the introduction of JD Vance to the biggest audience he's ever going to have. He can be very sharp-tongued. He can talk, circles around people. We've seen him in interviews.
Dozens of interviews.
But we
in the
haven't
last couple
seen
months, yeah.
We haven't seen Tim Walz. So
that's right.
Coach Walz, is he going to be able to go toe to toe with JD Vance? And right now, Democrats are saying that they're really worried about this privately. I'm not so sure they're just not lowballing because they think they've got a game plan.
It's the expectation game that we always see.
I think it is more important, to directly answer your question, it's more important because you've got an older president who has shown signs of not being quite up to speed lately in the way he's been meandering in his answers and all of that. There is better than an average likelihood that JD Vance could become president, and people want to decide, is he up to it?
Andrea Mitchell, we're so glad to have you and your expertise here on the show. Thank you for being with us here in New York. Appreciate it. We got a lot more coming up, including a vibe check from inside the Spin Room, or as you've heard it called here on the show already, the Spin Alley, the Spin Coffee Shop. We're going to ask Garrett Haake in just a second as both candidates get ready to take the stage.
to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're getting closer to the vice presidential debate. The countdown, it is 6:46 p.m. Eastern. 9 o'clock Eastern is when it begins. Guys, we're the minute by minute for you as this thing gets ready. Garrett Haake also counting the literal seconds, I'm sure, Garrett, as you are live for us here in the spin room. Can I just ask you, is it really as small as all of our guests have been suggesting that it is?
Yeah, Hallie, I'll give you a quick tour here. I mean, yes, it is quite small. This is
that the
Spin
tour?
Alley. A room not quite.
Turning
Pantry,
around.
Closet. I mean,
that's not so bad. Y'all are dramatic. That's fine.
I mean, it's gonna get real cozy when all of our closest friends are in here later tonight, when the candidates are here, or when their spinners are here, and perhaps JD Vance himself, we are told, may come and want to talk. A very Trumpian move to come out and declare your own victory after your debate. But my money's on a Vance appearance here tonight. But of course, we've got a lot of time between now and then.
So talk me through expectations for tonight. I'm getting all my sort of thoughts in order here of the things that I'm looking for. So specifically, I think big picture, right? We know who these candidates are because we've been covering them now for several months. A lot of America, though, doesn't know, right? But 1 in 5, 1 in 4, depending on the polling, say they're just still not sure about either one of these vice presidential candidates. So I'm looking for that. I'm looking for Governor Walz. How much is he going to be pressed on those progressive positions he took as governor? JD Vance, how much is he going to be pressed on some of the stuff that's been litigated? His sort of initial opposition to Donald Trump, what he would do if he became commander in chief. Give me your list. I know you have one in your head.
Yeah, look, to me, I think the person we're going to hear the most about tonight from both of these men is Kamala Harris. I think both of them have a mission here tonight, and it's still to define the Democrat at the top of the ticket. Tim Walz, as you point out, is a bit of an unknown, but I think he, even more so than Vance, understands that his job is to make the somewhat still unknown vice president into a three-dimensional human being, someone that people can picture as leader of the free world. And for JD Vance, I think it's attack, attack, attack. I have every reason to expect that he's going to be on offense, particularly on immigration. That's what Donald Trump suggested to me when I spoke to him earlier today, would be how he would judge a JD Vance victory. And if we know anything about how it goes in Trump world, you've got that audience of one. You've got that expectation that Trump wants to see Harris hammered on immigration. He thinks that's the issue this race will be decided on. And I think JD Vance is going to be, pretty focused on the attack. On Tim Walz, yes, but mainly on the person at the top of the ticket. That's who voters ultimately are choosing. Yeah. I think that's who Vance is going to be setting out to bring down a couple pegs tonight.
All right, Garrett. So what is the thing you haven't said on TV yet today? What's the nugget you're saving for 8:01 that you're going to give us a preview of now?
Oh, you're robbing Peter to pay Paul here, Hallie. Look, I mean, to me, the thing that I keep going back to is conversation with Trump advisors from a couple of weeks ago when they said, look, at the end of this race, nobody's going to be popular. You look at the polling right now, Tim Walz is the most popular of the four of these people still running in this race. Those numbers will come down. People keep saying, what is JD Vance going to do to reintroduce himself, try to come off more likable? I don't see that happening. I think this has all the potential in the world tonight to be a race to the bottom, just a bitter, nasty, mudslinging debate here between two folks in a race that has a lot more nasty it could still get in the next month and a day.
Garrett Haake following all of it for the next month and a day, and maybe longer than that. We shall see. Garrett Haake, thank you very much.
Rewrite my 8 o'clock live shot now.
You're welcome. Thank you, friend. Appreciate you. Garrett's going to go rewrite. We're going to go check in with our team in some key swing states about what voters there want to hear from the candidates. How much are they engaging and tuning in and getting into it? All of us as our coverage of the VP debate continues live from New York. We'll be right back. As we are on the air, we are hearing from former President Trump. There he is, live in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, delivering remarks there with the state of the race in that key battleground. A lot like the rest of the country, right? Competitive, close, neck and neck. It's inside the margin of error here at the latest New York Times Siena College poll. It's just about 2 points separating these two. Shaquille Brewster is in Wisconsin now, where the former president had been earlier. Election day is a month and 4 days away, roughly, right? But early voting has already begun in some states. It's going to start where you are in just a few weeks from now. What is the sense that you're getting of what voters want to hear from these candidates? The presidential candidates, the vice presidential candidates, any of them?
Yeah, there are those voters who are still paying attention. I'll tell you, Hallie, though, here in Wisconsin, there are plenty of voters who have already returned that absentee ballot because they just want to close their ears, turn off the TV and stop watching those ads and have their say done. But, when you talk to voters here, the issues that come up are what you see reflected in polling oftentimes. It's the economy, inflation, immigration. That was certainly reflected in the conversations I had with many of the supporters here in Dane County, Wisconsin, as they came out to see former President Trump. But I want to play for you a comment and a little exchange I had with one of the candidates, a local candidate who's out there knocking doors. One of the questions I asked him was, what are voters telling you they care about the most? Listen to what he told me.
A lot of it right now is the economy. A lot of it is illegal immigration. They're concerned about protecting their values and their homes. Every household is having an effect on the last administration. And so people are starting to, at least listen to you, as in the past they would slam the door in your face.
And the interesting thing about the visits that you saw today, Hallie, here in Wisconsin, is that Donald Trump went to Democratic strongholds in this state. You talk about Dane County, a place where there was 90% turnout back in 2020, where where Joe Biden won with 76% of the vote. You see him trying to get that message even into Democratic areas today, as all eyes tonight will be on that vice presidential debate, Hallie.
Shaq Brewster, thank you very much. Let me bring in Sophia Kai and Molly Ball now. Sophia, a national politics reporter at Axios. Molly, senior political correspondent with the Wall Street Journal. So what do you think of what you just heard?
It is interesting that these voters seem to be open to a Republican pitch, even in a strongly Democratic area, because of those pocketbook issues. And this is, as Shaq was saying, this is what you see in polls, that there are a lot of particularly working class voters, particularly voters who are feeling economic pain, voters who don't have college degrees, voters who live paycheck to paycheck, who are saying, my life is hard and I'm looking for change.
That's right. And you look at the numbers, and we just did this story on this. The markets are setting record highs. You've got inflation the lowest it's been in 3 years. The unemployment rate is 4.2%. And people don't feel good about it. Like what I hear a lot is, but I'm paying a lot for groceries. And that doesn't feel good, or it doesn't feel good to pay a lot for gas, right? So there's this spotlight on the economy, Sophia, as you have some reporting today on strategy here and the way that Vance is hoping to cast Walz as too liberal for a lot of Americans. Talk us through that.
Yeah, so we saw from the New York Times Siena poll that Walz is more favorable in the Midwest. And keep in mind, both of these men were picked for the same two reasons. They're supposed to be good on TV, and they're supposed to be representative of the working class and folks in those swing states in the blue wall. And that's really key for them. And that's exactly the image that Vance is going to be trying to cut into for Walz, and you're probably going to hear him bring up some of the policies that he signed into law as Minnesota governor.
Yeah, all of that, of course, as this issue of fact-checking is very much on the table. It sounds like the moderators of this debate are going to take somewhat of a back seat, right? There's always these philosophies of thinking. Is it up to the candidates to fact check each other? Is it up to the moderators to fact check each other? It feels like in this cycle where the Commission on Presidential Debates is not actually running the debate, it's kind of a jump ball on how various networks and moderators want to handle it.
Look, I think it is always on the candidates primarily to call each other out. That's the point of a debate, is that the candidates can debate.
Yes.
They can take each other on in real time. They can contest each other's
theory of the case, contest each other's arguments, contest each other's facts, if that's what they see happening is that the other person is not telling the truth. I tend to think it's good for moderators to take a light touch. That's not to say they shouldn't push back. They shouldn't follow up. Of course, they should do that, like an interview, like a good interviewer would do. But, you know, the moderator fundamentally shouldn't be part of the story. What should be the story is the exchange between the candidates, because voters come to these debates looking for information, looking to get to know these candidates, and that's what the venue is for.
I'm actually going to take a bit of a contrarian view. I think it has been a big issue this cycle, primarily because Donald Trump is someone who doesn't want to be fact-checked. He made it an issue before he got on stage at NBJ. Axios had some reporting that that was the reason that that interview was delayed so much, is because Trump didn't want to be fact-checked. And then at the last debate, when he was debating Harris, you know, even before the debate finished, his allies started attacking the moderators for fact-checking him. I mean, the facts should be the facts. And here, I think if the reason that, you know, moderators are lighter on fact-checking is because of how aggressive Trump is, I think, you know, that is an issue.
So what are the biggest things that you two will be watching for tonight? Give us a little bit of the playbook, as you're both getting ready to write about it and talk about it over the course of the next 24 hours.
Well, you've been talking about this already on the show, but I'm interested in how much these candidates are trying to introduce themselves versus speak for the ticket. So, you know, usually people don't really care who the vice president is. I think that's part of the problem Kamala Harris is having, is that she's been vice president for nearly 4 years, but people weren't really interested. And so both of these men are going to see their mission as primarily defending the ticket, defining the ticket. But I want to know about them, too. And so I'm interested to hear how much they try to redefine and reintroduce themselves as well.
I think substance on policy. JD Vance is someone who enjoys policy. He's more nuanced when it comes to the details of policy than the principal Donald Trump is. And so it's very likely that there's more of a substantive debate on policy, especially coming from JD Vance.
Do you think they're going to, either of them is going to play the role of a tap dog here?
Vance, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think Walz needs to not get flustered. We know that's something that he does have a tendency to do. He gets red, but I think his allies in Minnesota really want him to focus on Trump and show that he's able to fend off these attacks from Walz.
Molly, Sophia, thank you both very much. As we are now just 2 hours away, of course, from both of those candidates taking the stage. Appreciate it. We're going to have a lot more coverage coming up right here on NBC News Now, live from New York City, as we are getting closer to what may be the last primetime debate of this political season. We've got more coverage picking up live from the spin room right now.
Tonight, the high-stakes showdown. The vice presidential candidates coming face-to-face in their first debate.
Tim Walz's record is a joke. These guys are creepy and, yes, just weird as hell.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Ohio Senator JD Vance making their case on a national stage with just 5 weeks until Election Day.
It's all on the line, not just for the next 4 years, but for the next 40 years.
This as the world watches the growing war in the Middle East. Iran firing a barrage of missiles at Israel. Today's events highlighting the growing pressure on the White House and world leaders to de-escalate a war that is nearly a year old and expanding.
When you have weak American leadership and you have an American leader that nobody respects, you have wars breaking out all over the world.
With polls showing a razor-thin race, could tonight be a game-changing moment?
From NBC News, countdown to the vice presidential debate. Here's Tom Yamas.
We are live tonight inside the spin room near the debate stage tonight, where in just 2 hours, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Ohio Senator JD Vance will go head-to-head for the very first time. With exactly 34 days until the presidential election, this debate comes at an extremely critical moment. But first, we start with that breaking news in the Middle East after Iran launched a massive missile attack at Israel. This evening, there are growing concerns that the assault could push the volatile region even further into turmoil. Take a look at this. Nearly 200 missiles lighting up the night sky. In Jerusalem, sirens blared overhead as Israelis raced to take cover in bomb shelters. Rockets flying over Jerusalem's old city, home to some of the world's holiest sites. And it was a similar sight in Tel Aviv. You can see the flashes as Israel's air defense system intercepted Iran's barrage. New video showing the moment of impact as a missile lands just outside of Tel Aviv. Look at that. Iran's Revolutionary Guard saying the attack is in response to Israeli strikes that that killed Hamas and Hezbollah leaders. Harrowing images as people ran for cover, ducking behind cars on a busy roadway, a mother holding her children tight as explosions could be heard overhead, and video showing what's left of an elementary school just south of Tel Aviv after a rocket struck. The IDF says there are no reports of casualties just yet or severe injuries inside Israel. But a Palestinian man was killed in the occupied West Bank by shrapnel. This video showing a massive piece of metal debris from at least one of the missiles in the region. And just moments before Iran fired missiles, 2 gunmen stormed the streets of Jaffa near Tel Aviv, killing at least 6 people and leaving a dozen others wounded. Palestinian Islamic Jihad taking responsibility for that deadly terror attack. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu responding to the missile attack, saying, quote, Iran made a big mistake tonight, and it will pay for it. And earlier, the U.S. announcing the military coordinated with the IDF to defend Israel.
Naval destroyers joined Israeli air defense units in firing interceptors to shoot down inbound missiles. We have made clear that there will be consequences, severe consequences for this attack, and we will work with Israel to make that the case.
So the big question tonight, will Israel fire off a counterattack? And what role will the U.S. have, if any? Tonight, we hope to hear how Minnesota Governor Tim Walz or Ohio Senator JD Vance would handle such a crisis if they were in office. We have a lot to get to tonight, but we start with Raf Sanchez in northern Israel by the Lebanese border, who is live for us tonight. So, Raf, what have the last several hours been like for you and your team?
Well, Tom, our team came here to northern Israel expecting to see signs of Israel's ground offensive into southern Lebanon against Hezbollah. The border is just over that mountain ridge behind me, and we have been hearing outgoing artillery from this position all night. But we found ourselves staring in awe at the night sky as it filled with hundreds of Iranian missiles.
It began just after 7:30 local time.
I can tell you at this moment, the skies above us are lighting up.
What looked to us from the grounds like deadly shooting stars, Iranian ballistic missiles slamming down one after another near an Israeli airbase. Also seen over Jerusalem's western wall and across the country. Israel says its air defenses taking out most of the incoming missiles.
We are seeing some of these missiles, they are either falling apart, a sign that they have been intercepted, or they are making their way down towards the ground here in northern Israel.
The IDF says around 180 Iranian missiles fired in total, in 2 waves, minutes apart.
We are once again seeing the skies lighting up now.
Traveling the nearly 1,000 miles from Iran to Israel in just 11 minutes. Later, like millions of others, we took cover when we heard the warning sirens.
That's the sirens. We're going to head to safety.
President Biden had ordered the U.S. military to assist in defending Israel. Tonight, the Pentagon saying U.S. Navy destroyers fired a dozen interceptors at the incoming missiles.
Obviously, this is a significant escalation by Iran, a significant event.
The U.S. condemning the Iranian action, saying dozens more ballistic missiles were fired than in Iran's previous attack on Israel back in April.
This is totally unacceptable, and the entire world should condemn it.
The IDF tonight saying there are no known fatalities or major injuries in Israel. Iran says the attack was a response to Israel's assassination last week of Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah, following nearly a year of Hezbollah rocket attacks on northern Israel. All of it with nerves already frayed here by an earlier mass shooting in Tel Aviv. At least 6 civilians killed when 2 terrorists opened fire on the light rail, police say. While in a late-night speech addressing the missile attack, Prime Minister Netanyahu saying Iran made a big mistake tonight, and it will pay for it.
Tom, every indication is that Israel is going to
Sorry, Raf, I think we crossed lines there. I do want to ask you, what do we think Israel's going to be doing tonight? Do we think they're going to retaliate?
Tom, every indication is that Israel is going to retaliate. You heard Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu there saying that Iran will pay a heavy price. During that last missile attack back in April, Israel's response was very limited. It was a small strike against an Iranian satellite position. Israel never actually formally took responsibility for it. The stakes now feel much, much higher. We have seen Israel taking much more aggressive action, not just in Gaza, but also in Yemen, also in Lebanon, and there is every reason to think that they will move aggressively in Iran, too. One thing that is worth noting, Tom, at this point, with no reports of fatalities or anybody wounded, it may be that Netanyahu makes the decision to move this retaliation down at least one notch. Tom.
Do we know if Iran is done with their attacks on Israel?
Well, Tom, at this point, Iran is saying it feels that this round is over. They announced through their mission at the United Nations that they have completed their attack. Every indication we're seeing here, the Israeli military considers this to be over, that they have told people they can come out of their bomb shelters. And we're hearing from the White House that they feel this attack not only finished, but it failed. And at this point, the ball very much in Israel's court as Prime Minister Netanyahu and this country's senior leadership decide how to respond. Tom.
All right, Raf Sanchez for us. Raf, you and your team, please stay safe tonight. For more on the potential of this conflict turning into a wider war, I want to bring in Keir Simmons. He's live for us tonight in Doha, Qatar, where the Iranian president is expected to arrive tomorrow morning. Keir, I want to show a map to our viewers so they get a sense of where Iran is, right, on the globe, and Israel, because they're very far apart, right? There are several other countries in between Iran and Israel, and they essentially are going to be firing missiles over these countries, which essentially are now part of this wider war by proxy. Talk to us about the implications of this Iranian attack.
Well, that's right, Tom. And we here in Qatar are across the water from Iran, from where those missiles were launched. And isn't it stunning that President Pezeshkian of Iran will be here in Qatar for a 2-day international conference within 24 hours of Iran attacking Israel? And I think that's an example of the mixed messaging from Iran even now, even after all of this. Is Iran in an offensive mood? Is it in a defensive mood? And it does matter. You're right. It does have implications for countries right around the region. Countries that have large Palestinian populations have been worried about unrest and unhappiness there as the war has played out in Gaza. And then there are the geopolitical questions. Allies of the US, for example, who don't like what is happening, what Israel is doing, and the tensions that is creating. And of course, this region is known for its unintended consequences. That is one of the issues that has people worried about a potential escalation. One example of unintended consequences: how could what's happening here impact the election there, Tom?
Yeah, and how a misfire could land in a different country and start an entire different type of conflict. You've been leading some of our reporting about the hostage negotiations, so I'm curious what this wider war now does with those hostages, some Americans, most of them Israelis, now stuck in Gaza, being held by Hamas. Will this essentially end those negotiations? And I have to think it sets talks way back, maybe to a point that this never gets resolved.
You know, Tom, the diplomats that I talk to have been pessimistic about this for some time. Here in Qatar, for example, they describe themselves as mediators in this process. People have been critical of Qatar for being close to both sides in this crisis and trying to play that role of mediator as they describe it. But certainly, I think there is no sign of potential mediation right now. You asked Raf about what might happen next. Last time Israel targeted Iran, after Iran targeted Israel, it hit a surface-to-air missile battery in Iran, in Isfahan. Will it try to do that again? Last time, what Israel was doing was indicating to Iran, we can get past any defenses you might have. We can even hit the missiles that you're firing at us. Will Israel decide that now is the time to do that with greater effect, on a greater scale? And one last point, Tom, and this has people talking and many worried. Will Israel decide that now is the time to target Iran's nuclear program? Will the US get pulled in to the conflict through that process? And how is it possible to predict the implications of that, the consequences of that? That is why people talk about escalation. That is why people worry that it's difficult to keep a lid on this, to keep it under control.
our Keir Simmons live for us tonight from Doha. Keir, we appreciate all your reporting. We do want to turn now to where we are tonight, our special coverage of the vice presidential debate, which is less than 2 hours away. Kicking us off here is senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly, so great to have you here with us in Manhattan, not a battleground state, right? Not exactly a battleground district in this election. I do want to ask you, how do you think what's happening in Israel and Iran is going to affect this debate?
I think it will be a pressure point on the moderators, especially Margaret Brennan, who covers a lot of foreign policy, Nora O'Donnell, steeped in this. I think they'll want to ask about it. And certainly it is about leadership and governance and relationships. All of those things are embedded in the election themselves. So between this and the adventures of the political space, sobering when you consider what Helene has done to so many Americans and what this conflict has done. So it's fun to be in the spin room. Elections can be fun. There will be some sober moments.
Yeah, and you talk about debate prep, but this proves that there can't be a lot of learning on the job when you're a commander-in-chief or even second-in-command, right? Because as you mentioned, we have the war now, and we have what happened with Helene that's going to be for sure a part of this debate. I do want to ask you, you cover the White House, so I'll ask you about the Democrats. Governor Walz, how is he preparing?
Well, he has done a lot of work with Pete Buttigieg, who has played JD Vance. And part of what they have focused on is wanting to talk about the Kamala Harris agenda. And Governor Walz, well known in Minnesota, not as much so across the country. And so his job is to really sell her case, because they believe for voters who will tune in tonight, who are base voters, they want to make sure they turn out and vote. And if there are those voters who are still shopping around, they want to make a good impression. So Governor Walz and JD Vance both came through the studio here that the host network CBS has put us all up. It's sort of like a broadcast club in here tonight. So it might not be a battleground, but boy, the conversation is about this election tonight.
Real quick before you go, what do we know about Walz, the debater?
Well, he's done a few as a governor, and his team says it's not his most comfortable format. He's much more into the retail politics. That's a very good way to try to lower
that bar. It's already started. All right, Kelly O'Donnell, I know you'll be with us throughout the night. We appreciate that. I want to turn now to Garrett Haake, who's been following the Trump-Vance campaign for us. Garrett, I'm going to ask you to do that sort of prototypical walk and talk around the spin room, if you can even do that. I don't know if you can, because this is sort of going to be a different type of spin room, right?
Come on, Tom, take a look at me. We'll call it a spin alley, a spin hallway, a much narrower room. You can see a lot of our broadcast colleagues here. We'll wave at you from the far side. We're back to back with you now. I don't want to wander too much into our competitors' shots here, but that's the nature of the beast in a room like this, a much smaller room for a smaller debate than what we saw in Philadelphia with the ABC debate. The stakes a little bit lower, the confines a little bit cozier, but I think it could get particularly interesting in here if JD Vance pulls a Donald Trump and decides to come in and tell us all about how he feels like he won the debate afterwards tonight, which I think is a very real possibility.
Yeah, and I wanted to point out the space because we've never seen a spin room sort of this size, right? It feels like almost like it's going to be a house party inside of a studio apartment. It could be a lot of fun. It could also be a little wild. What do we know about Senator Vance and his debate prep?
Yeah, and Tom, to that point, by the way, we are in John Oliver's studio here today. I don't think we'll see quite as much humor from either of these candidates tonight, but we do know that Vance has been preparing mostly at home in Cincinnati with a combination of Trump advisors, his own staff working with them, and Minnesota Congressman Tom Emmer, who's been playing the Tim Walz role in their debate prep, mainly trying to get Vance used to the way that Walz talks, used to the way in which they believe he gives kind of long, stem-windery answers. Vance, despite being not particularly practiced in debating, is pretty well practiced with the give and take with reporters. He did a ton of it as a senator on Capitol Hill. He does a lot of it on the campaign trail now. So the debate format, not something he's as used to, but the back and forth in a debate format like tonight with the mics open the whole time, I think is a manner in which he'll be very comfortable, particularly perhaps after this prep.
All right, Garrett Haake for us. Garrett, we appreciate all your reporting from the spin room tonight here. We're going to be checking back with you throughout this debate. For more on how former President Trump's running mate, Senator JD Vance, is preparing for this debate tonight, I'm joined now by Republican Congressman from Florida, Byron Donalds, who's here in the spin room for us in support of Senator Vance. Congressman, always good to talk to you at these events. First up, what do you know about Senator Vance's prep? What can you tell us?
Well, look, I think JD's prep has been what he's been doing on the campaign trail and really in media interviews for the last month and a half. half now, he's really filled that vacuum left by Tim Walz and Kamala Harris, since they don't want to do press. They don't want to engage the media and actually explain their values, their policy to the American people. And so I think that has prepared him. Secondarily, JD's incredibly intelligent, very well spoken. He's going to do great tonight. The big thing is he's going to explain to the American people why a Harris agenda and a Harris presidency will be bad for the United States of America, while also talking about Donald Trump's policies, which are going to lower inflation, get us back to stability in prices, secure our border, and in looking at foreign policy today, how he will not just bring peace to the Middle East, but actually give us a safer world in the process.
How does he bring President Biden into the debate hall? How does he bring Vice President Harris into the debate hall if it's him and Governor Walz, and not get caught up in petty debates with Walz?
Because listen, let's be honest, Tim Walz is a proxy for what has happened under the Biden-Harris administration the last 4 years, and then what Kamala Harris, if you can get her to talk about her policies, what she's going to do going forward. Those are critical pieces of information. Kamala Harris was a tie-breaking vote on inflation. So that causes crazy inflation in our country. She's been right there supporting massive open borders under Joe Biden. The foreign policy, Joe Biden said the other day on The View that she was right there with them, being supportive of all the decisions. So if she's not going to take the lead job, but can't explain to the press or to the people what she's going to do, all that tells me is she's going to continue to do what she has done with Joe Biden the last 4 years.
Senator JD Vance has had some hiccups on the campaign trail. An old video came up of him talking about childless cat ladies that he had to talk about for weeks, unfortunately, for his campaign. He's also was talking about people eating pets as well in Springfield, which turned out to be not true. How does he make sure that if Walz brings that up, he doesn't get bogged down and try to defend his comments?
Look, I think it's simple. If you want to talk about what JD Vance said in an interview before he was a United States Senator, that's fine. But what it proves is you don't care about the issues facing the American people. That's the stuff that matters, not only in this debate, but in this election.
You think he'll be disciplined enough to do that, to move the debate?
I totally believe that JD's going to have the ability to do that, and he will do that, because it's not about Tim Walz or JD Vance. It's about the American people. What are the policies to make their lives better? What is the leadership our country needs at this critical time where we are seeing crises domestically and internationally to get our country on track? That's the path forward when Tim Walz tries to muck up this debate with personal attacks.
You know, when you're vice president, you're one heartbeat away from the presidency. Senator JD Vance has been in Congress, I think it's about 2 years. Before that, he wrote a book, bestseller. He was worked in investments as well in finance.
Right.
Do you think he's qualified to handle something like what's happening with Israel and Iran right now, with what's happening in North Carolina and Tennessee with Hurricane Helene?
No, I do. And the reason why is because JD served in our military. So he has not just domestic look at how military operations work, but also international views of that. Working in investments, you know capital flow, you know how economies move. You've been a part of that. Writing a book and explaining stories to people, that means you can actually have a vision, have an idea, share that with people, and they're willing to actually take some of those ideas in. Those are all parts of leadership that are necessary. But compare him to Joe Biden. Joe Biden's been in politics 50 years, and he's been a disaster as a president. Compare him to Kamala Harris. She was an attorney general. She was a U.S. senator, now a vice president. But what has she done? Has she demonstrated she can lead the country going forward? No, she has not. If she has demonstrated that, she would be telling the people every single day. She would be sitting with you doing interviews. She's not doing that. She is hiding. So I think JD's more than prepared.
Well, polls show that at least half the country, at least right now, the voting hasn't started, do believe she can do the job, but we're going to have to wait and see. Congressman, great to see you as always. We always appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Tonight's matchup, the first and likely only chance for these two running mates to go face-to-face and possibly the last debate before Election Day. With so much on the line, NBC's Meet the Press moderator, Kristen Welker, joins us now live with her insights. So, Kristen, so much has happened in the last 3 or 4 days in this country and also overseas in Israel and Iran that is going to shake up this debate. What are you looking for tonight?
Well, Tom, it's a great question, and I would start right there. I will be looking to see how each candidate deals with these developing stories, the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, and then, of course, what we have been covering throughout the day, this escalation by Iran in the Middle East. How clearly can Governor Tim Walz say what a President Harris would do if she were to be elected, and vice versa? How clearly can a Senator JD Vance state what a President Trump would do if he were were to be elected. This is going to put foreign policy and, quite frankly, these types of crises, Tom, on the world stage front and center in this debate tonight. Now, if you just zoom out a little bit, right now, Vice President Kamala Harris does get higher marks when it comes to the commander-in-chief test, but it's pretty tied up. She's leading former President Trump by about 1 point. But this is a commander-in-chief moment, Tom, where you have all of these swirling crises to deal with at once. That is what happens when you are in the Oval Office. So can these running mates make it clear that they have a clear vision to address these issues? I'll also be looking to see how contentious this debate gets tonight. We know that Senator JD Vance is no stranger to throwing a punch like the person at the top of his ticket. But does he try to temper that? I've been talking to some Trump allies who say, look, they want him to be tough. At the same time, they want him to steer clear of controversies. And then I'll be looking to see if Governor Tim Walz can clearly enumerate and defend the Harris policies. I mean, one of the criticism and concerns, if you talk to Harris allies, is that this is one of his only unscripted moments of the entire campaign, Tom. And so is he ready to mix it up with the moderators and, of course, Senator JD Vance? Finally, I'll be looking to see if each of these candidates fact check each other. CBS has said that there will essentially be a way to go online to get a fact check of what the candidates are saying. But do they fact check each other in real time? I think it's going to be a very compelling and important night, Tom.
All right, Kristen, welcome for us tonight. Kristen, we always appreciate all your reporting. I know you're going to be standing by for our special coverage here. We do want to move on now and talk a little bit more about Governor Walz, Vice President Harris's running mate, of course. Here with me now in the spin room is the chair of the Democratic National Committee, Jamie Harrison. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for being here. So Democrats seem to be lowering the bar on Governor Walz, and I want to know why. He spent 12 years in Congress, 6 years as a governor, ran successfully in Minnesota. Why are you guys lowering the bar? Is he a bad debater?
Well, listen, I'm not lowering the bar. I love Tim Walz. I think he's a great guy. And it seems like from the polls, most of America loves Tim Walz. Now, we can't say that about JD Vance. JD Vance is like that old used car salesman that you know is selling you a lemon and you're desperately trying to get out. But this is a guy who is so slick. You know, he's a Yale grad. I'm a Yale grad. When we went to Yale, you're taught how to debate. You're taught how to do certain things. But what they don't teach you is genuineness. What they don't teach you is authenticity. What they don't teach you is empathy. And JD Vance just doesn't have that.
Is this debate going to be about JD Vance, about name calling, about talking about weird personalities? No, but is it not going to be about the issues? I mean, is that the strategy for Governor Walz?
Well, Democrats always talk about the issues, and we can talk about the issues because we are deep and steep in them. The Republicans, on the other hand, are trying to run away from the issues that they have embraced. JD Vance is a poster boy for Project 2025, which will decimate our freedoms in this country, which will decimate the safety net that we have for the American people.
You know, a lot is being said about, was FEMA in place? Are there enough FEMA representatives in states like North Carolina and Tennessee following Hurricane Helene? How much of that do you think is going to be part of the debate? And can Governor Walz defend the Biden administration saying, listen, FEMA's there, they're helping people? When on our show, we talk to people that's saying, listen, we need FEMA's help. They're not here for us.
Yeah. You know, listen, I live in South Carolina. And I had some friends who were actually staying with us because their power got knocked out. You know, many of the places that were decimated in South Carolina and North Carolina, we go there for vacation. We're planning to go to Asheville for Thanksgiving. And so my heart goes out to those communities that I know so well, to the people impacted that I know so well. And so what I'm proud of is the response. All of these governors, Democratic governors and Republican governors, have said that President Biden has been delivering everything that they wanted, they've gotten. And that's what you want. You want a president to deliver those things, not to throw paper towels at folks, but to actually deliver resources. And President Biden's doing just that.
You know, Governor Walz has had two major moments, I think, since he was announced. One, when he was announced, he came out. And for a lot of Americans, that was the first time they got a look at him. And he did, by all accounts, a great job with that. At the Democratic National Convention, he also had a speech that people, especially Democratic voters, gravitated towards. How does he take that persona and bring it to a debate stage where it can get fiery and it can get nasty?
He just needs to be himself. He's a genuine guy. He's that uncle that you always want to hang out with and talk with because he has the most interesting stories, but he ultimately wants what's in the best interest of you. We cannot say that about JD Vance.
Speaking of telling stories, I want to put up something on the screen for our viewers now. This was in the news today. It was first reported by Minnesota Public Radio News that Governor Walz lied about being in Hong Kong in 1989 during the Tiananmen Square pro-democracy protests. That fits into a pattern that Walz has had during this campaign of saying things and they turn out not to be true. Does he have a pattern of exaggerating things? And are you worried about this as chair of the DNC?
No, what I'm worried about is JD Vance lying about his constituents, saying that his constituents, Haitian immigrants, are eating cats and dogs, and then admitting to actually lying about it, saying, well, you lied in order to make a point. That's what I'm concerned about. That is the height of hypocrisy. You don't lie about your constituents.
But do you have a problem? Do Democrats have a problem with Governor Walz and some of the stories and the exaggerations? He's already had to correct one of them.
Governor Walz is a good man. This is a man who made sure that kids in his schools had lunch and breakfast every day. I know how important that is. This is a man who's been protecting the reproductive freedom of women. I cannot say those things about JD Vance. You think about JD Vance, this guy is the least popular vice presidential nominee since Dan Quayle. And you know what? Sarah Palin had more experience than he did. So think about it. I guess he's in good company.
Jamie Harrison, always great to have you here. Always great to talk to you at these events. And good luck tonight in the debate. Our special live coverage of the vice presidential debate continues. Tonight, hurricane-ravaged communities are still reeling days after Helene made landfall. As the death toll rises, FEMA is facing mounting criticism over its response. We're live from the storm zone. Plus, how the VP candidates could handle questions like the urgent crisis happening right now. We'll be back in 60 seconds. And we are back now from the spin room ahead of the vice presidential debate right here in New York City. Another major event looming over tonight, the destruction from Hurricane Helene across the southeast. The death toll now surpassing 150 people. More than 1.5 million are still without powers as crews mount search and rescue operations across the region because still so many are missing. Former President Trump visiting a town ravaged by the storm in the swing state of Georgia yesterday. President Biden set to travel to North Carolina tomorrow to assess the damage. Our Sam Brock is in the Tar Heel State for us tonight in hard-hit Asheville. So, Sam, you just gotten access to a very remote part of the Asheville area. Describe what you're seeing there. And I guess my key question tonight for you is there relief there? Are those people getting the help they need?
Yeah, Tom, good evening. So we're in Swannanoa right now. This is sort of the outer reaches of the Asheville area, one of those communities that's been effectively off the map. You know, roads were blocked, highways were blocked. Interstate 20 ultimately was open today that allowed us to get down here. And it's an incredibly different and very terrifying, frankly, viewpoint of what this storm actually did. You look over my shoulder right now. Under normal circumstances, Tom, you're seeing something like this after maybe a tornado comes through and lifts up a car, or roads that are buckled to the point where pieces of cement have been ruptured and are sort of splayed out all over the roadway. That's what we just saw from where I'm standing. The death toll here in Buncombe County rose from 40 to 57, Tom. And you're actually hearing during this report the sounds of helicopters We were there at a local hospital in Asheville today, Mission Health, when you could hear the medevacs bringing people in. It is not surprising at all that these remote areas have seen a significant jump. The total number of fatalities, as you mentioned, now 151 across 6 different states. As far as what we're seeing on the ground right now, look, you are getting supplies and MREs and water disseminated. That was such a crucial problem here, and it continues to be one because of the fact that you have 3 water treatment plants that have been totally compromised, Tom. You have pipes that would distribute this water that are just wiped away, right? So these are inherent problems that are going to last weeks, if not months, to fix. But as far as FEMA feeling the heat, FEMA came out as an agency and said today they have some 3,500 personnel across these 6 different states, 1,200 urban search and rescue personnel, and that they've disseminated 2 million liters of water, 1.9 million meals. And people here say, yeah, okay, but why is it that we only got water on Monday, 48 plus hours after this whole thing started? You have a nonprofit disaster relief company, Tom, that has been soliciting from people their planes so they can go make runs into the mountains, into areas like this to drop supplies. They said they've done 76 of those so far, and that was as of 4 or 5 hours ago. So you're seeing the gaps being filled from all these different spaces in the community as the heat continues to be on the federal government in terms of their response.
And then, Sam, before you go, is the water still receding? Are you still seeing areas where the water has no place to go, or is it getting slightly better?
Yeah, I haven't seen, frankly, Tom, a lot of standing water where it's several feet. I mean, behind me right now, this is probably 6 inches. There are entire gulfs and valleys where you're looking at feet of caked mud, which showed you just how much water was there. Cars that are actually stuck in mud, probably 3 to 4 feet high. That we are seeing a lot of, but standing water, not from where we've been able to get access, but that does not include the mountains. And Tom, could be a very different scenario up there.
All right, Sam Brock for us tonight. Sam, we thank you for your reporting. The federal response to this disaster coming under fierce scrutiny in the wake of the hurricane, with the Biden administration's handling of Helene likely to be a point of contention on the debate stage tonight. For more on the political fallout from this storm, I want to bring in our political pros tonight. Hogan Gidley, former White House principal deputy press secretary during the Trump administration and advisor to House Speaker Mike Johnson, and Democratic strategist Antoine Seawright. We thank you both for being here. Hogan, I'm going to start with you. You know this area very well. You're from South Carolina. There's devastation in North Carolina and Tennessee. FEMA's under the microscope. How does this play into the debate?
I think it's actually going to be a huge issue in this debate, because when you have such entrenched voting bases for Kamala Harris and obviously for Donald Trump, there could be an outside force that really tips the scales in one of these candidates' favors. And in this particular instance, when you're talking about something like a hurricane and it's the disaster relief that is supposed to be executed by the federal government, you're going to start to see some failures that occurred here, not the least of which is we're finding out today that Kamala Harris didn't receive a single hurricane briefing that she was supposed to go to, didn't do any of them, which is not unusual for her because she doesn't do a lot of those briefings. She gets those books and doesn't read them. We all know that. It's been widely reported. But in addition to that, you can't stop floodwaters, no question. But what you can do is pre-position your assets in place. How many times have we seen hurricanes barreling in on Florida and you see those trucks and those maintenance crews already staged at hotels just outside of where the epicenter of the hurricane is going to hit, and they're ready on day one as soon as that last drop of rain falls to get in there and start doing some of the work to get people's lives back. That didn't happen here, and there are going to be a lot of questions and a lot of voters out there in a state like Georgia, Tennessee, North Carolina who are quite angry and looking for someone to blame, and I think they're going to blame Kamala Harris and Joe Biden.
Antoine, on my show last night, I spoke to a woman in North Carolina who has essentially no communication with some members of her family who are elderly, trapped in a remote part of North Carolina. Here's part of what she told me.
Honestly, I don't know how you did not have a formal press conference or something from either President Biden or Kamala Harris. I mean, how do you not say anything for 4 days? They've been stranded for 4 days, and this is the first we've heard from them at all. FEMA is not on the ground there at all. They are not in these cities, not in these towns, and not in these villages.
Antoine, how do you respond to that?
Well, first of all, my heart breaks for anyone who's been impacted by these catastrophic storms. I'm from South Carolina. My parents still are without power down in South Carolina. Many people in the neighborhood I grew up in. My sister's a high school principal. The school is just now getting power, so my heart breaks. Hogan and I lived through the 1,000-year flood in South Carolina, and people have still not been made whole from that event. But you respond to that by just giving them the simple truth. The fact of the matter is, before the storm even hit, President Biden had already signed declarations so that resources could be made available very quickly. The FEMA director is on the ground in North Carolina until further notice. More importantly, the resources needed to prevent these type of incidents or these hurricanes and storms from happening have been put in place by way of voting on the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in the climate crisis in the history of the world. I think that's a different response from the Trump campaign and many Republicans who do not even believe the climate crisis is real. Certainly, President Biden's response and Vice President Harris' response is different from saying we're going to nuke a hurricane or we're going to throw bounty paper towels at those who need assistance. You've seen a different kind of response. Now, are people going to be upset? Absolutely, because in these things, people want to be made whole quickly. They certainly want to know where their loved ones are or not, and they want to get back to a sense of normalcy. But patience is always the key. I remember going back to the days of Katrina. There's still people who have not been made whole. And while some people want to shift the blame, it's just the nature of the beast, and it's how these unfortunate incidents play out.
Yeah, Hogan, let's turn now to some more of the debate, right? Senator Vance has had some hiccups, right? Clips have come up of him talking about, childless cat ladies. He was running with the conspiracy theory that Haitian immigrants were eating cats and dogs in Springfield, Ohio. And I point this out because, we're living in a very serious time, right? We have the war in Israel and Iran attacking Israel now. We have this crisis unfolding in North Carolina and Tennessee. And you have someone who's sort of had these weird things to say about, while we're at a very critical time in our country. Do you think this is going to hurt him in the debate?
Well, no. I think he's going to go right past it. He's got explanations for these things. But you're talking about JD Vance. What about Tim Walz? This guy has a radical record in Minnesota. He's now been caught lying about his military record, about his military service. When he got a DUI, he lied and said he was deaf. Now he's lied about how many times he's been to China. And there's also a weird connection about how many times he's been to China. A lot of questions that have been gone unanswered by Tim Walz. And I think it's incumbent upon JD Vance to point those things out and to make him answer those questions. Not to mention the fact this whole persona of him being just a flannel-wearing good old uncle from the Midwest and having those Midwestern values. I don't know how many Midwestern people want taxpayer dollars to fund illegal aliens getting free college tuition or illegal aliens getting free health care. All things JD Vance is going to point out tonight that prove Tim Walz is more radical than any vice presidential candidate in history. And, of course, tying that to Kamala Harris, because Tim Walz has been able to do everything that Kamala Harris wishes she could do from the federal level. And you've seen the fallout and how it hurts the American people. He's got to point that out tonight.
Antoine, what do you say to that?
Well, my friend Hogan somehow or another has alternative facts rolling off the tip of his tongue here tonight, with all due respect. Look, he's a two-term governor with a stellar record that has uplifted the people of Minnesota. Minnesota is, the sixth best state to do business with. He's cut taxes. He's given free lunches for children who are in need. He's created an office in the governor's office for missing black girls and boys in that state. Certainly the way he handled George Floyd, working with local prosecutors and so forth, bringing to justice one of the most horrific events that we've seen in this country. And the fact of the matter is he's been an evangelist for progress in this country. And you compare that to JD Vance, who comes into this debate, one of the most unpopular vice presidential picks in modern history. We certainly view him as someone who does not have a relationship with the truth, including saying black Haitian immigrants in a small town in Springfield, Ohio, are eating cats and dogs. We know he's been frontline center for Trump's Project 2025, this constant war on women. He's an election-denying, insurrection supporter extremist. And I think that's what this campaign and that's what tonight will be about, allowing their records to be on display. I'm happy to have the policy conversation, particularly on the issue like immigration, when JD Vance was the top cop and making sure that the bipartisan comprehensive bill that Democrats and Republicans agreed upon in the Congress did not see the light of day. I'm proud of the record that Tim Walz has. I'm proud of Kamala Harris' record, and that will be on display, including IVF and women's issues, because we know those are top issues in this campaign.
Antoine and Hogan, we thank you so much for standing next to each other there, both from South Carolina. I'm sure you guys can agree that you guys have better barbecue and better football teams in North Carolina, but that's probably the only things you guys will agree on tonight. Again, we thank you for being here. We are live tonight as the countdown to the vice presidential debate continues. The VP candidates making their case on a national stage for the last time ahead of the election. Will what they say have an impact at the ballot box? We're in Battleground, Pennsylvania, with what voters are watching for tonight. Kate Snow standing by for us. We are back now here at the vice presidential debate spin room in New York City. The matchup between Governor Tim Walz and Senator JD Vance less than 90 minutes away. Voters tuning into the debate paying close attention to the vice presidential candidate's plans for the economy and views on social issues. Kate Snow is with a group of voters tonight in Pittsburgh. They all identify as more moderate and centrist voters. So, Kate, what are you hearing tonight from those voters you're talking to?
Yeah, it's been really interesting already, Tom. We are watching together this debate, and we are right outside of Pittsburgh. Everybody here is from in and around Pittsburgh. You all kind of do identify as like somewhat in the middle. Some of you are having more of a hard time than others making decisions about this election. Brian, I want to ask you about the economy, because show of hands, how many care deeply about the economy, and that's a motivating factor right now? Most of you, some of you not as much. Brian, you told us it was a big issue for you. You think Biden has done nothing for the economy, is what you said to us.
Yeah, I just don't think he's done a good job. So I've always been sort of socially liberal and fiscally conservative. I thought that under Trump, we were actually in a very good place.
So voting Trump, you're
voting
pretty
Trump,
decided.
Last election, we were in a very good place. Before COVID happened. And so, but just now it's just out of hand. I mean, it's out of hand right now.
Brandon, I know you also said the economy was the #1 issue for you. And what are you thinking about as we go into tonight, as we go into this debate? You told us you want to hear the vice president sort of echoing or being on the same team as their presidential candidate?
Yeah, I'm looking for unity. I want to see the vice presidents in alignment with their ticket mate. I want to see everybody having a clear plan and knowing the particulars of the plan without the ticket mate there.
I wonder why you say that. Is it because there's been so much back and forth? And
so the way I put it is that, Walz is 2 seconds on the ticket. We do have to get to know who he is, but I would like to get past his story. November is next month. So, and then Vance, he seems to misstep and not necessarily agree with Trump all the time. There's just too much of a gray area there for me. So I want to see unity.
Okay, Claire, you mentioned social issues to us. I know you're Catholic, right? I know you're a mom, you've got kids. What are there particular issues that are motivating you?
There are a few. I mean, I get caught up in the fact that I feel like that these parties, focus so much on low-hanging fruit, and they use these emotional ideas to really rally us, and then they have no plan to actually change those ideas. So we talk about women's rights, we talk about gun violence, and then we've seen in the past 8 years, we're kind of where we were either way. And so I feel like we play on these low-hanging tickets, and it's like, I just would like you to focus on the government, and then kind of there are systematic problems that are broken, and they need to focus on how to fix those.
You're undecided pretty much right now, right?
Very undecided.
Yeah.
Undecided if I'm voting, almost. It's not really if I'm who the candidate is. I feel like this is just kind of thrown on us. Like, we didn't get a great debate on either side. We got two candidates, and that was what kind of election is that? I mean, I was just at Hamilton. Hamilton just came through town, and so many people run for so many elections and stuff. And it's like, I don't think this is what our founding fathers meant. And right now we're in a situation where we get two choices, and one of them has backed out, and then another choice was just handed, and it's not handed to her, but she made a great sacrifice, I feel like, to accept that and stuff. But it was just like, for our country and stuff. But it's like, it's pretty hard for me to understand where we are right now as a country.
I want to try to get to everybody. Meryl, you mentioned women's issues being huge for you.
They are.
And you're pretty much decided you're voting for Harris.
Yes, I am voting for Harris. But reproductive rights for women are extremely important to me. I'm a mother of 3 daughters. They're grown now. God willing, some granddaughters coming. And I'm very concerned about women's rights and the fact that the government feels that they can be in my doctor's office, in my bedroom, or anywhere else in my life, quite honestly. And I just want a hands-off approach on that.
Meryl, I see you nodding along. I'm sorry, Meryl. Rona, I see you nodding. And yet I know that you're thinking of voting for Trump.
Yeah. I completely agree with Meryl when it comes to reproductive freedoms and privacy. And yet I'm thinking about voting for Trump because my biggest concern is that Western civilization is being threatened in a way that really could result in the worst effects for women and for all the individual freedoms that we and most Democrats and Republicans, of course, and Americans really value. And so I'm really thinking more about the foreign policy of each of the campaigns, and I'm troubled by the
John,
choice.
I don't want to leave John out. You said that you're probably voting for Harris, even though you're a little frustrated with the party.
Yes.
In a word, why?
Well, voting for Harris, my big concern is Trump's talk about overthrowing the Constitution for just a day, which I don't believe for a second would be just that. The work that you hear that Project 2025 is doing about how they basically intend to overthrow the Constitution, executive power all the way, and it's beyond me that people could be okay with that in a presidential election.
All right, we're going to sit here. We're going to watch it together. We're going to comment to each other during the debate, and then maybe you can check in with us after.
No, we'd love to. Kate, before you go, though, I do have one question for that group of voters you have there. Pennsylvania is likely the most important battleground state. Do they feel that as voters, and who do they think has the momentum, Harris or Trump right now?
Tom is asking, you're in Pennsylvania. It is such a crucial battleground state. It might come down to Pennsylvania. Do you feel that pressure? Show of hands. Do you feel that? Yeah, everybody. and do you have a sense of who's winning sort of the battle on the airwaves right now? What are you seeing?
As someone who has voted all over the board, I really think that that Harris killed Trump in the debate. And we'll see what happens today. But I believe that I feel like Walz is kind of like the every American person. We'll see how JD Vance sort of circumvents some of the labels that have been put on him.
Anybody else on that question of whether somebody's reaching more of you than others?
I just get the sense when I voted for Hillary against Trump, and I was so certain that Hillary was winning this election, to the extent that it looks like, because I think it does look like Harris is winning this election, only this time I feel like I am very aware of many people who are very quietly not voting for Harris, and I'm just wondering if it's going to be a similar kind of upset surprise. So I don't know who's winning.
And similarly, I wonder in the opposite direction. I drive through, and it depends on which neighborhood you drive through.
The signs are everywhere for both, right? Harris,
well,
Trump?
no, not really.
No?
If you drive through certain neighborhoods, all you see are Harris signs. Other neighborhoods, all you see are Trump signs. And it's concerning to me, and it's actually concerning to me on a much greater level because it speaks about the division in this area as well as this country.
We got to leave it there. Meryl, thank you so much. Tom, I'll send it back to you.
Kate Snow, so insightful. We're definitely going to check back with you after the debate. Tonight, it's not just the candidates in the spotlight on the debate stage. The moderators this evening, Norah O'Donnell and Margaret Brennan of CBS News, will also be under scrutiny by millions of Americans, judging whether they are presiding fairly over the debate. Less than a month ago, David Muir and Lindsay Davis of ABC News faced a firestorm of criticism from the political right after repeatedly fact-checking former President Trump. Critics said they were biased towards Harris, a claim ABC News denies, of course. The big question for the moderators tonight: what's the best way to moderate a debate in this climate and fact-check politicians who sometimes don't always tell the truth? Joining us now are two journalists who covered the Harris-Trump debate. Tara Palmieri, she's senior political correspondent for Puck News, and Corbin Bolus, he's a media reporter at the Daily Beast, who's been covering this over the past couple of weeks. We thank you both for being here. So, Tara, I'm going to start with you. After the last debate, the GOP was incredibly upset about the moderators. Former President Trump has been out there blasting the airwaves, saying it wasn't fair, it was 3-on-1. Did he have a point, number one? And number two, what do you think happens tonight?
Well, I think what I know is that Donald Trump plans to truth throughout the entire evening. He wants JD Vance to essentially defend him at every turn, even though it doesn't actually help their campaign objective, which is to fill in the gap about who Kamala Harris is for these remaining undecided voters. He really wants JD to punch back, which is what he did during the event, during the first debate, and which is essentially why he lost. But he keeps going on privately about David Muir. He really believes that it was biased. He says privately that he wants to sue David Muir, even though he denied that on Truth Social. And and maybe this is another way of them playing the ref, setting the ground. You know, they just announced that they won't be doing a sit-down interview with CBS.
Right, the Trump campaign.
Exactly, which is another way of laying the groundwork that we don't believe that CBS is a credible network.
Right.
And so they're playing the refs, which means that they're worried that they believe that they're at a disadvantage right now. And you have a person that was on stage, JD Vance, who said that he was willing to create a story to get the media's attention.
Yeah.
That doesn't give you a lot of credibility walking onto the stage.
Corbin, how does this decision by CBS News, because they've come out and said that their moderators are not going to fact check the two candidates, that they're going to have some kind of QR code. You know, every news organization, including NBC News, fact checks in real time at the debate. So this is nothing new, but that their moderators aren't going to fact check, essentially doing the CNN model. Is that a good thing?
So we saw what happened during the ABC News debate, where the moderators did fact check in real time. They framed their questions in a way where their fact checks were reported. They were able to follow up on those, and that rattled Donald Trump. So CBS has sort of capitulated to an extent by choosing not to fact check in real time. They'll have a team online doing their fact checks. They're redirecting their viewers to their website where they'll be doing the fact checks. So figuring out the best way for them has sort of been to just not do it and not risk irking Donald Trump. But as we saw earlier this evening, whether they do or they don't doesn't matter, because Donald Trump has, as Tara pointed out, laid the groundwork for calling CBS an unfair network by pulling out of the 60 Minutes interview.
Tara, what do you think is best for viewers, for voters? I mean, is it incumbent on the two candidates campaigning against each other, debating, to call them out, or is it the moderator's role?
I think it needs to be a healthy balance of both. I think.
And Republicans say it wasn't a balance in the last debate. Do they have a point, or is that unfounded?
It may have helped the case for ABC if they called out Harris once. You know, because she wasn't completely factual on everything, or she was very vague at times, like, saying, I still have the same values. Okay, but what does that mean? Like, they could have taken her flip-flops a bit further and maybe did a few follow-up questions. So perhaps you could say that. I just think I mean, it's hard when you have Donald Trump up there, but it is on Kamala Harris and it is on JD Vance and it is on Tim Walz to really prosecute the other person, to prosecute their case. And I think if the moderators are too involved, you sometimes lose the point.
Right.
And you kind of lose the gist of like who's actually winning this or not. It's kind of like the refs in a game. How involved should they be too?
Right, exactly. Well, I mean, calling fouls, but yeah, I hear you. Corbin, the candidates this year have already done away with the Commission on Presidential Debates. It's unclear if that's ever going to resurface again. I mean, do you see a world where we don't even have debates?
I mean, it's really early to say because we saw that Donald Trump was committing to 3 different debate dates while also casting down on whether he would do a presidential debate at all. We saw him do one, and now he's saying he won't do any of them. The fact that we got a VP debate shows that the Trump campaign knows the importance of a presidential debate and knows the platform that it gives them to air their vision for the future. But whether they choose to participate in the future depends on tonight. So we may see a future where the candidates decide that they can just deliver their message by themselves. We still have a Harris campaign opt not to give interviews for a while before she sat down with CNN. So what they view for the future may depend on tonight.
Tara, what's one thing you're looking for tonight?
I'm just looking to see how much they get into a tit for tat, what kind of rabbit holes they get into.
Personal attacks or on policy?
I think it's going to be a little bit personal. But, the point isn't supposed to be about these two guys. They're both Midwestern, right? But they're two very different generations. And they're going to be telling the stories for their bosses, right? Like Tim Walz is going to be trying to tell Kamala Harris's story, a coastal story to suburban and Midwestern voters, right? And in some ways, JD has to do the same. But JD's a bro, and this guy's like a coach dad, 2 different types of masculinity. Who do you like more? JD has some favorability issues. And I'm just curious to see how the two are going to rub up against each other.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking forward to it. I think it could be a great debate tonight.
Right.
Really exciting. Tara Palmieri, we always thank you from Puck. Corbin Bliss from Daily Beast. We appreciate you and all your reporting. We are counting down now to the vice presidential debate. Let's bring back our campaign correspondents, Kelly O'Donnell and Garrett Haight. Garrett, I'm going to start with you. We checked in with you about 45 minutes ago. I know some surrogates have made their way through this spin room. Have you got any new reporting you could share with our viewers?
Just talking to Jason Miller a little bit, the senior communications operative on the Trump campaign. He's been involved in JD Vance's prep. He talked about the fact that Vance has been reviewing a lot of tape, that he's been taking this prep seriously, looking back at Walz's previous debates, which I thought was interesting given the sort of lackadaisical handling of prep that we saw from Donald Trump at the top of the ticket. And then one other thing that I thought was interesting that may be worth watching out for tonight is Miller argued that one thing that Tim Walz is going to have to do is defend not just his own record and Kamala Harris's record, but also Joe Biden's record and the area where those things might come into conflict. I suggested, I sort of raised the question of how much do you think Tim Walz defends Joe Biden? Does kind of Biden get thrown under the bus if it helps Harris in the course of this debate? He basically said, stay tuned. So I think watching, the different ways in which Walz can be put on defensive about different people, whereas if you're Vance, you're basically defending Donald Trump and letting everything else fall by the wayside, could be an interesting thing to watch tonight.
Yeah, no, I actually think this is going to be a really fun and interesting debate. Kelly O'Donnell, do we have any last-minute reporting on what Walz is doing right before this debate?
Well, I'm told that he is feeling good and energized. So that is, of course, again, setting expectations. But also that one of the goals that he has tonight is to try to tie President Trump and JD Vance to the Project 2025 agenda, which President Trump often says he is not affiliated with that, and they really want to make that argument that vision for America, which appeals to the MAGA audience but does not appeal necessarily to the middle, that they want to do that. So that's an accomplishment that he hopes to have tonight when the debate is over and people come away with an impression.
Before we go, because we have 30 seconds, Harris's strategy was to make this all about Trump. Do you think Walz is going to do the same thing? He's going to make this about the Trump administration and the 4 years he was president?
A lot of that, but also trying to define in a favorable way Kamala Harris.
All right, Kelly O'Donnell, we appreciate you. It's going to be an exciting debate. We are just moments away here in the spin room in New York City. That's going to do it for this hour of our special coverage of the vice presidential debate. I'm Tom Yamas in New York. Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie are going to pick up our coverage right now. Again, that debate is picking up in a little over an hour. We can watch right here on NBC News Now, and of course, on the mothership NBC. It's going to be an exciting night of politics. Senator JD Vance, Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota going head head-to-head for the first time and actually meeting for the first time. That does it for us.
Tonight, the vice presidential candidates take center stage.
Republican JD Vance facing off with Democrat Tim Walz for the first time.
And it might be the last debate before voters head to the polls.
Our special coverage starts right now.
A critical showdown just 5 weeks from Election Day.
Ohio Senator JD Vance and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz taking on each other for the first time.
Let's get to work in Washington, D.C. When we fight, we win.
The candidates have been crisscrossing the country in the final sprint as polls show an extremely tight race.
But can they make the case for their running mates and prove to Americans that they're ready to be a heartbeat away from the presidency?
From NBC News, here are Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Good evening and welcome to our special coverage of the first and only vice presidential debate before the general election, which is now just 35 days away.
And we're just moments away now from that historic debate. Ohio Republican Senator JD Vance and Minnesota Democratic Governor Tim Walz facing off in front of the American people.
Tonight's showdown will be held in New York City, and as mentioned, it's potentially the last debate we will see before Election Day.
It's also perhaps the best chance for Vance and Walz to introduce themselves to the country and to try to shake up this tight race between their running mates Donald Trump and Kamala Harris.
The debate also comes as the U.S. grapples with crises at home and abroad, including the search for the missing after more than 150 people were killed by Hurricane Helene's impact, and fears of an all-out war in the Middle East after Iran launched nearly 200 ballistic missiles at Israel earlier today.
It is a busy news evening. We want to start with NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez with the latest. He's in Israel's northern border with Lebanon at this hour. Raf, good evening to you.
Savannah, Lester, good evening. We came here looking for signs of Israel's ground offensive against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, which is just the other side of that mountain ridge. Instead, we found ourselves staring up at a night sky filled with Iranian ballistic missiles. The Israeli military says 180 missiles were fired in total. They sent millions of people running to bomb shelters. These missiles coming in 2 waves and taking just 11 minutes to fly from Iran to Israeli airspace. Israeli forces scrambling to intercept them with a big assist from U.S. naval destroyers positioned in the Middle East. The Pentagon says they played a role in protecting the skies over Israel tonight. Almost miraculously, even though some of those missiles did break through Israeli air defenses, Israel's government is saying there are no reports of any fatalities or serious injuries among its citizens. One Palestinian man was killed in the occupied West Bank, but that sense of relief undermined by a mass shooting in Tel Aviv. Israeli police saying 2 terrorists opening fire on the light rail there, killing at least 6 people. Palestinian Islamic Jihad claiming responsibility for that attack. Now, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in a late-night address to his country saying the Iranian missile attack is over and vowing to retaliate against Iran for this second set of missile strikes in just 5 months. The decision that he and other senior Israeli leaders make in the coming hours may decide whether or not this region hurtles further towards all-out war. Savannah, Lester.
All right, Raf, thank you very much.
And here at home, there's that urgent search underway to find the missing after more than 150 people were killed by Hurricane Helene's impact. NBC's Sam Brock is on the ground in hard-hit North Carolina, just outside Asheville.
Yeah, Lester, Savannah, good evening. That is a number, 151 fatalities, Lester, that just continues to climb. I'm standing in one of these remote towns that we really have not had much of a perspective on until now, guys, because the interstates were closed, but I-20 just opened up. I'm in Swannanoa. Looking around right now, I spoke with a man who described this in terms of the impacts as sort of a combination between what it looks like after a hurricane, a flood event, and an earthquake. Over my shoulder, and I know it's dark, that is a car that has been tilted up vertically from Russia rushing water. The water line on the back of this house is about 7 or 8 feet. There are buckled roads behind me just down the street here that look like an earthquake ruptured the cement. So Lester, Savannah, you can understand why now we're looking at a death toll that has risen in this county from 40 to 57. Again, 151 and counting throughout the region. In terms of what I have seen personally on the ground, supplies were flowing again today, but the water crisis, guys, is real. I had a conversation with parents who said they were just hoping to get water to make oatmeal for their child. I spoke with a woman whose father is on dialysis. She was in her car charging the oxygen machine while also waiting to try and go and get groceries. There are so many folks out there right now that just cannot access information because they can't get online or they can't access social media. That has been a true problem as well. FEMA, the agency, came out today and said they have somewhere in the neighborhood of 3,500 personnel across the region. So that's 6 different states, 1,200 search and urban rescue folks, 2 million liters of water disseminated, 1.9 million meals. But the reality in Western North Carolina here tonight is people want to know, where was this on Monday? It took 48 hours at least to get water moving, some of these meals moving, and why can't you reach some of these super mountainous regions? We know how difficult the topography is. Lastly, President Biden is going to be out here by air tomorrow to tour the damage, to tour this zone. He certainly doesn't want to take away resources, he says, but is committed to helping restore these communities as long as it takes. Lester and Savannah, back to you.
Truly desperate times. Sam Brock, thanks for bringing us that.
A snapshot of just some of the issues at home and abroad that will animate tonight's debate between the vice presidential nominees. And that is what we're here to cover. It's going to start in less than an hour now. We want to turn to meet the press moderator, Kristen Welker, and our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. So let's talk about it. And Kristen, why don't you start and kind of set the scene for us, where we are in this political race, 35 days away, I think Lester said. It's getting close. It's very tight.
It's very tight. And this debate is going to be a significant data point. Why? Because there is, at this point in time, no second debate scheduled between former President Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris. So I think this vice presidential debate takes on new meaning, and it does come against the backdrop of all of these issues, the intensifying issues in Iran and tensions in Iran, as well as, of course, what Sam was just reporting on, the devastation in the wake of Helene, not to mention, of course, the dock strike. So this is a real commander-in-chief test. Right now, Vice President Kamala Harris gets higher marks when it comes to who's the stronger commander-in-chief. But again, she's 1 point ahead of former President Trump. So here, their attack dogs are going to be front and center trying to make the case. Think about tonight as the beginning of the closing arguments in this campaign.
And Hallie, to play on that point, no further debates. That means these number twos essentially get not the final word, but they get a big piece of the final word.
Well, maybe the final word with an audience this big, Lester and Savannah, because think about it. Even last cycle's single vice presidential debate had more eyeballs on it than either of the conventions this year. So this is a huge platform. It is a huge stage. And there's a lot riding on it for both of these candidates, considering that if you look at the debate stage, one of the candidates there, Tim Walz, has the highest favorability rating of anybody on the tickets. JD Vance, the senator from Ohio, has the lowest. So in some ways, while they've been on the ticket for months, this is their introduction to America in a really big way. I'm going to be looking to see how Governor Walz parries what are expected to be some attacks on his progressive record as governor of Minnesota. The Trump campaign has previewed that is likely a line that they will push, along with how he handles some of the imprecise language that he used around, for example, his military service and record. For Senator Vance, going to be looking for how he responds to the questions that have been raised about his previous comments about former President Trump, about Project 2025, for example, and about a new line of attack that you're seeing the Harris campaign really hit harder, which is former President Trump's age and fitness for office. Sound familiar? This was an issue, of course, that President Biden faced when he was on the ticket. The Harris team is trying to make this a thing, if you will, for Donald Trump.
All right, our senior national correspondent Tom Emmer is in the spin room near where the debate will take place. Tom, what can we expect?
All right, good evening, Lester. We are in the spin room tonight where there may be big surprises. You may remember Team Biden took some time to get to the spin room after their first debate in Atlanta, which ultimately ended the president's campaign. And then after a tough debate for former President Trump, he actually entered the spin room in Philadelphia. Here's what we do know about tonight's debate. It's being held in New York City, not exactly a battleground, but we expect this debate to be fiery nonetheless. There will be lights in front of each candidate to indicate how much time they have left to speak. The candidates will also each have a countdown clock. The debate will be 90 minutes with 2 breaks. There will be no opening statements. Each candidate will be given 2 minutes to answer questions with 2-minute responses from the other candidate. If needed, 1-minute rebuttals. Moderators can give additional time if they feel it is warranted. Governor Walz will give the first closing statement, followed by Senator Vance, who won a coin toss and chose to go last. There will be no audience in the hall, but here is a key change tonight. The mics will be unmuted. Remember, they've been muted for the last 2 debates, which Democrats thought gave former President Trump an advantage. But mics can still be muted if things get out of control. The moderators will do that. Candidates will not be allowed to interact with staff during those 2 breaks, and candidates are not allowed to have props or pre-written notes. They will be given a pen, a pad of paper, and a water bottle. So the big question tonight, will there be fact checks? The answer is sort of. CBS says the moderators are focused on encouraging exchanges between the candidates rather than fact-checking. They will have something up on their site. But, of course, we do that every debate. We're going to have something on our site as well, fact-checking in real time on NBCnews.com. Guys, back to you.
All right. That sets us up nicely for Garrett Haake, who covers the Trump campaign. He joins us also from the spin room, a very tight spin room, so everybody's right next to each other in there. Garrett, what are you expecting? What is the Trump campaign signaling tonight?
Well, Savannah, I covered JD Vance on Capitol Hill. I've covered him on the campaign trail, and I can tell you he is very comfortable mixing it up with reporters. He's comfortable with the back and forth and taking questions. He doesn't have a lot of traditional debate experience, but he's good with the kind of give and take and the kind of parrying that you might see in a debate with this format with the mics open. I also expect him to come out aggressive. I interviewed Donald Trump earlier today, but when I asked him what he wanted to see from Vance, how he would describe victory, he told me he expected to see Vance try to expose Tim Walz and Kamala Harris on the issue of the border specifically. That has been the animating issue for Donald Trump going all the way back to 2015. It's something he wants to see from his running mate here tonight. Vance on the campaign trail has been very comfortable in that traditional attack dog role. I don't expect to see much different tonight. You know, Hallie mentioned those favorability numbers with Vance being underwater. The Trump senior advisor said to me some number of weeks ago now that when this race is over, they expect all of these candidates to be unpopular. I think you're not going to see JD Vance necessarily try to reinvent himself on this stage. I think you're going to see him go pretty aggressively at Tim Walz and primarily at Kamala Harris throughout the course of the night.
All right, Garrett, thank you.
And for more on what to expect, let's bring in Jason Miller. He's a senior advisor to the Trump-Vance campaign. Great to have you here. Talk about the mission that JD Vance has tonight. Is it a rather narrow mission?
Well, JD Vance is going to remind people that we had a great economy under President Trump, and that's something that President Trump can bring back literally on day one. He can start getting that back in order. And the other thing President Trump can do on day one is secure our southern border, something that's been completely out of control. But we're going to see really a contrast of ideas, but I think the high bar is set for Tim Walz. I'm going to tell you why. Not only does he have to defend his own record, which is a bit bumpy, he has to defend Kamala Harris's record as DA, AG, Senator, Vice President. There's a lot there. But also Tim Walz has to defend Joe Biden's record. Joe Biden is the one who's been leading the Democrat ticket over the past 3.5 years. Now, we know a lot of the items have been on Kamala Harris's plate, such as being the border czar, being the deciding vote for 2 of these massive spending bills. But this is really a direction. Do you want to get our economy and get our border back on track? You want to keep going in the dangerous direction that we're going right now? JD Vance is going to remind people that there is hope, and that's President Trump.
Do you think that JD Vance has any work to do, Jason, with this issue of likability? I mean, we mentioned in our poll since 1988, he's the second least popular, the highest negative ratings of any vice presidential candidate. With suburban women in particular, he's got a net negative 21 with suburban women. Do you think he needs to take on some of this baggage, you know, the childless cat lady and all that kind of thing? Is that part of what you hope he addresses tonight?
Is JD Vance talks about his upbringing, the humble upbringing he had. Everybody knows from Hillbilly Elegy that his grandmother largely raised him. His own mother struggled with addiction. He's someone who went and served in the Marines, was served overseas as well. He has a great story, and he is able to get out there and talk with voters and tell that story. And I think they're going to move his direction. Keep in mind, not everybody watched the political conventions. Not everybody saw Tim Walz of the Democrats or JD Vance of the Republican. So for many voters, this will be the first time that they're really hearing from these candidates. JD Vance also, he's probably the best communicator at pushing President Trump's message outside of President Trump. He's doing 2-3 Sunday shows every week. I think this is also something where it could catch up with Tim Walz. They've been playing the Washington Post had a headline this afternoon saying it was the Bubble Boy campaign. Well, now he's in the bright lights, and we'll see how Tim Walz does.
In that same vein, we've seen former President Trump get very personal in this final stretch of the campaign, calling Kamala Harris a mentally ill. Do you think that JD Vance will channel some of that negative personal material tonight?
I think JD Vance is going to really talk about the issues that are impacting the country, and I think he's going to call out some of the inaccuracies that we've seen from Tim Walz, from Kamala Harris, haven't exactly been truthful on the campaign trail. And I'll tell you, Lester, as I was watching one of Tim Walz's debates earlier today, he had this great line in one of his previous debates where he said, "I'm not going to raise your taxes. I'm just going to roll back the tax cuts." Tim Walz can lie through his teeth, but when JD Vance starts talking about the economy, how he's going to help everyday people, it's really something that's magical. I think JD Vance will do well tonight. I think he'll represent President Trump well. And again, Americans who are struggling to get by or wondering why we have this chaos, there's going to be hope. JD Vance can restore that hope.
Jason Miller, thank you.
No, before we let him go, we have to ask him, do you think that President Trump will debate again, Jason? He said no, but people can change their minds.
Well, as of right now, I would say no. As of this moment, this will be the final debate that we see. President Trump's done very well so far in the debates, and I think tonight JD Vance will do very well also. Although, again, Tim Walz, he's tough. He's been doing this for 2 decades. He's been in office for 20 years. JD's only been in office for 2 years. So Tim's a professional at this, but JD Vance is going to do well.
Okay. Well, just so you know, your boss, Donald Trump, called Walz a total moron last night. So he apparently doesn't think as highly as you do of Tim Walz, but we'll continue to cover it. Yeah. Everyone is doing their expectation setting.
But when we talk about the issues, when President Trump is making those types of criticisms, he's pointing out the fact that we've allowed 20+ million illegals into this country. And, the language might be tough. Some people might push back and say that's not their cup of tea. But how does Tim Walz stand on that stage tonight and explain why Kamala Harris allowed 20 million illegals into this country? How does Tim Walz stand on that stage and explain why Kamala Harris had these 2 deciding votes that ultimately led to this record or near record inflation? We have to call out these tough issues. Too many people are struggling. This isn't time for powder puff football. We're going to get right down to it.
Yeah. By the way, the former president was talking about his debating skills. He said when he's going up against a moron, a total moron. So that was the issue. Anyway, Jason Miller, thank you so much. We'll see you later. Appreciate it. All right, let's bring in our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, who's covering the Harris campaign. So, Peter, what are they signaling about tonight?
Well, it's a good question. As we've been speaking to those people close to Tim Walz, among the things I've heard is his priorities this evening, top among them all, will be to help amplify the case on behalf of Kamala Harris. This is as much about Kamala Harris in the eyes of Tim Walz as it will be about Donald Trump and JD Vance, according to those people who are close to his campaign. Notably, this is the first time that these two will ever be in person, JD Vance and Tim Walz. It does have the potential for some fireworks. They've been sniping, as we've witnessed for months, but mostly from a distance. Now, for the first time, they get to do it in that traditional running mate role as the attack dog. And one key voter group that I'm told both campaigns have been targeting is men, with Vance and Walz at the forefront of that fight. Walz, of course, the former high school football coach. He's a hunter, a plain-spoken Midwestern dad. Vance, who would be the youngest VP to serve in decades, he's really tried to frame his messaging toward younger guys. It's a place to watch. And as you watch tonight, recognize most Americans who haven't made their mind up yet, and that is a limited sliver of the American electorate right now. Even if they're not watching tonight, the campaigns recognize that it's the soundbite, the simple sound bites that may break through how this is cut up and pieced together and how it gets out to those limited number of undecided voters. To the Harris campaign, a lot of them are younger, particularly younger men, a racially diverse group. It's why they've been advertising on college football games and why they're looking at sports betting sites, among others, to sort of target their messaging in the couple days and weeks ahead.
All right, Peter, thank you. We're going to talk to Senator Mark Kelly in just a moment, but let me turn to the table here. Let's lift the veil off the expectation setting that goes on with the campaigns because it just makes me laugh. You know, we just had Jason Miller who's like, oh, Tim Walz is such a great debater. And then all of these Democrats are out in the press saying Tim Walz is scared. He's not sure. JD Vance is this amazing debater. So it's like this reverse complimenting thing so that when whatever happens, they can be like, well, we set those expectations and exceeded them.
By the way, a time-honored tradition
It
for
is.
debate
Lower
prep
the
in decades past, right? I mean, this is what we always see. I actually spoke with the person who played Governor Walz in the prep for Senator JD Vance, Congressman Tom Emmer, and he did much of the same thing. This is strategic on the part of the campaigns. Why? Partly to let the audience know that this is kind of what they can expect. Here's the reality. This is not their first rodeo. It is on a stage like this, but both of these candidates have done debates in the past. They've done debates for their races for Congress, for governor, for senator.
They've practiced. They're smart. They're capable. They're pros.
Exactly.
They're pros. And look, if you talk to allies of both of these campaigns, they say, here's the challenge for each of them. For Governor Walz, one ally said a good night for him is if he can keep all of those comments that JD Vance once made about Donald Trump, all of the criticism of him in the spotlight. That's what allies want to see from him. In terms of JD Vance, and you were just talking to Jason Miller about this, Savannah and Lester, the comments like the cat lady comments, they want him to stay away from controversial comments. Yes, throw a counterpunch, get into the mix, but they do not want him to reiterate some of those controversies that have been front and center that they feel take away from top issues like the economy, like immigration.
All right, for more on what to expect from the Harris-Walz campaign, let's bring in Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. He's appearing with us tonight as a campaign surrogate. Senator, thank you so much for being with us, where you hear some of the talk about the expectation game. What is the expectation tonight?
Well, I think it's about contrast. In the case of Governor Walz and Kamala Harris, you've got two people that want to lead this country into the future, that have a vision, that want to bring down costs for health care and prescription drugs and childcare and so many other things that affect American families. And on the other hand, you have Donald Trump and his Project 2025. That's going to increase costs, $4,000 out-of-pocket costs for American families. And if you're a senior who has benefited from the prescription drug benefit that we put into place with Kamala Harris and the administration, that would go away. So I would expect that we will see the contrast between what each side is offering.
Will Walz go after former President Trump's record or J.D. Vance's record?
Well, I think what you got to understand about JD is he's a Yale-trained, mouthpiece for Donald Trump. Donald Trump is, what matters here. He's a convicted felon. Kamala Harris is an experienced prosecutor, an attorney general, senator, and a vice president who really cares about the American people and cares about families. What I've seen from Donald Trump is, he puts people into two categories. You're either the con man or you're the person being conned, and he offers very little for middle class, working class families and everyday Americans.
Senator, you're from the great state of Arizona, of course, my home state. If you can tell, I'm biased toward it. Arizona, of course, was decisive.
Tucson.
Yes, Tucson, Arizona. It was decisive 4 years ago, and yet Kamala Harris seems to be losing ground there. Tim Walz has a rather progressive record on immigration. He's in Minnesota, gave undocumented migrants driver's license, made them eligible for free college tuition, as well as state health insurance. How's that going to play in Arizona?
Well, Savannah, Tim Walz, when he was a member of Congress, was ranked the 7th most bipartisan House member. He served with Gabby. They were freshmen together. I've known the governor, well, and during his service. He's got the experience for this job. And Kamala Harris is ready to go here on day one. And, she wants to take this country into the future where Donald Trump just wants to drag us back into the past and offer more tax cuts for billionaires, shred our alliances, and take away health care rights from women. That's what people should remember about the first Trump presidency.
But is immigration a vulnerability in Arizona? I guess just to put a fine point on it, are some of these immigration stances a problem in the state of Arizona, which was decisive last time around?
I was at the border with the vice president on Friday, and we met with sheriff and some mayors, county supervisors, the Border Patrol, and Customs and Border Protection, and talked about these issues. You got to remember, Kamala Harris was a prosecutor and attorney general and senator of a border state. She understands the border very well. And what Donald Trump did on the border, I mean, the last thing he did that had a huge impact is he told Republican senators that they could not vote for the bipartisan border security deal that we negotiated with the White House and with Senate Republicans. And what that did is, I mean, what it would have done if we could pass it, and we were about to pass it, was it was going to increase Border Patrol pay. We're going to hire more Border Patrol agents, more infrastructure, more fentanyl detection machines. Donald Trump stopped that. Kamala Harris has said that on day one, if we can send her that legislation, and I think we can after Donald Trump loses this election, if we send her that legislation, she'll sign it into law. She's the one who really cares about solving this problem, and will work to try to solve it. Donald Trump just wants to talk about it, Savannah. And, you know, he often just goes down there to get a picture. I had a very effective visit with her on Friday. It went very well. She's ready to deal with this issue.
Senator Mark Kelly, we've got to leave it there. We've got lots to get to. Thank you for your time.
We'll take a break. Coming up, we're counting down to the first and only vice presidential debate where the two VP candidates will introduce themselves to the country in many ways. We'll have a closer look at who they are and what they bring to the table right after this.
The vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up?
Patriotic. The vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
First and only vice presidential debate this election cycle between former President Trump's running mate, Ohio Senator JD Vance, and Vice President Harris's running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz.
We're going to show you the debate live once it starts in a few moments. But first, a closer look at the candidates. So let's go back to Peter Alexander, with more on who Tim Walz is and how he could help Vice President Harris. Hi, Peter.
Savannah, good morning, or good evening, right? It's what time of day is it?
Old habits,
It's the first time that Vance and Walz will have debated in 2 years since they ran for their current positions. Neither of them has faced a moment like this, of course, with millions expected to be watching. Walz has spoken publicly about his desire, though, to debate Vance since Kamala Harris first announced him as his running mate. As a plain-spoken Midwesterner, Tim Walz is known for not pulling any punches.
This is not about the Second Amendment. This is about the safety of our children and our communities.
A self-described white dude for Kamala Harris, the Democratic governor is running alongside the nation's first woman of color atop a major party's ticket. Walz grew up in small-town Nebraska, joining the National Guard as a teenager, using the GI Bill to pay tuition. He'd serve in the Guard for more than 2 decades, becoming a school teacher and high school football coach. He volunteered for John Kerry's presidential campaign in 2004. In 2006, launching his own long-shot bid for Congress, in an upset ousting a 6-term Republican incumbent. Walz served in Washington for the next 12 years, establishing himself as a moderate Democrat. Then in 2018, he ran for governor, winning in a landslide, though some of his progressive policies would draw Republican criticism that he's tried to dismiss.
What a monster. Kids are eating and having full bellies so they can go learn.
2020 would bring defining moments. The COVID pandemic and the killing of George Floyd that triggered riots and sharp attacks from Republicans for why it took Walz 3 days to call up the National Guard.
Is what it is, and I simply believe that we try to do the best we can.
Walz's critics also point to a state audit report that found major failures by Minnesota's education department during the pandemic, allowing rampant misuse of a federal program meant to feed children.
We can always do better. I think, again, context matters. It was a challenging time for everybody.
Selected by Harris in part for his chemistry with her and his working-class roots, Walz regularly touts his connections to the labor community.
I had an opponent who thought this was a real zinger when we were going at it. He said, Governor Walz is in the pocket of organized labor. And I said, that is a damn lie. I am the pocket.
Walz has grown into his role as an attack dog, not shy about going after former President Trump or his running mate, Senator JD Vance.
You guys are just weird. And it's, you know, they're running for He-Man Women Haters Club or something.
At this summer's Democratic convention, Walz's 17-year-old son Gus, sitting alongside his mother Gwen and sister Hope, went viral for this emotional moment, reacting to his father's acceptance speech.
It was just such a visceral, emotional moment that I'm grateful I got to experience it, and I'm so proud of him.
But for his part, Walz has had to defend some of his public comments.
Those weapons of war that I carried in war is the only place where those weapons are at.
Facing accusations, he inflated his military record and retired from the Army National Guard to avoid service in Iraq. Walz says he's proud of his service. Now, the 60-year-old governor from the middle of America is set to make the case why he and Harris should serve in the White House for the next 4 years. In my reporting ahead of tonight, I'll tell you one of the most interesting things that I learned from those people close to Tim Walz. They say one of their concerns privately is that he can have a tendency to be a bit heated and defensive tonight. So, Savannah and Lester, it's going to be interesting to watch this conversation between the two men. No audience in the room. They've been preparing Walz in case Vance tries to get under his skin. How does he handle it this evening on that stage?
We'll be watching for it, Peter. Thank you. Let's bring back Garrett Hake now for more on who JD Vance is and what he brings to the Trump campaign. Garrett?
Lester, JD Vance has already introduced himself to the country once as the author of a best-selling memoir, but now this self-described hillbilly has to reintroduce himself to the country again as someone who can make the case that he's ready to be a heartbeat away from the presidency. He is the junior senator from Ohio with only 2 years in government. But JD Vance is one of former President Trump's biggest defenders.
I want to help Donald Trump get elected because it's really important that he become the next president.
In the Senate,
how can we defend Ukraine's borders when we're not even defending our own American border?
And on the campaign trail,
the question is,
Are we going to send America First fighters to Washington, D.C.?
He's one of the leading voices of Trump's MAGA America First movement, not holding back in pushing the former president's agenda.
Republicans, we need to govern like we won the majority the American people gave us, not like a bunch of cowards. Let's get to work in Washington, D.C. No more talk. It's time for action.
But that hasn't always been the case. This was Vance in 2016.
I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
He was deeply critical of Trump then, going so far as to liken him to America's Hitler. But this was Vance just 6 years later.
The president is right. I wasn't always nice, but the simple fact is he's the best president of my lifetime, and he revealed the corruption in this country like nobody else.
Running for Senate in 2022 in Ohio as a pro-Trump candidate.
I was wrong about Donald Trump. I didn't think he was going to be a good president, Brett. He was a great president.
Vance shot to fame as the author of Hillbilly Elegy, a memoir about his upbringing in a poor, hard-hit part of Ohio. He then enlisted in the Marines, attended Yale Law School, worked in venture capital, and then on to the Senate, his first role in government. On the major issues, Vance has said in the past he would support a national ban on abortion after 15 weeks, but supports exceptions, including for rape and the life of the mother. On immigration, Vance has called for finishing Trump's southern border wall. He has come under criticism for a 2021 interview with Tucker Carlson, where he said the U.S. is being run by
a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made, and so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too.
And on the issue of the 2020 presidential election, then Senate candidate Vance suggested he would have supported fraudulent slates of pro-Trump electors.
If I had been vice president, I would have told the states like Pennsylvania, Georgia, and so many others that we needed to have multiple slates of electors, and I think the U.S. Congress should have fought over it from there.
In recent weeks, Vance's false claims about Haitian immigrants eating pets in Springfield, Ohio, set off a firestorm, which he later suggested was by design.
If I have to, create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do.
Now, the father of two, just 40 years old, after not even a full 2 years in government, is set to step onto the debate stage to make the case why he and Donald Trump should be the next leaders of the United States. One other important thing to know about JD Vance is the close friendship he's developed with Donald Trump Jr., who was instrumental in Vance getting picked for this ticket. The two of them see themselves as shaping the future of a Republican Party even after Donald Trump Sr. is off the stage. Guys.
All right. Thank you very much, Garrett. We want to turn now to President Biden's former White House press secretary, Jen Psaki, and Donald Trump's former deputy White House secretary, Hogan Gidley. Good afternoon. Good evening to all of you. It's this close to a good morning. Peter started it. Hogan, let's talk about, we're talking about JD Vance, some of these likability issues. Is this something you think he should take on tonight, whether it's the childless cat lady or some of these other kinds of comments?
I think it'll solve itself just naturally. I think it gives him a chance to introduce himself to the American people. You heard one of Trump's surrogates earlier talk about his tough upbringing, where he had a mom who was an addict. She wasn't around. He was raised by his grandmother, obviously going into the military, putting himself, getting to college, rather, with scholarship money, that type of thing. Kind of shows you his ability to relate to people out there who are facing struggles in their daily lives. What's interesting, though, is in this particular debate, JD Vance has an opportunity here to really kind of expose, I think, Governor Walz, because he hasn't really answered any questions. He had one debate where he was like an emotional support animal for Kamala, and he had one question about his lying about his military service, and he said, I don't really speak English well, so that's part of the problem. But he was a governor. And so he has a record. He's going to have to answer why he wants taxpayer dollars to pay for illegal aliens to get free health care and free college tuition, why he locked down his state and then had National Guard troops fire paintballs at citizens on their front porch. Those are serious issues he's never had to answer for. I think JD's going to bring that up.
Because as Jason Miller, the Trump campaign staffer, said, there's an article that says they bubble wrapped Tim Walz. And look, I mean, Axios, an independent news organization, did an analysis and found that Vance alone has done more than 7 times as many interviews as Harris and Walz.
True. And also when Vance does this, he often attacks the press. But putting that aside, Tim Walz
He's there.
No, I agree with you. Tim Walz propelled himself onto this ticket because he was so appealing on television and because he was so relatable and likable. He should be out there more. And I think it's it's crazy that he's not out there more. And it is true that it also means that it puts more pressure on this night. He's going to have to answer tough questions. So will JD Vance.
Sure.
I do think immigration, you were talking about this earlier with the senator from Arizona, is a hard one for the Walz, for the Harris-Walz team, because it is the issue where they are most underwater with voters. That's why Harris went to the border, and there is some work to be done on that.
Let me ask both of you, nothing seems to move this race. We're still looking at roughly 50-50. So might the goal for both tonight to be do no harm at this point?
I think the first rule of a vice presidential pick is to do no harm. And that's not just for the pick itself, but in a debate, for example. As we were talking about, though, I think a lot of these camps are already entrenched. A lot of folks are going to vote for Trump no matter what. A lot of folks are going to vote for Kamala no matter what. I think there could be an outside force that really tips the scales here. We just had a hurricane. People are suffering in a state like North Carolina and Georgia, both swing states. A lot of people are suffering, don't get me wrong, but those states matter in this upcoming election. There's now a war, full scale, between Israel and Iran. That's an issue I think the American people care about. And a strike that's going to impact a lot of American people, too.
But those issues, they don't move the voters on their own. It's how does the ticket deal with those issues? So I think if you're Walz tonight, you have all these backdrop of these challenging issues you just mentioned. It's reminding people about leadership and why stability and sanity in the Situation Room and in the Oval Office actually matters.
And that does.
Trump's national security team, many of them don't even want him to be the commander-in-chief.
And
so that's a challenge for, I think,
Of course it is. But as president, we didn't have wars breaking out all over the world. We didn't have illegal immigrants coming into our American communities, raping and killing people. And those types of things absolutely should be a reminder to the American people that leadership does matter. And we didn't have these problems when Donald Trump was in the White House.
You can take this debate to NBC News now and continue into the green room. Real quick, show of hands, who thinks there will be another debate between Trump and Harris? Wow.
No.
Who thinks there should be? We'll leave it on this point of agreement.
How about that?
Hogan, Jen, thank you very much. We're going to take a break right here, and still ahead tonight, how the vice presidential debate could shake up the polls with Election Day just 35 days away. Our man Steve Kornacki over at the big board to break it all down. Coming up next.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press,
every Sunday on NBC. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the first and only vice presidential debate before Election Day.
Tonight's debate is potentially the last debate voters will see before the general election. It could change voters' minds in the key battleground states.
So we've got Steve Kornacki over at his post to break down where the race stands right now. Hi, Steve.
Hi, Savannah. And Lester, take a look here. The national poll average first, all the major national polls, we keep a running average. And right now, Kamala Harris at 49%, Trump at 46%, a 3-point lead in the poll average nationally for Kamala Harris right now. Raises the question, this is the third straight election that Donald Trump has been the Republican nominee. How did the race look at this exact same point the last two times? We'll take a look here. 4 years ago, on this date, in the poll average, Joe Biden had a large lead, 9 points over Donald Trump. And, of course, Biden did go on to unseat Donald Trump. But 8 years ago, at this same point, Hillary Clinton had a lead of, does that 3 look familiar? The exact same 3-point lead that Kamala Harris has in the poll average now. And, of course, Hillary Clinton did win the popular vote in 2016, but she lost to Trump where it matters in the Electoral College, in those key swing states. So what do the swing states look like right now? We've been talking about this core group of 7 battlegrounds. And, again, what you're seeing here is our current average of all the polls in those states. And the headline here, obviously, is extremely close. Look, the widest margin you're going to see here is 3 points for Harris in Michigan and in Nevada. Look at North Carolina. You see Harris there leading. I say leading. It's 1/10 of 1 point in the average right now. One thing to keep in mind, we saw big polling misses in the Midwest states in 2016 and 2020. Both elections, they underestimated. The polls did Trump's actual support. Keep that in mind. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, as we see numbers there this fall. Has that problem been solved? Does it persist? And just for the sake of showing you the state of play right now, this is not a prediction, but if it were to break exactly like this on Election Day, these states were to go exactly as they look right now, let me show you what it would do to the electoral map. So you see we have the battlegrounds in gray. If we fill them in based on the current polling average, this is what you would get. That would give Harris 292. That would be enough for the presidency. But remember, we just showed you North Carolina, 1/10 of 1 point. Just by getting that, if Trump could get that, he'd be at 262. He'd be one Midwest state away from the presidency. So that's how close it is when you start to look at those battleground averages right now. Now, in terms of tonight, possible implications for the vote in November in this vice presidential debate, let's take a look at the image of each one of these candidates coming to the stage tonight. Favorable, unfavorable. This is our most recent poll. Tim Walz, 40% positive, 33 negative. He is 7 points above water. JD Vance, on the other hand, 32 favorable, 45 unfavorable, 13 points underwater. And perspective on that, if you went back 10 presidential elections, takes us all the way back to 1988. Only one major party vice presidential nominee has been further underwater than JD Vance is right now. That was Dan Quayle in 1992 when he was running for re-election with Bush Sr. And, of course, that ticket did go on to lose.
All right, Steve, thank you so much.
Kate Snow is talking to a group of voters in the city of Pittsburgh in the critical Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Kate?
Yeah, it is critical, isn't it? Thank you, Lester. I've got 6 voters here with me. All of you described yourselves as somewhat moderate, somewhat in the center, some more than others. I want to start with Rona and Merrill. We've had a lot of news today about Israel and about the attack by Iran. Both of you said you are motivated. You're Jewish, you're Democrats, both of you registered Democrats, but you're seeing this very differently. Rona, tell me why you're thinking about possibly voting for Donald Trump.
Well, today is not a good day to ask me that, I guess, because today, I mean, I'm really thankful, right? Largest barrage of ballistic missiles ever shot at a country in history. And the U.S. supported Israel and shot down missiles along with Jordan and Israel. And so I'm so incredibly thankful for that. And a big Biden fan today.
Are you still thinking you might vote Republican?
I am still undecided. Yes, absolutely. Because I think every day right now is so utterly critical, and watching how this continues to unfold.
And what about you, Merrill?
And for me, today just verified what I've already felt, that the Biden-Harris administration has been very pro-Israel. Today was really an existential threat for the state of Israel once again. And the United States and the Biden administration, along with Vice President Harris, really stepped up.
So
and
you're definitely voting Harris going into tonight's debate.
Yes.
Let me turn to Claire and Brian. Both of you voted for Trump in 2016, then went away from Trump in 2020, and now you're both considering former President Trump again, even though I think you said you don't really like JD Vance very much.
I really don't like either of them very much. You know, I'm looking at something different. I want something different. I'm not really sure where we're going to end up.
So maybe tonight you hear something that pushes you?
Maybe if tonight I hear something, yeah. You know, it might make up my mind. You know, I'm still kind of up in the air, but.
Claire, you said to me that you're a little worried if you vote for Trump, you wouldn't be able to, you'd have to lie to your friends.
I mean, I think it's hard to vote for anyone. You know, the keyboard killers, no matter which way. I mean, you vote, you know, in this town democratically, and someone's like, well, you voted for this mayor, and then you see something federally, and they say, well, you voted for that president, no matter which side you're on.
Brandon, you said that your community, which I think is a predominantly black community, is more divided right now, more at odds than you've seen it in an election.
Yeah, so it just seems like there is no real middle ground. Everything is radicalized. Everything is extreme, kind of like what she was saying. Yeah. But more so from my community, being young and African American, it seems like a lot of people are coming to the topic of politics late, and they're missing nuance. So what they're hearing right now is stirring a lot of passion that's bringing them one way or another.
And John, real quick, one word. What do you need to hear tonight?
I guess it's just seeing that Walz is going to support Kamala Harris. I'm pretty much decided
that on Harris.
JD Vance and Trump are a danger to our democracy.
Thank you all so much. I'll send it back to you guys, Lester.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. We'll take a break. Next, we're just minutes away from tonight's vice presidential debate. We'll show it to you live after this.
lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our special coverage of tonight's vice presidential debate.
We're about 7 minutes away now. Ohio Senator JD Vance facing off against Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Might be the last debate voters see at all before Election Day.
Let's go back to Tom Emmer in the spin room. It's going to be crowded there tonight, if not already.
Oh, yeah, you guys, you know that is true. You know, these spin rooms are where the candidates come with their surrogates right after the debate to argue they won the debate. I want to show you a live camera right now of this spin room because it's unlike any we've seen before because of its size. It's only about 3,000 to 4,000 square feet. It's going to be filled with reporters and surrogates. There's going to be a crush of people here after the debate, including at least one of the candidates who is debating tonight. So this could be chaotic. It could be exciting. It could be fun. It could be wild. We'll have no idea until after the debate. I will tell you this much. It reminds me of my younger days when you go to house parties here in Manhattan inside studio apartments and there was way more people than there was room. Nonetheless, it'll be memorable and we're going to look for all that excitement right after the debate.
Well, we've learned a lot about you, Tom.
I hear the rest of the story.
I have to say, I don't know if he was describing a spin room or a rave.
Surely there was more to that story.
All right, let's go to senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. We're going to get to the bottom of that one. Also in the spoon room, been talking to Tim Walz's staff. So, Kelly, what's the vibe?
Well, I've just heard from those with Governor Walz. They say Vice President Harris put in a phone call to him to wish him good luck. You'd heard about some nerves before all of this. Now they're saying he's energized and he's ready. Among the top goals for Governor Walz today is to be able to talk about Kamala Harris and what she could bring to the country and to try to tie JD Vance to the Project 2025 agenda that former President Trump tries to distance himself from as much as possible. They also, in their prep, expect that Vance will try to get under the skin of Governor Walz, and he's going to try to focus on reaching voters who have not yet made up their minds. And they also expect that Governor Walz will have to answer for some of the things that have been a frequent target of JD Vance, like questions about his military record, and a time when Governor Walz said that he had been in combat when he was in a foreign country working on behalf of the Afghanistan operation, but not in Afghanistan. So they expect that he'll have to answer for that. And what they have prepared is in some ways to talk about his 24 years in the National Guard and saying that is longer than anything that JD Vance has done in his professional life, and that they think that is not an argument that Vance can win. So tone-wise, you're going to see Governor Walz trying to be that affable coach, teacher, dad, and to try to relate to those in the middle of the country who also enjoy plaid, as I know you have noted, Savannah.
All right, Kelly, thank you.
Let's bring back Garrett Haake in the spin room. He's covering the Trump-Vance campaign. What are your thoughts here as we head down to the final minutes?
At the end of the day, Lester, this is still all about the people at the top of the ticket. That's something that wasn't lost today in Trump world. Donald Trump did something unusual today. He held not one, but two campaign events of his own on the day of his VP debate, both of them in Wisconsin, mentioning JD Vance just one time during those two events in response to a question. So for Donald Trump, this is still about Trump versus Harris, and I think that'll be something that's forefront on the mind of JD Vance when he takes the stage tonight as well.
All
Lester?
right. Thank you, Garrett. Let's bring back Kristen Welker, Hallie Jackson, and Peter Alexander has joined the conversation. Peter, I mean, based on everything we've talked about in the last hour, it seems like, in a way, Tim Walz, the work for him is on substance. What does he stand for? Defending past positions as governor of Minnesota. And for JD Vance, it's about style. It's about likability, about some of the controversial things he said. That seems like where the work is.
Yeah, I think you guys are right. We've made a lot of these points to this point. One other point that I would just add to this conversation is, remember how this whole campaign started, where age was the big issue? Joe Biden was going to be 86 at the end of a second term. Right now, Donald Trump is 78 years old. His age means there's a little bit unique attention being focused on JD Vance right now. He's 40. You're going to see Tim Walz, who is 60 years old today. The last time there was a big age discrepancy like this, 1988, Lloyd Benson and Dan Quayle, who was 41, a year older, of course, than JD Vance is when he's up there on stage.
And Vance has been senator for 2 years.
And the gist is that was one of the rare moments where a line broke through. You know, I knew John F. Kennedy, you're no John F. Kennedy. These moments rarely break through. Is there a viral moment like that that sort of defines this night, or is it a wash ultimately with the last month to go?
Kristen, at the end of the day, and I asked this question with 3 minutes to go, do these debates matter? Does a vice presidential debate matter in the big picture?
They can matter. Think about back in 2012 when Joe Biden had a very strong debate performance against Paul Ryan and really helped to reset the campaign after former President Obama stumbled in his first debate against Mitt Romney. So, yes, they can matter. Again, I think this takes on outsized meaning because of the fact that there's no second presidential debate. One more point. In listening to those voters that Kate was talking to, all of them seem so frustrated with the process. And you think about that word change. Right now, Vice President Kamala Harris wins on the change argument by 9 points. I think that's part of the work that JD Vance is going to try to do.
Well, change is interesting because she's an incumbent, but so is former President Trump.
That's right.
So it's interesting to see that. I mean, people say, they like to say, conventional wisdom, these vice presidential debates don't matter. And maybe they didn't when elections weren't decided by 10,000 voters in a Midwest state.
In 2 different states, and that's it.
Yes.
I come back to something that you have said from the jump, Savannah, through this election cycle, which is let's have a little bit of humility here, right? It's hard for us to predict, especially with the race this close, especially with the dynamic of no next debate for the presidential candidates. Remember what this race is going to come down to. Those 6 critical battlegrounds, the economy and immigration. We have seen that consistently in the polling. Expect to hear both of those issues hammered big time on stage tonight.
And worth noting also, this is the first presidential election since Roe was overturned. I think that's going to be an X factor, too.
Mics will be on tonight. Is that going to make a huge difference in terms of expectations based on what we saw in the presidential debate?
Remember, it was the Harris campaign that in the presidential debate wanted the mics to be on throughout here. This time, they are on throughout. CBS can turn them off as necessary, but it's that back and forth. They're hoping that you can hear those snide comments, perhaps by either side.
Show of hands. Who thinks there will be another debate between Trump and Harris?
Listen to you at this show of hands.
Show of hands. It's a quick poll. Okay. Who thinks there should be?
We're journalists. We think there should be.
Okay. All right. There we go.
Good answer. Well, it is the top of the hour now, 9 p.m. here in New York City. We are just seconds away from tonight's only vice presidential debate between Ohio Republican Senator JD Vance and Minnesota Democratic Governor Tim Walz.
That's right. It is also potentially, if you haven't noticed, possibly the last debate we will see before Election Day. Election Day now just 35 days away, 5 weeks.
We have kind of set the table here on what people will be looking at and what we'll all be talking about in a little while. We will have in-depth analysis once the debate concludes here on NBC. But tonight's event is hosted by CBS News in their studio in New York, just a few blocks from here.
Yeah, and as the last debate was between the running mates, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, there's no audience in there tonight. So each candidate is going to have 2 minutes for their answers, and then there's a rebuttal. And the moderators have said, Lester, there will be some fact-checking, but they're really counting on the candidates to fact-check each other.
And as we noted, unlike the last debate, microphones will not be muted, but the network says they reserve the right to mute the candidates. So that'll be an interesting process as they go along.
Okay, the vice presidential debate about to be on. Let's go to CBS Network Studios, West 57th, here in the heart of Manhattan, and watch this debate.
Presidential debate.
Good evening, I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world. We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator JD Vance, tonight meeting for the first time.
I'm Margaret Brennan. In order to have a thoughtful and civil debate, these are the rules that both campaigns have agreed to. Questions will be directed at one candidate, who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other.
CBS News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns. The stage is set. Governor, Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's get started. Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene. And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed, thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. And thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago, a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the vice president said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit, because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me. And she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against
against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump, who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years. And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane, because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today, actually, a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then, of course, afterwards, to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job. And I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America, because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane. And my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together. So all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there to that we recover, but we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years. Senator. Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing worse by the climate. Senator, your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said, again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that, and an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about this, about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history, 30% decrease in Ohio. But there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this. And that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no. told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him to, what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this. And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling them what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules. And it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this, and Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true, don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our border czar, Kamala Harris, has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You've got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. Look, I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it, and it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because
we're going to turn now to the economy. Thank you.
Margaret, the rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by our own leadership.
Thank you, Senator, for describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The CBP One app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora.
Thank you, Margaret. The economy is a top concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan, so let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota, 12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do, we'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best, more people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer, a lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do. And some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies, and what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%, open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom, because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts, but if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle-class and working-class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years, and the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop, and we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
that's a gross generalization.
that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here, because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you've simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on health care then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you. Margaret?
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot, I will get caught up in the rhetoric, but being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID, and I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community, and then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate, Donald Trump, unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out to messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas. outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about health care. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in health care for a reason. We trust women. We trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance, had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did, when I was running for Senate in 2022, talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making childcare more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
Well, I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator?
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think, whether you're pro-choice or pro-abortion, that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their health care decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given
But how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, getting engaged, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget. Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
The vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up.
Patriotic. The vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
We are back now with tonight's vice presidential debate.
When it ends, join us for analysis. Now back to the debate.
Welcome back to the CBS News vice presidential debate. We want to turn now to America's gun violence epidemic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance, you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartel. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that worked. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go when we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills? They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. And I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said, actually, about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly, weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Okay, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse, or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is talking about cities and where it's at. The number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues. Making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns, and there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the Vice President is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back, and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens? If you lower energy prices, as Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill, one of the biggest drivers of housing costs aside from illegal immigration is, think about it, if a truck driver is paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods, too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where, Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But, Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for a national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in
Well, of course,
migrants,
that's not true. And again, you have the
affecting
facts. I
housing
guess we
prices.
agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That, look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again, blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask, though, on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor, your time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, "I have concepts of a plan." Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. Look, it's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think this is an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done, but when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and health care costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do, but I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better health care policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to. Go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened, and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight, is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher. And he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then what happens is... So you think the individual mandate's a good idea? You shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret?
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss. Margaret?
Let's talk about families in America. There is a childcare crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family and medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family and medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start, the family works better, we stay in their employers, we get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue, those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some cases, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family and medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who is an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of child care model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with child care. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide child care in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote child care because, look, it is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on child care as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, child care options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the child care shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy's growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president, Donald Trump left the White House, and now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by 2 lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues. And that, to me, is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here. And I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator.
Me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day, some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue, and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret?
Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement, but this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't
Senator,
wear
the
masks.
governor does
That's
have the
not
floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah, well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this, I'm pretty shocked by this, he lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So, America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back with both of our candidates. The CBS News vice presidential debate continues.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
And we are back with tonight's vice presidential debate.
When it ends, join us right here, analysis. But now, back to the debate.
Welcome back to the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. It is now time for the closing statement. Senator Vance won the virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So, Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you, that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage, and then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl, and that too has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you.
And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brennan.
And I'm Nora O'Donnell. And a reminder, there are just 35 days until Election Day. Please get out and vote. And for all of us here at CBS News, thank you and good night.
A handshake, and that's the end. Tim Walz, JD Vance squaring off for about 90 minutes in the heart of Midtown Manhattan, the CBS News studios, as their families come out to greet them after what was really a quite civilized debate. And I mean, perhaps that's one of the headlines we'll talk about as we turn to Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker and Hallie Jackson, our senior Washington correspondent. Lester here still with me in New York City. I really am struck. We had kind of like a good old-fashioned policy debate on the issues. Didn't get nasty.
Look, by the way, they're still chatting.
Still chatting. Didn't get weird. They took their shots, but it was earnest. And there were even moments of kind of congeniality and collegiality.
There were a number of moments where each of the candidates turned to each other and said, I agree with you. When Governor Walz said that his child had witnessed a shooting, you heard Senator Vance say, I'm so sorry that happened. Look, zooming out, it was clear, I think, that Senator JD Vance knew his challenge tonight was to come off as more likable. I received a number of texts from Republicans and Democrats who say he was very effective at doing that. He's coming off as normal, even compassionate, even on the issue of abortion and economy, one Democrat said to me. And then at the end of the night, something very significant happened, which is that Governor Walz turned to Senator Vance and said, did Trump lose the 2020 election? Vance said, I'm focused on the future. Walz said, that's a damning answer. I do think
he said it's a damning non-answer.
Non-answer. And I do think that exchange and non-answer will in some ways loom very large over what Democrats and Republicans agree was a strong night for Senator Vance.
Hallie, what was the most memorable moment for you?
I think there were a few of them. I think the one that Kristen mentions is one of them. I think the idea that the mics were not muted at one point and then muted, and Senator Vance taking exception to that. Governor Walz calling himself kind of a knucklehead when asked to speak about an instance in which he says he misspoke about China in an answer that was tough to follow there. I think overall, I was, like you, Lester, watching the two of them interact at the end there because there was this sense of did not see on that debate stage between the people at the top of the ticket here. What was also interesting here is the way that Senator Vance very specifically and repeatedly linked Kamala Harris to Tim Walz. Both of them seemed very clear that they know what this is about, right? This is about the principles. This isn't necessarily
even
about
at the end. They both said, vote for Kamala Harris.
That's
vote
exactly
for Donald
right.
Trump.
On the other side, too. I mean, JD Vance said Kamala Harris's name 38 times. That is way more than Donald Trump ever said Kamala Harris's name.
A lot of people don't really know who these two men are.
Yeah, that's right. We talk about this being an introduction to America. You heard a lot of policy. You heard some substance there, too. So you probably have some level of takeaway if you ended up watching for the full 90 minutes. But I do think that as things move forward, I had one Democrat text me, listen, substantive, but also can't imagine this changes a whole lot in the race moving forward.
And I think the biography is important. That's why you heard both of them pause at various moments throughout the night to reintroduce themselves to Americans, to explain where they had come from, the fact that they both have served in the military, and to try to really paint themselves as people who can relate to moderates, to independents, to those suburban voters who are going to be.
The closing moments, the closing arguments are always so interesting because that's the only thing they get to plan, rehearse, memorize if they want to. And they both struck a note of optimism about the future in the country. And with JD Vance, frankly, it was a stark contrast to what we hear from Donald Trump, who says this country is going to HE double toothpicks, it's all terrible.
You can say the word.
Okay, hell, sorry. I don't know if my kids were still awake. But, it was interesting to see him strike that tone because it's in contrast to what we hear from Donald Trump every day.
And he himself just over the weekend said, yeah, this is a dark speech. I know that I'm giving a dark speech.
Donald
Trump did at a campaign rally he was at. He understands that is the tone he's striking, and it was markedly different.
All right, let's see what other folks are thinking about what we've just witnessed. Kate Snow has been talking to a group of voters in Battleground, Pennsylvania. Kate, what's the consensus? What are you hearing?
Lester, it's really interesting. We've just been chatting since the debate ended. We are in Pennsylvania, right, guys? And we talked about how you feel the pressure that this is a swing area and that you could actually decide this election. So, Brian, let me start with you because you were really torn going in before the debate. You talked about not knowing exactly what you want to do. How are you feeling now?
I feel like Walz probably hit it on the head a lot of times. It's probably 60-40.
60-40 for Harris?
For Harris, yeah. I feel like Vance sort of danced around a lot of questions. You know, that it's not really going to. The vice president debate is really not going to have any kind of meaning on how I vote. But
as you sit here now, do you have more certainty about how you're going to vote, or not really?
No, not really. No. But I do think that Walz sort of he was really for the people, right? And Vance did a lot of deflecting. And a lot of, he just really wasn't sure. He kind of danced around answers. So,
Brandon, you said you felt like Vance was just saying that what were your words? He was saying things that people wanted to hear?
It sounded like he was saying things that people wanted to hear. He sounds like he was trying to be more human. This does not necessarily align to what he said before, in my opinion.
And you said that now you are feeling a little more certain about going with Harris. Am I reading that right?
Yes, now it's October 1st. I think it's irresponsible to have this much uncertainty coming out of either side. Vance did nothing. He did not answer the question for me. And he made a lot of connections that weren't really there for me.
Claire, we were talking a lot afterwards about childcare, because there was that whole section toward the end of the debate about childcare, and you're really involved in this as a member of the community here. You're a mom. You're involved in policy discussions. So what was your take on that?
Thanks, Kate, and thanks for NBC for having us. But I was really interested in just again, I feel like we're looking at two men telling us what women are going to do, and I'm still not there. You know, I still feel like we need more representation. We need more of who I want to see. We need more people who can break down systemic differences that stop our government for either party being able to make effective policy. So after tonight, I still feel like a little unwary about exactly who I will be voting for, and if I will be voting at all.
And if you will be voting at all. Oh, you know, I'm sure both of those men would have said, please vote if you can. John.
I just want to add to that point, you know, again, we have two men discussing issues that are, have to do with women's rights and whatnot. But let's not forget that the person at the top of the ticket for the Democrats is a woman, and she has a lot to say, which maybe that will help.
And we know that you support Harris. John, I know quickly you also said the economic plans that you heard tonight cost a lot more than you expected.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear the price number that the Wharton School of Business attributed to Kamala's plan. But then when I heard that Trump's plan was 3 times that, I was pretty much shocked with that number.
Rona, you were considering voting for Trump now?
I didn't learn anything in this debate that kind of helped me reach a conclusion. I was really happy with both of their answers about Israel at the very beginning. But I had a crazy day today. I started this morning interviewing Aviva Siegel, former hostage whose husband, Keith Siegel, an American, is still held hostage in Gaza, along with another 6 Americans and over 100 others. And no one addressed that at all. No one addressed rising anti-Semitism on college campuses. I have more homework to do. Thanks.
I'm afraid we're out of time. Thank you all so much for sitting with us and for watching. Lester, I'll send it back to you guys.
Fascinating, Kate. Enjoyed the conversation.
All right, let's go back to Tom Yamas. He's in the spin room. Have you been spun, Tom?
Yeah. Well, I can tell you the spinning is just starting. The room is also starting to fill up now. I'm just looking over my shoulder to see who's here of the surrogates. We have Senator Tom Cotton is here, Representative Elise Stefanik, Governor Pritzker of Illinois, Senator Mark Kelly, and others. It sounds like we're also hearing our first sort of post-debate strategies. The Republicans are leaning into that moment that Hallie was talking about earlier, where Governor Walz was asked about his comments that were misleading about his time in China during the Tiananmen Square protest, that he called himself a knucklehead and that he misspoke. Republicans are going very hard over that. Democrats, in turn, are saying that the lies that the Vance campaign and the Trump campaign say are nowhere in comparison to that. We're also hearing a bigger debate right now about immigration. It sounds like both sides are fighting over immigration, what Vance said and what Walz said about their immigration plans, and who's to blame over the immigration crisis right now at the border and how it's changing. So I think we're sort of getting our first salvos in the war post-debate and what we're hearing here in the spin room. I also want to note we do see Secret Secret Service in here, which leads us to believe that at least one of the two candidates who debated tonight will enter the spin room and hopefully do some interviews once they get done speaking to their own campaigns. For now, I'm going to send it to you guys as the spinning is just getting started.
All right. Thank you so much, Tom. I want to turn now to Kristen Welker, Hallie Jackson, and Peter Alexander's joined the table. Let's get some final thoughts. Peter, you're writing your story for the Today Show tomorrow. You literally are writing your story for the Today Show tomorrow. But what's the headline to you?
Well, I think one of the biggest headlines, at least in the eyes of the Walz campaign, came in the 90th minute. It was the most contentious moment of the debate. It was on the topic of democracy, an issue that Joe Biden focused so much attention on, but it seemed to be by the wayside as it became a Trump versus Harris race right now. According to the people I'm speaking to in the Harris-Walz camp right now, they say their dial groups, the folks who say if they like something or don't like it, thought that was the worst moment for JD Vance. They didn't like his non-answer, his refusal to say whether, in fact, Joe Biden defeated Donald Trump in 2020 right now. They're going to try to make some hay out of that. Right now, we're already seeing what the Trump people are trying to make hay out of. It was a gaffe by Tim Walz, who himself said sometimes he has a tendency to misspeak tonight when he said that he's friends with school shooters. He meant to say, of course, that he's friends with school shooting victims. But I do think that's the key moment. And certainly I think it's a moment where they think after a night where in the eyes of the Walz folks, they think Vance came off a bit slick tonight, Yale educated. They thought that their guy, Walz, was a bit more plain spoken along the way. Again, I go back to where I started on this, though. It's not so much how you viewed what happened tonight, but it's how these are diced and sliced and how people see little moments from this tonight.
Yeah, what will people be talking about a few days from now?
Exactly
about
right.
This debate? Will they be talking about this debate?
Well, I do think that democracy thing is something that the Harris and Walz folks are going to try to lay into heavy out of this. They think it was their best moment over the course of the
But what about, let's talk about Walz's worst moment, which has to be, I would think, the part where he was asked about misstatements he's made about whether or not he was at Tiananmen Square in China. And he was sort of all over the place. Instead of just saying, look, I misspoke. And are we really talking about this thing that happened 35 years ago? So, but this are the kind of things that stick from debates like this. He said, I'm a knucklehead.
Absolutely. And Democrats reached out to say that was not a strong moment. It's worth noting this entire debate really seemed focused on trying to pin each other for being the incumbent. Remember, voters are looking for change.
Show of hands, who thinks there's going to be another debate? Nobody. What about you, Lester?
Think either side, I'll leave it to you guys. You don't think there's a chance that they're going to feel they need it?
We've covered Donald Trump for a long time. There's always a chance, but right now it doesn't look like it.
Well, that concludes our coverage of tonight's vice presidential debate.
We will have more coverage ahead on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Full wrap-up tomorrow on Today.
Hey, good evening. I'm Tom Yamas. Our coverage of the first and only vice presidential debate on NBC News Now is just getting started. My colleague Hallie Jackson will join me in just a moment. I'm live from the spin room in New York City, where we'll hear from some top advisors to both campaigns and from undecided battleground voters. The big question, were any minds changed tonight? You see this handshake right here between the two candidates in a debate that kicked off with a question on the unfolding situation in the Middle East, with Senator JD Vance defending former President Trump's approach to the region while he was president.
They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world.
And Governor Tim Walz attacking the former president, saying many of his former national security advisors have spoken out against him.
It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous.
The debate also featuring some tense moments, such as Vance going after the moderators after they tried to fact-check him about the legal status of Haitian immigrants in his home state.
Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status. Temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because
we're going to turn out of the economy.
Thank Margaret, you. The rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on.
As for Governor Walz, he stumbled through an answer on some discrepancies in past comments he made on China, seeming to admit he misspoke in the past about when he actually visited the country.
I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect, and I'm a knucklehead at times.
There were a couple of heated back and forths, including when Walz challenged Vance on his non-answer about who won the 2020 election. Listen.
I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
But surprising for this day and age, we did hear at times where they agreed.
I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this.
Tim just said something that I agree with.
I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
All right, joining us now live in the spin room is NBC's Garrett Haake. And Garrett, I understand that Senator JD Vance has just entered, maybe just to the left of us. I think you got eyes on him. Tell us what you can see.
Yeah, Tom, he's sitting down just behind me on the Fox News set. As you can see, the intimate confines of the spin room have gotten even more crowded here since the debate concluded and the surrogates started to come in, none of them drawing more attention than Donald Trump Jr., the president's son, and Vance himself coming in. You won't be surprised to know the Trump campaign is thrilled with JD Vance's performance. You heard that from several of their senior advisors. You heard it from Donald Trump Jr. I expect you're going to hear it from JD Vance himself, and we certainly heard it from Donald Trump throughout the course of the debate, commenting over and over again on Truth Social about how well he thought Vance was doing, how poorly he thought the moderators were doing. And I'll just say, Tom, I think there's sort of two key things if we get an opportunity to talk to JD Vance about this tonight, questions left unanswered. The Trump campaign and tonight Vance's inability to really explain the mass deportations policy that they have put out here time and time again, how they will do that without separating families. I've heard Vance take that question repeatedly. I heard the same answer tonight that he always gives that lacks a lot of context and information. And then on Obamacare and what happened to Obamacare during the Trump administration, a wholesale and complete rewriting of history when it comes to the Trump administration's effort to get rid of that law. I covered all of it on Capitol Hill. JD Vance's position is 100% inconsistent with lived reality of what the Trump administration did with Obamacare during that time period. I hope I'll get a chance to ask him about that tonight. But as you can see, there are quite a lot of people trying to ask the same questions I am, and he may not take any of those questions beyond those that are going to be asked to him on the Fox News set.
Garrett, I'm curious, has the Trump campaign at all mentioned how this debate sort of felt almost pre-Trumpish in the sense that there was not any name calling, it didn't get nasty, and for the most part, both candidates were pretty civil?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything specifically from the Trump campaign on that, Tom, but it is striking. I mean, if you go back to any debate before 2015, this is more like what you would have expected. Candidates looking for opportunities to agree with each other, looking for opportunities to appear more civil, looking for opportunities to raise the sort of tenor and tone of the dialogue to a higher place. We got some of that tonight in what is, I think, for many voters probably feels more like an extra credit project, watching the VP debate, which almost never moves the needle in actual elections. Again, tonight, maybe one for the super fans, but those who turned in, I think, got a lot of substance out of what happened on stage tonight.
Garrett Haake, the extra credit project. I have a feeling Garrett maybe worked on a lot of those. Anyways, Garrett, we thank you, and we're going to check back with you. Let us know if you end up getting Senator Vance. I have Kelly O'Donnell here with us right now. Kelly, I'm sure the Democrats in the White House are spinning you pretty hard. What is their take on the debate? I think they have to be somewhat happy because talking to sources on both sides, this is the first debate out of the three where you have Republicans saying we won and you have Democrats saying we won. The last two, there were clear winners.
One of the things that I'm struck by is what you were just talking to Garrett about, and that is the tone, and that these candidates did speak to each other in a civil way. And what I've been hearing from Harris-Walz associates is that Governor Walz didn't want a food fight. He wanted to make the appearance of leadership. And who are they going after? Of those extra credit watchers, they want those who have not made up their mind. And so appealing to those who might not want to see some of the ugliness of our national discourse. Certainly, Governor Walz was nervous at the beginning. They acknowledged that right out of the gate. Also, governors, having covered so many of them, are most comfortable with domestic issues because that's what they're dealing with. That first question early on in the debate, dealing with today's events in the Middle East, was not a comfortable space for Governor Walz. But they believe that when he talked about the issues relating to January 6th and women's health care, that he scored very well among the voter groups they were watching. And they believe that his sort of normal guy vibe was something that voters could relate to.
Yeah, it was clear in the beginning he was very nervous,
Yes.
stumbled a couple times, but then when it got to the domestic issues, he felt much more comfortable. That is clear.
We were nervous watching because the stakes are high.
Right. What was the take on the response to the questions over Hong Kong and him misrepresenting what actually happened?
Well, he sort of got there with "I misspoke" at the end and took a lot of time to get there. And so it's been one of the criticisms of Governor Walz that he is not always careful with his words, that he sometimes describes life events in a way that might be adding a little something extra. Certainly, they recognize that he needed to clean that up. They believe that he did that and that normal people do similar things. In the political space, you don't always get a lot of credit for that. What he did not do is he didn't pivot and talk about Donald Trump and his record on truth-telling or not. So that might have been an area where he could have approached it differently, but they knew that was going to be an issue.
It's actually interesting you bring that up because a couple Republican strategists pointed out to me that Vance actually didn't attack him on that, and so the thinking might have been that if Vance would have gotten more on, it would have drawn that on the former President Smith's truths as well. We thank you so much, Kelly.
Good to be with you.
Stand by for us. I'm here in the spin room, as we've been saying, but my co-anchor, Hallie Jackson, is over in our 30 Rock studios as our coverage continues. And Hallie, I got to tell you, I've been hearing from a lot of viewers, I've been hearing from people in the political space who they're just calling the debate, they're calling it refreshing. They're saying that, it was dense with policy, it was definitely different, but they're also calling it refreshing because it reminded them of a time sort of pre-2016, 2015, when the debates would get so heated and sort of Donald Trump sort of turned the political world upside down.
I mean, you and I were out there, pounding the pavement during those 2016 days. Tom, I remember for some of those early Republican primary debates where, it was spicy before we knew how spicy it could get. So interesting moments there. And I'm looking behind you there because I understand that now JD Vance is on the spin room floor. I'll check with our control room. You may be able to see him, Tom. He had just done, I think, a hit on Fox News. He is getting ready to get over onto the spin room floor. We're going to watch to see if he speaks. Governor Walz, we understand, has now left the area. And I got to say, Tom, this is probably the closest you and I have been for one of these post-debate shows because you're just a few blocks away from me here in Midtown Manhattan in New York City. I'm here alongside our Meet the Press moderator, Kristen Welker, and our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander. NBC's chief political analyst, Chuck Todd, is joining us as well. So there's a lot to get into here. And Kristen and Peter, I'll start with you, and then Chuck, I want you to jump in as well. This is obviously maybe the last word that we will see in a primetime stage from anybody in this ticket here. One of the things that we all talked about prior to this debate happening were the favorability numbers, right? Governor Walz has the highest of any person on the ticket. Senator Vance has the lowest. Did anything change that tonight? And does likability matter?
Well, look, likability could matter around the edges, particularly when you are dealing with such a close race, because any and everything could impact voters when a race is this close, particularly if you look at the polls in the battleground states. It was very clear that Senator Vance knew that his challenge tonight was to be more likable. And Hallie, I got texts from Republicans who
they're very happy. I'll tell
he
you,
had an incredibly
that's
strong
right.
night.
That's right.
And Democrats who acknowledge he came off as likable on some of the issues, by the way, that they felt as though Walz should have been on offense and Vance should have been on defense, like abortion. One Democrat saying to me that he felt as though there were some missed opportunities there on Walz's part. Having said all of that, I do think that the final moment of the debate will be one of the most significant, one that will loom over the rest of the debate, which is when Governor Walz asked Vance point blank, did Donald Trump lose the election? And he said, I want to focus on the future. And of course, he called that a non-answer. And the significance of that, I think, because democracy has been rising as a key issue for voters. So when you think about what voters care about, that is one of them. And again, when you talk about, does this matter? It matters because this race is so close, and winning over or alienating some of those undecided voters around the edges can make a difference.
Candidly, I would say that the Democrats are probably happy that the presidential debate matters a lot more than the vice presidential debate. Clearly, JD Vance was a much more polished communicator. For those who have said, he may be unlikable, he delivered the message that he wanted to get across tonight most of the time. You can agree or disagree with what he was saying, but I think that's the biggest takeaway here. I think there were two things that struck me in particular. One is that he tried to determine who this was a referendum on. Tim Walz tried to make this election a referendum on Donald Trump and the way he created this country during his time in office. JD Vance tried to make it a referendum on the Biden and Harris administration, all these times saying that this is Harris's policy.
Unlike Donald Trump, didn't drop Joe Biden's name a whole bunch of times. He focused very much on Kamala Harris.
But at the end of the day, I mean, think about it. Tonight we said we had, Taylor Swift's name was mentioned once, Ukraine was mentioned 0 times, right? At the end of the day, I think that the decisions are going to be made by big issues and most importantly, how they are viewed by, as we look at Tim Walz, by these others.
So as DC people, we know what it's like to try to get a slice of pizza in town. New York City pizza, nothing like it. He is at New York Pizza getting a late night snack in an off the record capacity. Let me, what they call an OTR stop, I should say. Let me listen in real quick and see if we can hear. Yep. All right, so he's picking out a slice. We've got the audio up here, just in case he takes any questions.
Does he cut it with a fork and knife? That can be a politically advantageous or problematic decision.
That's a deep pull, Peter, for the younger folks watching. Chuck, let me bring you into the conversation as we keep an eye on this. We're, of course, looking to see Senator Vance over in the spin room here. What's interesting is while there is a discussion, and I've heard this from folks who I was in touch with on text during the debate, a discussion of policy. A lot of folks thought this was substantive. I would put this to you. There were a lot of policy questions. There was discussion about various policies. There weren't necessarily a whole lot of super clear policy answers on some of these outstanding queries that came up.
No, there was a lot of polite word salad, both by Governor Walz and Senator Vance, where they would be respectful of it and they would come say something about agreement.
Hey, Chuck, I'm going to be so annoying. I'm sorry. He's talking to the report. Oh, God, we missed it. I'm sorry. It's like one of these awkward things, right? Like he's going to pick out the pizza. He's going to say how he thinks he did in the debate. We want to catch that. But it's like this, audio situation here. So keep going, and I might interrupt you again.
No
Chuck.
worries. No worries. No, hey, it's live TV. That's the whole point. The real question is, will he fold the pizza, right, and eat it that way? You got to fold it in half if you're going to get the big floppy, right? And you better get a big floppy slice, right? The double, For me, I have flashbacks to Cazzolis. All right, that's what a kid of the '80s went to a mall and got a Cazzolis. But anyway. But going back, you're right, in fairness. Look, I thought the issue matrix that CBS came up with was terrific. There were really only 2 issues we didn't touch on that I thought were missing. One was the threat to China, to the Pacific Rim, and one, of course, is the threat of Russia and Ukraine. But we got to a lot of domestic issues, or at least certainly the questions were there, and they were almost afraid of the details. Look, Vance was a much better performer. I think we knew that going in. This is pretty much what he's done his adult life, is talk and debate, right? He hasn't had a lot of other experiences, and I say this with respect. I mean, that's what a U.S. Senator does, and he was quite good at this. And I'd also bring up one other issue. I think you can tell the difference. Which candidate does plenty of TV interviews, even with tough interviewers like Kristen Welker, and which candidate does not do tough interviews with people like Kristen Welker? It's Tim Walz, right? And Walz totally face-planted on that question about his fish story about Tiananmen Square. And I think had he done a few interviews that with the mainstream media, with not just with people that want him to succeed, he'd have gotten better at these answers. I think Vance's performance was better because he faced challenging interviews. And, there's no better debate prep for these presidential and vice presidential candidates than a good, tough accountability interview. And I think the Harris-Walz campaign is playing a prevent defense that is, I think there's a reason why Kamala Harris wants another debate. She needs another format, and if they're going to sit here and be afraid of doing media interviews, they need something. And I think Walz's uneven performance, I think he had some strong moments, particularly when he was prosecuting a case against Trump. But I think his inability to defend the Biden-Harris administration very well at times, and of course his face plan on the fish story about Tiananmen Square, I think is a reminder that, they haven't done much batting practice here with tough interviewers.
Which is interesting, Chuck, and just to give folks a sense of it, I don't know if we have that live shot still up. If you were looking at JD Vance in the spin room, that's because he's currently doing, I think, a cable news interview. We expect him, we think it is likely that he will come down on the floor. He'll probably chat with Garrett. He might stop by and see Tom. I don't know. We're going to take you back to the spin room when that happens, as, of course, Governor Walz has just stopped with his wife to get a late-night slice of pizza, I think here in Midtown, New York Pizza, not too far from where we are. To pick up on Chuck's point, I was struck, Peter, by Jen Psaki, somebody who you know well from from covering the White House. Former, of course, White House staffer, former campaign staffer.
She said just this.
Exactly, that she believes that they are doing a disservice to Governor Walz and to Vice President Harris by not getting him out more when he was the guy, as she noted and as we all noted, who came up with the whole weird attack doing one of these cable news interviews on Donald Trump in the first place.
Yeah, and it was that weird attack, right, as you say, that went viral, that made him very conversational, folksy, and likable by a lot of Americans, frankly, as they got to know him. He was plus 13, as they say, 13 points more in terms of the people that liked him than those who didn't like him. That's a positive thing, but you didn't really get to see a lot of that guy in the conversations we've been having with people close to him. I think, candidly, the way that he was prepared for that debate, there's going to be some frustration, not around some of those people who knew him best. He acknowledged going into tonight on nights like this, he's not as good of a debater. None of that really matters, though, at the end of the day. This was the high water mark for both of these candidates. Tomorrow, the conversation, again, is about Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, right? So he wasn't able to take advantage on it. The question, I think, really more than anything for me right now is Kamala Harris's numbers were as good as they have been so far 2 weeks after her debate. Now we're getting further and further away from her debate. We're seeing a little bit of erosion in her numbers right now. And with crises going on from the floods in the southeast due to the Hurricane Helene, with what's happening overseas between Israel, Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas right now, where does she find another moment to sort of go viral, to get people's attention again?
I'm looking away from you, Peter, not because I'm not absolutely hanging on every word, but because I'm looking at what Senator Vance is talking about here, because he was asked about something that Chuck and you have just talked about, which is this idea that perhaps Governor Walz felt nervous at parts of the debate. And Senator Vance says he didn't notice it. He says he himself was nervous because he acknowledges this is the biggest stage of his life. He tried not to focus on the demeanor too much, but an interesting acknowledgement there from the senator.
It is an interesting acknowledgement. It goes back to the civility that we've been talking about throughout the evening, that this was a remarkably civil debate, particularly in the wake of the debate that we all covered of former President Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris. I do think, to Peter's point, the question becomes about strategy now, because the polls are getting tighter. And with thanks to Chuck for his comments about doing a tough interview, will she start to give more interviews? Does the campaign decide that that is now going to be part of their equation in order to move the needle and in order to try to regain the momentum that she clearly had after she was first at the top of the ticket and after her debate with former President Trump? So I think that that's going to be a big question. We'll have to see what they decide. But I do think, go back to the Iran exchange, the very first exchange of this entire debate.
By the way, top of mind to Peter's point.
Yes,
very newsy, breaking
October
developments
surprise.
there today.
Here we are with an October surprise. It framed the entire debate in some ways, because that was the moment where you saw both of them trying to say, you're the incumbent. No, you, meaning former President Trump is the incumbent. Vice President Kamala Harris is the incumbent. She's currently in the White House. And it was very clear that that's going to be the strategy of these two campaigns moving forward.
Who has ownership of this idea of being a change candidate or not? I think Chuck is still with us, because the interesting thing here, we've been saying this 35 days until Election Day, right? But keep in mind, some voters in battleground states are already getting their early ballots. You've got Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin coming up in the next 2 weeks. You've got Arizona, Georgia, and Nevada all starting their early in-person and mail-in voting. I mean, voters are out there, right? Like, we don't have to wait until November 5th for people to start making their decisions. And so all of these become data points to feed in to folks who are getting out there in these critical states.
Yeah, no, I think you're exactly right. This is the complaint. Donald Trump is making the argument, hey, people are already voting. It's too late for us to debate again. You'll remember in 2016 and 2020, of course, he did debate after people were already voting here. But I think that Kamala Harris is the one, frankly, that would benefit more by another debate, not just because she did so well in the first one, but really she's the one who's still, in a way, introducing herself to some of those undecided voters, those voters that have yet to come around. I started the conversation at the beginning of this. If you weren't with us then, I'll repeat it now, which is the Harris folks that I'm speaking to. They say that little sliver of voters, the undecided ones are still voting on, they say they are young, they're most often male, and they're racially diverse. But it's a small sliver, and it's people who are not watching tonight's debate. You got to find those people where they are, and the Harris campaign is quietly trying to do that. Are they able to get to them in time for November 5th?
I'm curious to see what that focus group that our friend and colleague Kate Snow sat down with had to say. But before we do that, let me take it back to Tom in the spin room there, where it is getting, I know, super active. Tom, talk me through it.
Hey, Hallie, great to see you again. I want to bring in Senator Amy Klobuchar. She's the Democrat, of course, from Minnesota, whose good friend is Governor Tim Walz. He's your governor. How do you do tonight?
I thought he did a great job. He followed his North Star, and he was blunt, and he was true to himself. We've always said he's not going to be slick. He's not going to pick like the longest words and the most perfect orator.
Yeah.
But he made his point on really three big things. Affordable Care Act. You got JD Vance scrambling around saying, hey, we're protected from getting thrown off our insurance if we have a pre-existing condition. That's the Affordable Care Act that Donald Trump is trying to overturn. On abortion, Tim Walz clear. On standing up for the freedom of women to make their own decisions on their health care, and JD Vance doubling down on Donald Trump's position, which was overturning Roe v. Wade.
You know, Democrats had said that he was nervous, and it looked like he was a little nervous right off the get-go. When the debate started, to be honest with me, did you get a little worried as well? Because it was a rough first 30 seconds.
It's like having your brother out there, okay, and you get that first question. I think anyone. I was on those presidential debate stages, and I would watch my colleagues, jab into the air, drink tons of water before they went out there. It's never easy.
Yeah.
And while J.D. Vance was on an international book tour and is a lawyer, Tim Walz was a teacher, and then he did a great job in Congress, one of the most bipartisan, and then goes into the governor's office. So it's a very different track.
Yeah. Let's roll two moments. We're going to start with that moment when he was asked about China and his comments about Hong Kong, and then after we'll play another moment. Let's roll the Hong Kong first, though.
Okay.
The question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protest went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
So the question was about comments he's made twice now about saying that he was in Hong Kong during the Tiananmen Square protest. He was not. He acknowledged that. But this is the third or fourth time he said something that hasn't been true or it's been an exaggeration. Does Governor Walz have a problem with the truth?
No. This was a mistake. He was there that year. It was a few months off. And of course, there was much discussion at that time about what happened in Tiananmen Square. And so what I look at it is he made an error. He admitted he made an error, unlike Donald Trump, who wouldn't even admit that Joe Biden won the election. That's a pretty different thing.
Yeah.
And he then goes on, in an incredible way to serve our country, to be our governor. So I just don't see this. It's nothing but an error. Everyone makes mistakes.
Do you think
and
we'll see
what's
more of these,
most important to me is not if you make one mistake about a few months off, but if you are unwilling, as J.D. Vance was, to admit the results of an election. What does that mean for our democracy going forward?
Yeah, that was quite the moment at the end of the debate. I do want to ask you about the issue of abortion, because it came a lot during this debate. It was one of the most talked about issues. Here was a moment for Governor Walz. Let's listen.
The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography?
Do Democrats believe the issue of abortion care is going to make or break this election? Do you think that's what it's going to come down to? If you pick a single issue at the end of the day, when it comes to swing voters, when it comes to some of those suburban moms in those swing states, is it going to be over abortion access?
It's not the only issue. People are really worried about costs, and I believe that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz's economic plan is the right way to go. It focus on childcare and housing. But this is clearly part of people's freedoms, and you see it from the prairies of Kansas to a 13-point difference in Ohio on a referendum, to the legislative races in Virginia, the governor's race in Kentucky, a congressional race in Alaska. All over our country, people are standing up, whether they are Democrats, Republicans, or independents, saying, we agree with Tim Walz that women should have the right to make their own decision about the health care. And when J.D. Vance starts talking about, oh, my heart is with you, these women who families where a woman has died or bled out in the parking lot. No, your heart's not with someone if your policies are heartless. And that is the problem with their position on abortion.
Be honest with me here. What's keeping you up at night about this election? And I asked you that because the race is razor tight. But when we look at the polls in the battleground states, Harris has an advantage, might be maybe half a point. In other states, maybe 2, Trump is on top. But if that is the case, we know that Trump voters are underpolled. It's happened in 2016 and 2020. Are you worried that Trump may have the advantage right now? Does that keep you up at night?
I just don't see that. I see after Joe Biden made the selfless decision to get out of the race, you saw a dramatic change in some of those swing states where Democrats were behind. Kamala Harris united our party, brought in Republicans to speak at the convention. She's got Dick Cheney supporting her, Liz Cheney supporting her. Jeff Flake just announced he's supporting her, the former senator from Arizona, Republican Senator Jimmy McCain. I mean, you just go through the numbers here. So she is reaching out to people in a big way. That's why she is pulling ahead. And what I lose sleep at night is just, we only have 35 days. You know, we've got to keep getting out there. We've got to keep the information out there. And I'm cheering the inauguration no matter who wins. So I've also, when I hear JD Vance out there and won't agree to certifying an election in minute 90, and I think about what we went through on January 6th at 3:30 in the morning, walking over that broken glass to finally get that election, those results certified. It was Mike Pence, me, and Roy Blunt. I don't want to go through that again, and I want to have a president that respects our democracy.
Unions are so important across the country, especially in your state, especially to the Democratic coalition. Are you worried at all about the sports strike?
Anyone would be worried because not politically worried. You're worried that you want to make this work. You want to make it work for the economy work. And I know that President Biden, Vice President Harris, Secretary Buttigieg have been doing everything to try to bring the two sides together. And that's the right thing to do.
Senator Klobuchar, thank you so much for joining us and answering all our questions. We appreciate it. Yeah, Hallie, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio in New York.
All right, Tom, thank you very much. We've been talking about what voters think about what we all just watched over the course of the last 90 minutes. To find out, let's bring in our NBC News senior national correspondent, Kate Snow, who watched that debate with voters, some of whom, Kate, have settled on who they want, some of whom are undecided, but all of them live in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. You know, my home state, Kate. Talk me through what you're hearing from folks.
That's right. Yeah, and they all live within the confines, right around Pittsburgh, and we're in Pittsburgh right now. And I have to say, this is Allegheny County, Hallie, and you probably know this, but last election, there were 25 municipalities here where the vote was within 5%. So, I mean, it is tight in this county, and you all know that. You all feel that there's a lot of pressure on these swing areas. To be clear, some of you had made up your minds going into the debate. We had two really very much pro-Harris. You were probably for Harris. You guys were you were more unsure. And then we had two people who were really considering Donald Trump, including Brian. And Brian, I want to go to you because it's been fascinating to get your read on what happened tonight. Because it seemed like you went in sort of wanting to like JD Vance and thinking about Trump.
Yeah, so I really did. You're right about that. He just danced around a lot of questions. And I think I said earlier that Walz was sort of like placating to the people, and Vance was just sort of dancing around questions. So, my opinion on things really hasn't changed too much tonight, but...
You're drawn to Trump because of economic considerations.
Definitely.
That's the big thing for you.
Yeah.
But everything else, it semes like you're maybe drawn to Harris.
Yes, certainly. So very sort of socially liberal, I guess. I thought if you were going to say who won tonight, I would say that Tim Walz won.
I wonder, would everybody say that Walz won this debate? A show of hands. No pressure. Okay. Not sure, Claire. Claire, you win.
I don't know what it means to win a debate.
Yeah, well, that's true.
I don't know what that definition
That's a fair point.
is.
That's a fair point. Who you thought did better, I guess I should say. But you came into this not knowing. You said to me a few minutes ago, you're still not sure who you're going to vote for. You may not vote at all. And I remember during the big section of the debate that was about abortion, you were having some strong reactions to some of that.
Again, it's very hard to look at two men telling you what to do. Decisions are between a woman and her doctor, and there should be no one that interferes with that. And I think it's just kind of ridiculous that we are even in support. If Donald Trump or Joe Biden cared about this country, neither one of them would have won for election, right? We wouldn't be in this situation. They're 80 years old. Joe Biden has already, rescinded his nomination and everything. So we're talking about two people who probably should have run at all. And we're talking about two parties who gave us two candidates. Like, again, if you cared about us, oh, does that person care about me? No, they don't, because they wouldn't be there if they did. And they would have passed the torch to someone who is younger, is more capable, is less volatile. It could have won a real
true.
Did
pass the torch to Harris ultimately.
Right, but that's not like I didn't get to really vote for anyone in a primary election for either candidate and stuff. Like, don't we love seeing a big panel of Democratic Party, candidates and a big panel of Republican Party candidates and making our own choices? Instead, we again got handed two people. And that was our decision. It's not like we had a real political discourse or rhetoric around who was going to be our next president.
Meryl, you were really reacting to the very end of the debate when they were talking about January 6th, and they were talking about what happened on that day. And you're a very pro-Harris person, even coming in tonight. So what was it that was bothering you as you watched that?
So what really bothered me was how JD Vance pivoted the question and turned it into, really defended Donald Trump's position on January 6th. And the fact that he tried to avoid the answer, but it was really more about not recognizing. I wear this yellow pin for the hostages that are being held in Gaza. Donald Trump calls the insurrectionists that have been jailed after court trials they're now being jailed in Washington. He calls them hostages. I find that incredibly, incredibly offensive. They're not hostages. They're prisoners. They're people who were convicted and put in jail. And they were convicted of causing an insurrection, of violating the Capitol, of the people's house, and that there's even an attempt to justify that or turn it into something, calling them patriots, I find incredibly, incredibly offensive.
John, I think you had a similar reaction.
Yeah, the one point I thought was telling was that JD Vance tried to say that he was defending Trump's right. He wanted to have a debate in the public square. And then January 20th happened, and he left the office, and he completely yada-yada'd the insurrection at the Capitol. And I thought it was interesting that in his argument for having that debate, he says that it's our freedom of speech to allow misinformation, which it was interesting because most of his responses I thought were, he sounded well, he's very well poised, but they were like dodges and mistruths. And he got away with that throughout the night. Whereas Walz, I thought, responded very quickly with interesting points, with statistics and actual facts that supported his argument.
Rona, I want to ask you, because on the issue of Israel and foreign policy, you were thinking about voting for Trump. You said a couple of weeks ago you were really strongly considering voting for Trump, and now you're not so sure. What did you not hear tonight? Was there something JD Vance could have said to make you go, yeah, that's what I'm doing?
I mean, I think that if either of them would have made very, very clear statements about support for our strongest ally in the Middle East, support for Israel, about ending any kind of appeasement policy toward Iran or toward other Islamist regimes, toward ensuring that we are, well, he did say, Vance said peace through strength. I mean, obviously that's just like a slogan, but to the extent that that there is a party that would actually live that slogan, that's something that I find really, really valuable and something that I would be paying attention to. Getting the American hostages out, I mean, the reality is I don't know if Trump would have done a better job, but we have had a Biden administration, and there are American hostages, not just Israeli hostages. There are American hostages that are languishing in Gaza. There are Americans who have been killed in Gaza, and I don't think the administration is doing anywhere near enough to get them out.
I should mention that both Rona and Meryl, you're part of the Jewish community here in Pittsburgh, which is a sizable community for the size of the city that it is. I want to turn to you, Brandon, because you were basically with Harris. You feel even more strongly that way, I think, if I'm reading you right, after the debate. And you were talking to me about immigration because you work with nonprofits who help immigrants, among other things, right? You work with a lot of different nonprofits in town. What did you hear on housing and the immigrants' effect on housing that you were talking to me about, how you didn't appreciate that?
Well, number one, Vance akin immigration to the housing crisis, which is, in my opinion, dishonest. That is not something that is prevalent to affect everybody across the board. What's happening here is he's putting more fear on this, and he's only talking about the southern border. And when I hear the southern border, obviously I hear the Latino community. So that's just more fear-mongering. What we see is people trying to acquire equity. What we see is people trying to buy a home, people who are trying to avoid experiencing homelessness, and unfortunately, That's not directly linked to the immigration in the way that Vance is talking about it, because the illegal immigrants are not sitting in the C-suites denying home loans. They're not sitting in the C-suites denying these opportunities where people are trying to get equity, where people are trying to put their family in a safe environment, because being housed goes beyond just simply having a home, but it goes to being safe also.
Brandon, thank you. Thank you to all of you for staying up really late tonight. Hallie, I have to say, this is a late night for everybody. It's not a scientific sample, but it's interesting to hear what a group of people thought.
Fascinating, and I hope that somebody is brewing up a pot of coffee for all of you. So, Kate, thank you. Please, our thanks to all of them for staying up late with us tonight here on NBC News. Thank you, Kate Snow. Let me bring back in Chuck Todd and Kristen Welker, who are both with us. Kristen, I'll start with you in reaction to what we heard from that voter panel. I mean, that's what it's about, right? Is what do people in these key battleground states, like where Kate is, what do they think and how are they going to vote?
Well, I think what's interesting is that you didn't hear a lot of them say that they were overwhelmingly swayed by Senator JD Vance, who, as we are saying, you got a number of texts, I got a number of texts saying that he, from a performance standpoint, had the stronger night. But if you listen to those voters, that's not exactly what they were focused on. And I did think it was really notable to hear from the voter at the end there who said that the January 6th exchange did really bother her. It's a sign that exchange that happened at the very end of the debate is resonating with some of those undecided voters. Could that help her to make her final decision? It seems as though it helped to push her a little bit toward the Harris-Walz camp.
Yeah. Chuck, let me come to you because there's a phrase that you said at the beginning of our coverage here that is sticking with me, and it is polite word salad is something that you heard a lot of, right? Which I think is an interesting description. But there were some moments that went beyond that into the territory of revisionist history when it came to some of the comments that Senator Vance made about January 6th, for example, and some of the comments on a topic that came up a lot, which is healthcare. Came up a lot, of course, with voters that we talked to, came up a lot on the debate stage there, with Senator Vance suggesting that former President Trump looked to salvage Obamacare, when in reality, the opposite was true. Of course, repealing Obamacare, as you know, was a core plank of the Trump administration at the time. How do you square that, Chuck?
Well, and listening to the voters that were watching with Kate, there was something else about watching tonight that struck me. While I thought Vance if we were assessing JD Vance versus Tim Walz, we'd say JD Vance did better than Tim Walz. But what if I told you your job was to make the case for your ticket or prosecute a case against the other ticket? And if you scored the debate that way, I'd argue Walz was much more aggressive at prosecuting a case against Trump. He did it very effectively on health care, the moment you're bringing up, versus Vance, who seemed at times, I think, trying to improve his own image, did not certainly attacked Harris at times and would do this odd, like, well, I think Tim's serious about this, but I don't know if Harris is, right? He would shield him from this. But I was struck by, look, I think that the Trump campaign has some work to do to reattach Biden's brand to Harris. I assumed Vance would be doing more of that tonight, and he didn't. Walz seemed to be more focused on improving Harris, right, rather than himself. So, and I think sometimes in these VP debates, and frankly all presidential debates, we all can get caught up in style. The voters are listening for specific, right? Every voter, it doesn't do this for, they have a couple of issues they're listening for, right? And I think on the 3 or 4 issues that matter the most, I do think Walz seemed to be more prepared and aggressive in going after Trump, right? Not Vance, but Trump, and using Vance as a foil to do it, than Vance did with Walz. And I think it's interesting. When I heard those comments from the focus group, it reminded me that, boy, did Vance do enough of frankly, what a VP's job usually is, a running mate's job usually is you got to play the hatchet man. And he didn't whip out the hatchet tonight.
Chuck Todd, super interesting. Chuck, thank you. Let me take you back to the spin room now because, well, we are about an hour now past the end of the debate. Tom Emmer knows that the spinning is in full effect, if you will. Hey, friend.
Yeah, we're also waiting for some big-name guests that are going to join us live here in our special coverage. In the meantime, we'll go to another big-time correspondent while we wait, and that's Garrett Haake. Garrett, my question to you tonight is this. Do we honestly think that the Trump campaign is done with debates? Was this the last debate of this election cycle?
I think if JD Vance had done worse tonight, the odds would go up that Trump would debate again. But I do think the campaign is very satisfied with his performance here tonight. Look, in a lot of ways, JD Vance can be a better spokesperson for Trump than Trump. Certainly on the debate stage he was. He doesn't step on rakes. He doesn't kind of walk into some of these trap questions in the same way that Donald Trump does. He hits the Trumpian points in a smoother way. He also made up, for example, a fan fiction history of Obamacare almost on the spot about what Donald Trump did to rescue Obamacare that wholly did not happen. The Trump campaign doesn't see that as a negative. They think they sort of win the argument on something like that. But I think as long as Donald Trump feels like the race is close, and as long as he feels like he is his own best spokesman, which he often does, the door remains at least partially open to another debate.
Yeah, Garrett, and what are you hearing from the Trump campaign as far as how Vance did tonight? You mentioned earlier they were very happy. Were they surprised at the tone of the debate, that it wasn't, the name calling wasn't as ugly as other debates we've seen in the past?
I don't think they were particularly surprised by that, because I think it's clear that JD Vance came in with that as a strategy, that he was going to be a little bit more understated tonight, and that he was going to, I think, read the room to a certain extent and not come, fully gloves off for Tim Walz when the situation didn't call for it. I think it might have looked excessive. We basically had two men on stage trying to out Midwestern nice each other at different points here. But I think from the Trump campaign's perspective, it was still effective for Vance. He was still able to go after Kamala Harris on the things that mattered and really sort of go through or around Tim Walz. It was not nearly as much about Tim Walz, except for the exchanges about, that abortion bill in Minnesota, for example, much more focused on the top of the ticket. And when that person's not on the stage with you, it can affect the tenor of the discussion. And I think we saw that tonight.
There definitely was a lot of niceness on that stage. All right, Garrett, we appreciate all your reporting. With me now live, former President Trump's son and executive vice president of the Trump Organization, Donald Trump Jr. Don, great to have you here tonight. Thanks for being here. First question to you. Senator Vance is your guy. That's what you put out on Twitter today. How do you do?
I thought it was a masterclass. I know they went after him so hard for a few months, and even some of the Republican sort of establishment class, but I've gotten to know him over the last few years. His life story, his background, everything was just, he's just an incredible guy. And, I heard you guys talking about sort of tenor and demeanor. Yeah. The reality is the tenor and demeanor that you saw tonight from JD Vance, that's actually who he is. I understand what they do. They've done it to me. They do it to my father. They'll vilify you and make you a terrible person. That's who he actually is. I mean, he's a very well thought out guy. He understands the policy. He gets into the details, almost to a wonky level. I mean, I think it felt like he had a better command of the policies that Tim Walz actually signed into law than Tim Walz himself. It was funny. I was watching and I commented on Twitter. I'm seeing Tim Walz sort of nodding in agreement to literally everything JD was saying. I was like, I think he's going to be a Trump Vance voter, based on that debate. So I thought it was a masterclass performance, just flawless.
You and your dad are both fighters. You've gotten aggressive over the last couple election cycles. You're not afraid to go there. Yeah. Did you want him to get more aggressive, or were you okay with him?
I don't think he needed to. I mean, there's a time, again, I get aggressive because, when I'm put into a situation that requires it. I mean, for years, I was called an agent of Russia. They wanted to try me for treason, a crime punishable by death. I did 50 hours of congressional testimony for those things. Hunter Biden, the laptop was Russian disinformation, according to all the intelligence agents. Well, it turns out it wasn't. Yeah. I don't think I'd have gotten the Hunter Biden treatment. Turns out everything they accused me of, he was doing, and far worse. So I understand that difference. You lie about me that way, I'll fight. That's who I am. That's who my father is. Doesn't mean it has to be that way. Yeah. And again, I think you saw a lot of that decorum tonight. So I was actually glad to see it, because I'd love to see more of that in the political space.
Part of Senator JD Vance, the things that you guys liked about him was his personal story. He mentioned fentanyl tonight and his mother, how she fought drug addiction. Let's listen to that.
I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance, because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding.
How How did that life story sort of weigh into your decision to kind of back Senator Vance? Because, look, there were a lot of qualified Republicans that were up for the nominee to be the nominee. Senator Marco Rubio, Senator Tim Scott, Governor Doug Burgum. But this was your guy, and you're getting a lot of credit for bringing him on the ticket. Why?
Listen, I got to know that story. We sort of joke about it. Like, I grew up literally down the road here on the 70th floor of Trump Tower overlooking Central Park. He grew up in Appalachia, and yet we still have sort of a similar worldview. You know, in talking to him about that, he's someone who understands that cycle of poverty and addiction. He broke through it. He's living the ultimate American dream. I mean, he got out of a household with addiction and poverty, goes into the Marine Corps, comes back, goes to Yale Law School, starts an incredible business, gets into politics, becomes a United States Senator. I mean, that's the American dream. My father and JD Vance want Americans, they want to give them the chance to thrive again, not barely survive. That's what we're doing right now. People are barely surviving. We see that in costs. We see that in what's going on around the world. We see that in, even honestly, and I'll call it out on the Republican side, many Republicans just wanting to go to war over things that they can't even articulate, why. Ukraine, for example, we spent $250 billion. We can't take care of our children. We can't take care of our vets. Our education system's terrible, and yet we're going to endlessly fund that rather than things at home. So, I saw someone who was able to break through that. That's someone who can effectuate real change for real Americans who actually need it.
How does he connect with your father? Because they seem like drastically different people.
You know what? It's interesting. They actually have a very good relationship. And, again, I think I joke, I expended about 15 years worth of political capital to both, help JD Vance out in the original Senate primary and then for VP. But every time I see him on TV, every time I see him on the Sunday shows, going into hostile media territory.
Did it take your dad convincing? Did you have to convince him?
Oh, it was a lot of work. Well, there's a lot of interest, a lot of people in my ear. What's unique about my father is he will listen to everyone. He'll ultimately make his own decision. But, you have a lot of people in the billionaire donor class. They want their guy because, everyone wants their own little puppet in the White House. I wanted the opposite. I wanted someone, who got it and has lived that story and been a success. And, every day I feel very vindicated when I see JD, and I couldn't have been more proud than what I witnessed tonight.
Lasting impressions are very important. There was this moment towards the end of the debate. I want to get your take on it.
That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
This, of course, was about January 6th and certifying the election. Your father had a running mate, Mike Pence. He is not on the ticket. You have Senator JD Vance. We were speaking to a focus group in Pennsylvania, undecided voters, and one of those voters said January 6th was important to her. It was very important to her. Do you think this hurts you with some swing voters?
Not even a little bit. The reality is I think the fact that the media is going to try to latch onto that as maybe the only thing that they could try to hit JD on is probably very telling. The reality is I understand that I'm the son of a billionaire from Manhattan. Last summer, I took my children to McDonald's, my two boys coming back from a fishing trip, and it was $48. And Donald Trump Jr. looked at them and said, it's got to be wrong. What's going on here? That's what matters to people. Fighting wars in foreign lands, watching Iran for the first time, not through proxies, but directly strike an ally of us in the Middle East. I'm worried about my kids not having to go to war to fight for unknown reasons forever. We had peace under Donald Trump. We had prosperity under Trump. We've had the opposite under these last 4 years. And I understand the media will try to pretend that Kamala Harris has a fresh slate. She hasn't been in politics in 20 years. And more importantly, she hasn't even been a part of this administration. She copied the policies of this administration, didn't even change the source code onto her page. It's going to be more of the same. And I understand they're trying to create this moderate Kamala Harris, but she has a long record of being a radical San Francisco liberal. She's the daughter of a Marxist professor. That doesn't just change, but she'll tell you anything you need to hear to vote for her. So you had 4 years under Trump. You had 4 years under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. When were you safer? When did you have more money in your pocket? We can bring that back. We just have to actually make real change.
Last question. You guys have attacked Kamala Harris sorry, you're throwing me now. Kamala Harris for not doing interviews, for not sitting down doing town halls. But she wants to do another debate, and your father says he doesn't want to do a debate. Explain that to me. I'm trying to understand that.
My father offered to do another debate with her on Fox News weeks ago. She turned it down because Kamala Harris, like when she does an interview and Tim Walz has to sit next to her, She's not capable of doing it. She
But
can
she
only
debated him already.
She can only, yes. When it was a 3-on-1 debate with moderators that was so biased, even people in the media were calling it ridiculous.
But Don,
That's
your dad
not
was
fair.
commander-in-chief. He can handle
Yeah, no,
two
he can.
moderators. I saw him
Yeah,
handle
she should be able to
15
handle the basic
Republican
interview.
candidates.
She can't handle an interview with Oprah. Oprah's sitting there rolling her eyes. That's how bad it is. People understand that. When they hear her talk off teleprompter for more than a few seconds, they realize there's absolutely no substance
But
there.
explain to me
They
why he doesn't want to
understand.
do it. Explain to me why
Again,
he
he
doesn't
offered to do it because she will only do it in hostile territory to us, where she knows that she's going to get every moderator functioning as her marketing department. Yeah. That's why she turned down the other debate. My father offered that weeks ago. She won't do that.
You think this was the last debate of this election?
I imagine so, and I think the reality is this. Again, the facts speak for themselves. When were you better off? When were you safer? When were you not worried about wars? We were signing peace deals in the Middle East. That was the holy grail of geopolitical politics, right? That was the holy grail. We actually did that. Everyone said it could never even be done. Everyone promised they'd do it. No one actually got it done. My father did. Now we're on the brink of World War III with Iran attacking Israel. That's not a good place for our children. That's not a good place for America. Russia, Iran have effectively endorsed Kamala Harris. Iran is hacking our campaign and giving the information to the Harris-Biden administration. They want Kamala Harris to win because Iran, Russia, and China know that a weak America is good for them. That's why they're pushing Kamala Harris. They're chomping at the bit for it. They would love that to happen. It would be a disaster for America.
Don Jr., we thank you for answering our questions. We thank you for being here on our special coverage.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Hallie, I'm going to send it back over to you in New York in our 30 Rock studios.
Tom, thank you very much. Joining me now here in New York is Hogan Gidley, former National Press Secretary for the Donald Trump 2020 campaign, and Max Rose, former Democratic Congressman from New York. Welcome to the both of you. Thank you for being here with us. Hogan, let me pick up for continuity here on something that Tom was just talking about with Donald Trump Jr. Why no more debates?
Well, I think Donald Trump has obviously had an opportunity to debate not just Joe Biden at this point, but Kamala Harris as well.
If you were advising him, Hogan, if you were still, officially on the campaign payroll and advising him, would you say just go do it?
No, I wouldn't. A lot of things go into these decisions on whether or not you should go debate somebody, and he's already done this multiple times. Democrats, of course, changed their candidate, went with Kamala Harris after Joe Biden lost to Donald Trump in that debate, and then everyone wanted him out. So why would you go back and do this all over again? Not to mention the fact I think Don Jr. was right. I mean, there are several of those moderators who are going up against, working kind of for the Biden-Harris campaign, attacking Donald Trump, fact-checking Donald Trump, not doing anything to Kamala Harris, not doing anything with Joe Biden. And so why would you go back into those situations? I think pretty much right now we have a set race where there is a core base of support for Donald Trump, a core base of support for Kamala Harris. I don't know the debate would change anything.
I mean, to the point of going after a moderate, again, these are people who are well-equipped to handle world leaders, much less, moderators and debates. But let me ask you this, because it's kind of the same, a similar point here, Congressman. Why not get Tim Walz out there in more unscripted settings, doing more interviews? That is something that you've already seen, I think, in some of the reaction coming from Democratic strategists who are suggesting maybe he was a little bit too nice on the debate stage tonight. And if he had done more unscripted interviews, he'd have a little bit more comfort level on a night like this.
Yeah, look, I think he did what he had to do tonight.
You did? You think he executed on the mission he needed to go do?
Yeah, certainly. And I think that they, in some ways, they both executed on their own objectives, right? I mean, JD Vance had to go out there and show America that he's not just like a total sociopath. And potentially he achieved that. And Tim Walz went out there and showed that he's an effective leader and has the chops to be the vice president of the United States. So there were different bars for both. And they both could have been more aggressive, certainly. But in the end, though, I got to turn this back to the debate. It's a sad situation for Donald Trump when him and his allies, family and otherwise, are trying to stumble around looking for some excuse as to why he doesn't want to debate anymore when the obvious reason is staring us right in the face. He got trounced in the last debate and doesn't want to do it again.
Yeah,
the reason why I think, it's funny, Savannah and Lester were doing the special report right before this broadcast, and Savannah said, show of hands, do you want to see a debate? Now, I'm not typically a show of hands kind of person, right? But in this instance, I think of course, journalists want transparency. We want to hear from the people who folks are either electing or might be about to elect. So I think generally, right, as a journalist, debates are a good thing. The more you hear from candidates are a good thing. And I bring this up because what we saw tonight were a lot of questions on policy, substantive issues from healthcare to the economy to foreign policy on Iran and Israel and much more, climate change, for example, which is not something that's come up a lot. It would be an opportunity for Donald Trump to speak more clearly about some of his policy positions on, for example, immigration and how you would actually implement mass deportations, which JD Vance did not answer. To speak more clearly on his position on abortion access, for example, he did make some news on that front tonight, tweeting out during the debate that he would not support a national abortion ban, that he would veto that. Why did it take him so long to come to a policy position on that front?
Listen, we're having a conversation on this stage right here about whether or not we should have more debates. Of course, the American people deserve to know what these politicians think. But Donald Trump was president of the United States. He has a policy record. People's lives were better. Everyone knows that. He could go out there and say that more, and he does that every single day. He does interviews with hostile interviewers. He goes out and does his campaign rallies, etc. Kamala Harris typically doesn't. She has a few friendlies she goes to every once in a while. She gives the same speech at every rally.
But
Fine.
let's also
That's
acknowledge that former President Trump also goes to, in many instances, friendly interviewers.
Of course. But I'm just saying, these people are out all the time having these discussions. So they're not going to debate again unless Donald Trump changes his mind. He also said he would debate on Fox. She wouldn't do it. He's already done one, on CNN and also on ABC. Two entities we deem hostile to our side. He went into those places and had those debates. Kamala Harris would never go on Fox News and do a debate, ever.
You know, presidential elections particularly are about the future, not the past. JD Vance is obviously a smart guy, and Donald Trump is getting old, so I'm not going to hold him accountable for this. But what was interesting about JD Vance's debate tonight is how shallow he was about the future. Could not answer with any specifics about addressing the childcare crisis, could not answer with any specifics how he would change the ACA as they purportedly want to improve upon it, could not answer with any specifics how he would execute this mass deportation that they talk about each and every day in a humane manner at all. So that they don't have any policy specifics. It's a failure of their actual campaign, not even one individual.
Let me just ask you this, though, because here we are, and we talked about this a minute ago, and it's something that I think is important to remind people. Early voting is happening.
Yeah.
In key battleground states. Early voting is going to be rolling out increasingly over the course of the next 2.5 weeks, right? You look at, I think it's the 17th or the 19th that you have one of the last of the key Sunbelt battlegrounds that goes for in-person early voting. Did anything that happened here tonight move the needle to a degree that could make a difference in this race, in your view? Congressman?
Absolutely. 100%. You know, I think that there was, and you saw actually the Walz team lowering expectations going into this. There was some sense that I think people were thinking, oh, this guy's just, folksy, right? He's just a
folksy, sticky,
folksy, sticky, this and that. The ultimate Midwestern guy, and I say that, as a kid from Brooklyn with limited knowledge of what that means. But in the end, he showed that he is a truly competent leader with incredible experience in government.
Yeah, I think it matters when you're talking about elections decided by 42,000 votes across 3 states. JD Vance came out, and I think a lot of people seeing him for the first time after this caricature was painted of him by the media and others. People realize, wait a minute, this guy's had a hard upbringing, a tough life with a mother who was an addict, was raised by his grandmother. They couldn't make ends meet all the time. And he's not this vicious, crazy person that he was painted to be. Instead, he's someone who understands the policy, has a grasp on it, and he did a good job exposing the radical nature of Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Tim didn't even really talk about Kamala Harris. He couldn't because she has no policies. He just kept talking about Donald Trump the whole time.
All right, so both of you think that this could maybe make a difference when voters go and hit the ballot box. Hogan, Max, thank you both very much. Tom Yamas, I'll bring you back in there at the spin room. To the point that both Hogan Gidley and Max Rose were making, this is an election that will be decided absolutely on the margins. You know this, as I know you're digging into some of those key counties and those key battlegrounds here. I've been out on the road talking to folks about those big issues like the economy and immigration. This is going to be a competitive race over the course of the next 35 days.
And it's interesting what's going to change the race, right? Because if that's it with the debates, no more debates. It's unclear if there'll be any more consequential interviews after this Sunday. What else voters do? What else do they have to sort of make up their mind? They're going to have to watch our coverage and other coverage and sort of go from there. That's going to do it for our coverage tonight. I'm Tom Yamas in the Spin Room.
And I'm Hallie Jackson here in New York on behalf of all of us here at NBC News. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hey, good evening. I'm Tom Yamas. Our coverage of the first and only